Recording in progress.
All right, it's 9:02. I'd like to get started. We have a substantial day ahead of us, so folks could find their seats. We'll get started. All right. Good morning, everyone from Vancouver, Washington. I am pleased to call to order the 272nd meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council in Vancouver, Washington. This meeting is open to the public, and copies of the meeting agenda and other documents used by the council during this meeting are available on the council's website. We encourage members of the public to testify and provide the council with comments on issues before the council at this meeting. Please note that the webinar chat feature should be used for technical issues and not to make public comment. To comment on an agenda item, you must sign up on our electronic public comment portal available on the June council meeting webpage. After public comment has begun on an item, no more names will be taken to testify. Each person has one opportunity to testify on each agenda item. Testimony on behalf of another person not in attendance will only be allowed within the period allowed for the person in attendance. Generally, I will limit individual testimony to 5 minutes for individuals and 10 minutes for groups or individuals representing organizations. But based on the number of folks signed up for public comment, those time limits can be reduced, but that will be announced at the beginning of public comment. We have a visual countdown timer that shows your remaining time allotment. Anyone wishing to include written electronic comments in support of your verbal testimony, please submit them in electronic format to the electronic portal when you sign up for testimony. Written comments must relate directly to your oral testimony to be accepted at this stage. After you speak to the agenda item, the comments will be posted and made part of the official record of this meeting. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed over the internet. Copies of the recordings will be available by contacting the council office, or you may purchase audio recording copies from the meeting recorder, Mr. Craig Hess. Let me remind council members and others to speak directly into your microphones so that all can hear. Lastly, I ask that all council members and members of the audience turn off the sound ringers on their cell phones and mute your connection while the council meeting is in session. Before we call the roll, I'd like to make some introductions. We have Captain Evans from the U.S. Coast Guard, District 13 is with us. Welcome. And we have Mr. Chris Oliver with us. He is a designee, new designee for the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, and will serve as our parliamentarian. So welcome, Chris. We have other folks that will be coming later in the meeting, and I'll introduce them when they are here. And with that, I will ask our Executive Director, Mr. Merrick Burden, to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, council members. I'll take the role of the June 2023 meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. Corey Niles.
Here.
Bill Anderson.
Here.
Danny Evanson. I believe she's trying to log on. I will come back to her. Benjamin Cross.
Here.
Robert Dooley.
Here.
Brett Ettinger.
Here.
Mark Gorelnik.
Here.
Pete Hassemer.
Here.
David Hogan. David Hogan is not present. Virgil Moore. Virgil Moore is also not present. Lynn Mattis.
Present.
Joseph Oatman.
Here.
Chris Oliver.
Here.
Brad Pittenger.
Here.
Corey Ridings.
Here.
Butch Smith.
Here.
Krista Svensson.
Present.
Frank Lockhart.
Here.
Marcy Yaremko.
Here.
That concludes the roll, Mr. Chairman, and you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Well, before we get started, we need an agenda. An agenda has been provided. Agenda item A3 is the detailed agenda. Let me see if there are any changes to the agenda or a motion to approve the agenda. Mr. Phil Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the council approve the council meeting agenda as printed in agenda item A3, June 2023.
All right, thank you for the motion. Looking for a second. Seconded by Bob Dooley. Please speak to your motion as necessary.
I don't feel it's necessary.
All right. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions, motion passes unanimously. Thank you for the motion. We have an agenda. That means we can get started. And first on our list is the report of the Executive Director.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the Executive Director's report to you all as council members. Typically, this provides information on informational reports, changes to council membership, advisory body, and committee alternates that are in place for this meeting, and activities of staff and council members that have occurred since our last meeting. A few things to point out to you, starting with COVID. As we know, the health emergency is over. However, we're continuing to provide some COVID protocols, and those are contained within the general information portion of your briefing book packet. We're encouraging everyone to remain equipped with tests and masks. If you are in short supply, we have a few available if you should need them. Let's see, also in general information, we do have a chair's reception. That is this evening, beginning at 6. It should be out the doors, and to your right is where we'll gather this evening. We have a suite of informational items in your briefing book, quite a few this time. There are several reports from the various sectors of the whiting fishery. We also have an obituary, unfortunately, regarding the passing of our friend and former council member Frank Warrens. We have a FY 2022 annual enforcement report from the West Coast Enforcement Division. NOAA notice to vessel owners and operators who are required to carry fisheries observers. There's a flyer regarding the MREP program. There's some informational items regarding deep set buoy gear permits. And there's a flyer regarding the Integrated West Coast Survey workshop that occurred last night. In addition to the informational reports, NIMS is going to brief the council on an advance notice of proposed rulemaking concerning National Standard 4, 8, and 9. This will come under open comment. And we were considering this as an informational item, but we think it's more appropriate that they engage in a discussion with you all about that item. There have been several changes to the council roster since the last meeting. As we heard at the last meeting, Ms. Jennifer Kwan was recently named the NIMS West Coast Regional Administrator, and that has been made super official in our council roster. In addition, Mr. Barry Tom named Mr. Chris Oliver as the designee for the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission. Welcome, Chris. And he replaces the longtime member, Dr. Dave Hansen. Also, Mr. Kurt Melcher named Mr. Mike Harrington as a designee, and Mr. Mike Harrington effectively takes the position that had been occupied by Karin Braby. We have a few advisory body alternates, as noted in my report. I don't feel the need to go through them all, but they're there for your reference. We do have some standing and ad hoc committees. So Ms. Corey Ridings has been added to the legislative committee. The chairman has also appointed Mr. Chris Oliver to the legislative and budget committees. We also have a new membership, of the newly formed ad hoc equity and environmental justice committee, as outlined in my report. And recently we had the council coordination committee. There's a report of that meeting in your briefing book, and we'll take that up here in a subsequent agenda item. But several of us did travel to Key West to attend that meeting, and we'll take up a summary of that and a discussion of that later today. Also of note regarding that meeting was there was a special meeting of the deputy directors, which is a not a customary thing to do, but there's been a lot of change in the deputy director positions over the years, and they met to discuss operational matters and to learn from one another. And I think that was a beneficial meeting. So that concludes my executive director's report. Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions on the executive director's report? Mr. Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say a couple of words about Frank Warrens. Frank, I first met Frank. He was the president of the Oregon Charter Boat Association. And that was in the early 80s. We were both on the Salmon Advisory Subpanel for, I don't know, 5-6 years together. He later was appointed to the council, I think a year or two after I was. He was vice chair when I was chair. And of course, then he served, I think, as chair of the council in 92, 93, right in that time frame. He took on a position on the Klamath River Council. I may have the name wrong, but the Klamath River, there were lots of issues, allocation issues. And Frank took that on as being a member of that council that reported back to this council, of course. He was always a strong conservation-minded and advocate for fisheries that are managed sustainably. I just have lots of fond memories of his time here. He served the three consecutive 3-year terms, and then later came back and served on the Gap after he had termed out as a council member. But he just made a lot of contributions to the council during all those years between the Salmon Advisory Subpanel, the Gap, and certainly his time on the council, serving as both vice chair and chair. So just wanted to say a few words about him and just acknowledge his great contribution to the council process and family.
Thank you, Phil. Any further comments or questions on the executive director's report? All right, thank you. We'll move now to open public comment. We have a few reports and at least one person signed up. So we'll start with Miss Wendy Morrison from headquarters. I think you are online.
I am. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Welcome.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Oh, and excellent. There's the presentation. I love it. So thank you to the council chairman for inviting me here. As they mentioned earlier, I'm here to just introduce you to an advance notice of proposed rulemaking that we have out now to potentially update the guidelines for the national standards 4, 8, and 9. And I'm going to do a quick presentation and then would love to hear some questions. So next slide, please. So since we are just at the advance notice of proposed rulemaking stage right now, you can consider this kind of like a scoping phase where we have these 3 national standards that we're looking at to see if we need to update the guidelines. So we are going out to you to hear from you. What do you think? Do these guidelines need to be updated, and where? What are the areas that we need to update? We have identified a couple of issues that we think are important. And so we have, in the next couple of slides, a couple of questions that we're going to ask you on what some of the ideas we're tossing around and considering. So next slide, please. A little bit of background. First of all, the national standards, as you know, there are 10 national standards, and all of the rules that come through the councils to NIMS have to be aligned with those 10 national standards. So what NIMS does is we put out guidelines on how we interpret those national standards. So the 3 that we are looking at now to see if we need to update those guidelines are National Standard 4. And as you can see underlined here, the short version of this, National Standard 4 deals with allocations. And it states that allocations shall be fair and equitable. They should promote conservation and should not result in excessive shares. The second one is National Standard 8. And it is the one that says we must consider impacts to communities. We need to provide for sustained participation, minimizing adverse economic impacts to the extent practicable. The National Standard 9 is to minimize bycatch and bycatch mortality, again, to the extent practicable. Next slide. So most of the questions we have on these 3 national standard guidelines are related to these 2 current challenges. The first one is climate impacts on fisheries, and the second one is promoting equity and environmental justice. And I'll go into a little bit more on each of those, how they interact. Next slide, please. So looking at National Standard 8 and National Standard 9, which is the communities and the bycatch guidelines with related to climate. So with climate change, we are seeing fish stocks shift their distribution and shift their abundance. And so we're trying to understand how we need to better account for that in our fisheries management. So we're wondering if we should update the guidelines to improve the ability of the communities to adapt to these changing conditions, and also then how that affects target stocks and bycatch and protected resources and some of those interactions. So just on the high level, that's our thoughts for National Standard 8, National Standard 9, and how they interact with climate. Next slide. So National Standard 4, which is allocations, we have similar questions related to climate and EEJ. And so some of these issues are more apparent on the East Coast, where you have 3 councils, versus on the West Coast, we have the one that covers the most of the states, but some of the allocations were based on historical landings on a specific time period. So as those stocks are shifting distribution, we're contemplating if we need to update our guidelines and how you adjust those allocations. So we're requesting specific input on, are there other approaches we should consider for balancing access for the historical users, for any marginalized individuals who may have been excluded historically, and for new users, or sometimes replacement users. So as fishermen leave the fishery, the new ones that come in. We put out in 2016 a NIMS allocation policy, and it noted for all fisheries that have an allocation, you must identify a trigger. And when that trigger has been met, you must review that allocation. And so we didn't know if national standard guidelines should be updated to enforce or reinforce that allocation policy. And then we wondered if there were different types of documentation analyses or any alternative approaches that you would like us to add to the guidelines that could be considered when talking about allocations. Next. So jumping now towards equity and environmental justice, I have a couple slides on the National Standard 8. So this is the impacts on communities. So the current National Standard 8 guidelines have a definition of fishing community within those guidelines. And that definition defines a community as based on fishery participants that live in the same geographic location. And we're wondering if we need to revise that definition to take away that specification that communities be place-based. So for example, do we want to allow communities to be defined based on how they fish? Or so maybe you could do all charter fishermen that focus on rockfish or something, could be one community, even though they're spread out geographically. And so that's a question that we're asking is, do we want to revise that definition to make it less place-based? Next slide. Also, the same definition of fishing community within the guidelines, it talks about defining, looking at the community and the community's dependence on a fishery and engagement in fishing in general. And so we were pondering, given climate change and the shifting distribution of the fish stocks, if focusing more on the engagement aspect rather than dependence was a way to go. So for example, if a fishing community has been historically dependent on a stock, but that stock is leaving that area, maybe we don't want to focus on that community's dependence on that specific stock, but instead want to focus on that community's engagement in fishing in general, so that that community can look for ways to adapt as new stocks move in. Again, these are questions that we're asking. We don't know if necessarily this is what we want to do, but we'd love to have your input. Next slide, please. Finally, for also National Standard 8, so again, on the national standard based on community, we are also pondering how to appropriately balance the requirements for sustained participation of the fishing communities and the need to also consider underserved, underrepresented communities, previously excluded entrants, new entrants, or the communities with high level of social or climate vulnerability. So if you have any thoughts on that, we would love to hear it. Next. For National Standard 9, so now we're moving to National Standard 9, and this is the one that deals with bycatch. We're the questions we have for this one with regard to equity and environmental justice is we're looking at, do we need to modify the guidelines at all on how to better minimize bycatch that is equitable across different fisheries and gear types? And so when bycatch becomes an issue for EEJ, when maybe a target stock in one fishery is bycatch in another. So the catch of the target, the bycatch can impact the ability of a different community to target that stock. So that's what we're looking at here. That's the interaction between bycatch and EEJ. And so we're wondering if there's ways that we can better balance the needs of bycatch and target fisheries in a manner that is equitable across the different fisheries and gears, especially when one or more of the fisheries is important for an underserved population. Next slide. So then we have two other challenges that are mentioned in the advance notice of proposed rulemaking that are not dealing with climate or EEJ. And so these are listed here as separate categories. The first one is National Standard 9 does say minimize bycatch and bycatch mortality to the extent practicable. And so we would like to we note in the federal ANPR that we believe the discussion of practicability that's currently within the existing national standard guidelines appropriately balances the various complexities of the federal fisheries management. And so we, at this point, don't see any need to update the language on that practicability standard. But if there's other opinions on that and you think there's ways that it could be updated, please feel free to let us know. And then also, we're asking if we need to look at the guidelines on ways to incentivize reducing waste. So right now in some fisheries, some even on your coast, there is prohibition of catch of some species. So you're required to throw them back. And that's to stop from, you don't want to incentivize catching those species. But are there better ways of dealing with that? Because that is, having to throw them back. It's really hard to throw back something that is not going to survive. So that's a waste that we want to wonder if there's a way to incentivize, change the fisheries, change the guidelines so that you aren't targeting those stocks, but we're also not wasting them. Okay, next. So a brief timeline here. So we published the ANPR on May 15th. Kelly Dennett gave a presentation to the Council Coordination Committee meeting on May 23rd. We are now going around. I forgot to mention at the beginning, I'm from the Headquarters Office of Sustainable Fisheries. And so we're going around to each of the council meetings and giving this presentation so that we're looking for comments and feedback. We have had one national level webinar and we have 2 tribal webinars coming up. The first tribal webinar is this afternoon, and we're closing the public comment period on September 12th. So if warranted, we will begin drafting a proposed rule in the fall of 2023. I want to highlight that we may not. We may hear the public comment and look at what we've heard and decide that the current guidelines are sufficient. So we aren't necessarily going to go to a proposed rule. It depends on what we hear. Next slide. And that was my quick rundown of what is in the advance notice of proposed rulemaking. You have this presentation in the briefing book. You also have a link to the FR notice, which tells you how to give public comment. If you would wish, I should have put my email on the slide, but it's wendymorrison@noaa.gov. You can email me directly with questions or comments. And at the meeting, Maggie Sommer is there, and she would be happy to talk to you about this on the side or answer any questions or send you to me if it's something she doesn't know the answer to. But thank you. Would love to take some questions now.
All right, thank you. Let me see if there are any questions on the presentation. Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation this morning. I'm Marcy Yaremko. I'm the representative of CDFW to the Council of California Department of Fish and Wildlife, that is. Nice to have you with us. My first question pertains to these national standards and their applicability to fisheries that are without an FMP, but yet are under consideration by the Pacific Council. One good example that we deal with regularly here in the council arena is Pacific Halibut, which is not included in a federal fishery management plan. So just wondering your thoughts on how the national standards apply to that resource.
So national standards apply to fisheries that are managed under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. I believe the Pacific Halibut is not managed under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. So someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's not. It doesn't have to follow the national standards as the others.
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, the council does provide recommendations and advice on management of halibut, and we're a body created by Magnuson. So I'm just, I guess, wondering if potentially that's an area where the council or where NIMS might offer some additional guidance in terms of managing fisheries that are not necessarily included in an FMP. But I'll move to my next question, if I may. On slide 3, related to National Standard 4, your first bullet says that allocations shall be fair and equitable and not result in excessive shares. Do you have a definition in mind for excessive? What does excessive mean?
Permission to answer, Council Chair?
Of course.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I'm supposed to ask, sorry. Yes, the current National Standard 4 guidelines do discuss excessive shares, and it's mostly dealing with market control. And so I can look up the official definition as it is now, but at this point, we don't have plans on adjusting that definition unless we hear from the public that they think that's necessary. But I can look that up real quick.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you. That's helpful. Just was wondering if that was part of what was being considered. It's, I know you're just looking for comments at this stage about whether to proceed, but just wondering what the internal conversations entail. I have 2 more, if I may.
Carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding National Standard 8, just wondering if there are thoughts about how to take into account the cross FMP impacts to communities from concurrent changing conditions that might be occurring in multiple fisheries. For example, communities are affected by a number of FMPs concurrently. In California, for example, there's no salmon fishing and the groundfish fishery opportunities were reduced. So there's kind of a combined impact from the FMP measures on these fishery communities. So I was just wondering if there was consideration about cross FMP impacts.
Thank you. I think that's a very good question and one that we are definitely considering. I think it's a good comment. We will take that into account and we will consider that when we're looking at the guidelines. That kind of relates to the comment I had on looking at dependence versus engagement, because historically the analyses on dependence have focused on one fishery at a time, where engagement is looking at the engagement in fishing as a whole, but it doesn't 100% get at everything you're asking. So I think that is a good thing for us to consider when we're looking at the guidelines, and we can keep an open mind on where there might need to be some other tweaks. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, thank you. You're on the right track there. I appreciate that you've put some initial thinking into the concept, and cumulative effects are something certainly that we contemplate regularly. So much appreciated. My last question pertains to the content in the slides covering both NS4 and NS8 that speak to new users or new entrants to fisheries. Just wondering a little bit about the definitions of those terms and if they include entrants to fisheries that are geographically in areas that may be new to a species range. The focus here on the call for input relates to climate change, and we certainly are experiencing, in some cases, expanding or contracting species ranges. And now we're noting that there are communities that may have never participated in a fishery before because the species was not commonly located in that area. And now there are opportunities that may exist that weren't there before. So just wondering about the definitions of new users or new entrants.
That's a very good question. I appreciate that question. In our minds, when we've been talking about that, I think that new entrants and new users covers 2 groups. So many of the fisheries, we have the challenge of the graying of the fleet. And so we are going to have to get new fishermen in, period. And so some of those new users we have in mind are getting those new fishermen in, and what it takes to, start a business and get into fishing. The other thing we have in mind is, as you mentioned, as fish move into a new area, you could have existing fishermen who need access to a new fishery or a new stock. And so we are thinking of both of those when we're looking at the guidelines and determining if changes are needed. So feel free to comment on both of those circumstances and where you think we might need to make some revisions to the guidelines.
Thank you. Further questions? Lynn Mattis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This sort of feeds off of some what Marcy keyed up under NS4. Fair and equitable, is there some sort of metric as to what that refers to? Is that referring to opportunity, to allocation, to economic contributions? I'm struggling a little bit about what's the metric for fair and equitable, or if that is something we will be discussing further, or I can find if I do some further reading.
Yes, that's another very good question. You guys are on it today. So fair and equitable is something that I personally have looked into quite a lot, and it is something that varies depending on whoever's thinking about it. So a fisherman in one fishery, what might be fair and equitable to them would be very different if from someone from a competing fishery. And so currently the guidelines are pretty, I would use the word squishy on how we define what is fair and equitable. And we do that on purpose because different councils have very different situations, and it has to be national level guidelines that apply across all the different councils, all situations. And so I can, again, open up the guidelines and read you the language we have in there now, but I know that we have left it pretty, quote, squishy for now to give the freedom to the councils to really interpret it as it makes sense for that fishery. But we do, feel free, on NOAA Fisheries website is a link to our national standard guidelines. Feel free to look in that and see if there's ways we should or could make it less squishy, if there's an area where you think more work needs to be done, where we need to do more focus on fair and equitable. Does that make sense? Is that useful?
Through the chair, yeah, that was very helpful. No need to go through and read the actual
Okay.
standards. That was helpful for me. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, any further questions? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Wendy. I guess we've been paying at WDFW and paying attention to the National Standard 4 guidelines, in particular, our agenda item tomorrow on gear switching. Marcy brought it up about halibut, and maybe that's a technicality of whether it would apply to halibut or not, but I don't think anyone would say that our allocations could be unfair.
Fair.
Whether it's a Magnuson Act or not, but I guess I don't want to quibble. I have a question here. The guidelines are actually quite clear on what fair and equitable means, at least in one sense of, fair and equitable there's a lot of room there for differences in opinion, but basically they currently use a benefit cost type approach where if you're going to take something away from one group, the benefits of doing that have to, conservation management benefits have to outweigh the hardships that are imposed on the people that you're changing allocation for. So I found the National Standard 4 guidelines quite helpful, and it sounds like doesn't sound like you all are contemplating the need to change the core of those guidelines for any reason. They haven't been revisited in a long time. But my question is on it's slide 6 about the reinforce NIMS allocation policy, and Wendy, you said you explained this a little bit, but I was hoping you could elaborate on what you all mean by that. I'm going to admit to not having read the NIMS allocation policy in quite some time, and I just skimmed it a little bit ago, and you mentioned triggers, and I don't know that we have, as this council, have really talked about that. Could you just, I know you did speak to it, can you elaborate on what you mean by that?
Most definitely. I was one of the authors of it, so I can definitely tell you more than you want to know about the allocation policy. So we put it out in 2016, and the policy was put out when there were some challenges with commercial and recreational fishing, but also written with the idea that some of the climate challenges were coming. And so what we did is, if there is an allocation that's within a fishery management plan where it says X% of the catch goes to commercial versus X% to recreation, that's an allocation that's been identified within the FMP. And so that is an allocation that then would require identification of a trigger. And that trigger could be time-based. So we want to, review that allocation every 10 years. It could be based on an indicator such as, engagement in the recreational fishery, or it could be based on public writing in, public input. And then what happens is the council must review that allocation, which means they must go in and just look at, certain things, at a high level. It doesn't require an actual change to the allocation. And so that's, I guess, one of the questions we have is requiring that higher level look at the allocation sufficient, because the council can go in and say, we've looked at the allocation. We don't believe the changes that we've seen are sufficient to need to update that allocation. And that might be fine. And so I guess, does that help? And so for your council, I'm trying to remember, somewhere I have a list of all the allocations that require a trigger. Since your recreational fishermen are pulled out first, my understanding is based on what you think the catch is going to be, that's not an official allocation. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking before I say something that's not true, because I haven't looked at this for a couple of years. But I can definitely look up what for your council, what we consider that the ones needing a trigger. Sorry. Kind of might have gotten too much in the weeds there, but that was that sufficient?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That was helpful, Wendy. Mr. Chair, if I could, a separate question. On the short way of on National Standard 8 and in the sustained participation of communities. My question is whether you're considering the rebuilding aspect of that. This council has had a lot of experience in rebuilding rockfish in particular, and there's the Magnuson Act is a great law in terms of being grounded in what the science and in policy sciences tell us how to make decisions. But the rebuilding one is where there's been some let's say need for maybe some rethinking. And if it were me, in interpreting what Congress meant by as short as time as possible, taking into account the needs of fishing communities or something thereabouts, I would interpret that in the same way that National Standard 1 and National Standard 8 relate to each other in terms of optimum yield. But long way of asking, would you, and what you're thinking about National Standard 8, have you all thought about what we've learned? We have experience on this in this coast, but you have experience nationally in rebuilding. Is just long way again of asking, are you going to be thinking about how rebuilding plans fit into National Standard 8?
That is a good question. It might be one that I will have to have a conversation with you later to really understand what lessons you've learned, because I don't know that I'm as familiar with the details on that as I should be. I believe you may be getting at the interaction between National Standard 1 and National Standard 8. And the courts have basically been pretty clear that National Standard 1 trumps National Standard 8. And so I don't want to dive into any of those details, but we do have that lesson that we've learned from the courts. But yeah, I don't know enough. I know that you have your rockfish rebuilding, and I know there's now, the midwater trail rockfish fishery, but I'm not sure what other lessons have been learned. So I'd love to talk to you about that and learn where you think possible revisions to the guidelines might be needed.
All right, thank you. We are known as the Council of Good Questions. So
I'm learning.
Let's see if there are any other questions. I think we may discuss this further, obviously, at our next council meeting. Mr. Oatman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Wendy, for the presentation that you just provided. So with the slide that's up now regarding NS4 allocation, could you help me understand how tribes that have federally recognized fishing rights here as part of the Pacific Council, how that might be considered in this process? That would be something that'd be unique, from other councils.
You're not joking on good questions. Okay, that one, I am not as personally as familiar with those tribal rights, and so I am not the person that can answer that. But I will reach out to experts on that and get their input. And you're welcome to provide me, read the current guidelines and provide me thoughts on where they might need to be updated. But my understanding is that I'm going to say something that's not true, but those recognized rights have their own situations that we must follow. And so, yeah, I'm gonna be quiet before I say something that I really don't know about. So I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that, but I can get back to you on that.
Joe?
Thank you. I appreciate that. And perhaps as you are looking into that a bit further regarding the tribes here that are associated with the Pacific Council. The other unique challenge that we may face regarding the, let's see, I think it would be slide, I apologize, let me find the right slide here. It would be slide number 7. So this is referring to the NS8 community guidelines. Mm-hmm. And the idea that there might be some way to allow to focus in on communities that are not place-based, so kind of how they fish, for example. So for tribes, that is a particular challenge given that, most, if not all, of the tribes have reservations, so they're located in a particular geography. They may focus on a particular stock of fish, and they may have, adjudicated rights to fish in a particular area, for instance. And so it wouldn't be something that tribes could do, say, to, leave their reservation or other off-reservation fishing areas and go to a different location. I just wanted to flag that as a particular concern that the tribes would face. I do appreciate the opportunity to share that comment with you. Thanks.
Thank you. And I guess let me just clarify, if I may. We would still be able to define communities based on their geographic location. We're just trying to determine if there's also a need to define communities that are not based on a geographic location. So we're not saying you couldn't define a community based on geographic location. We would still be doing that, I'm sure, a lot. We're just wondering if there's also this need for, I think they're called communities of practice or communities of interest, if we also want to consider that, if that's helpful.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm not seeing any more hands, so I want to thank you for the presentation, and I'm sure to be continued.
All right, thank you. I really appreciate the good questions and the time. Thank you very much.
We aim to please. Next, I would like to hear from Karen Reyna on behalf of the National Marine Sanctuaries. Welcome.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of Greater Fairlawns and Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuaries. NOAA Sanctuaries appreciates the opportunity to provide updates annually on sanctuary actions that are relevant to fish and fisheries management. We value participating collaboratively with community groups in your processes, such as designation and modification of essential fish habitat, and climate vulnerability assessments. Today, I am here to share a process update regarding coral research and restoration. So in February 2023, Greater Fairlands and Monterey Bay sanctuaries jointly sent a letter and an informational report to the council in advance of the final decision to change the groundfish non-trawl rockfish conservation area management measures. The purpose of that letter was to share a draft restoration plan and NEPA evaluation for a sunken dry dock. And that included a project to restore deep sea coral resources, habitat, and biota. We also sought to initiate a discussion on the potential overlap between the restoration plan and the council's action related to the non-trawl RCA. So in response to the sinking of the dry dock, we developed the proposed deep sea coral restoration project focused on 5 areas close to groundfish fishery, specifically looking at EFH conservation areas that prohibit bottom trawling and the non-trawl rockfish conservation area. And that's the map that is shown on the screen. So in combination with other criteria, including known coral hotspots, depth and substrate, specifically rocky or mixed substrate, the proposed restoration areas were deemed suitable for potential coral outplanting because the fishery management measures that were in place provided assurances that we wouldn't have those direct impacts. At the March 2023 meeting, I was here to share that overview and also presented to you and several advisory committees. We also sought opportunities to consult with the council and the National Marine Fisheries Service on the best pathway forward. And since the March 2023 council meeting, we have reviewed our long-term deep sea coral restoration needs for this specific plan and the subsequent restoration projects that could be required through the mandates of the National Marine Sanctuaries Act. We also considered research related to understanding deep sea corals at different depths and looked more closely at the locations within those 5 areas that can answer research questions that may contribute to deep sea coral research mandates under the Magnuson Act. So the dry dock restoration plan, coupled with the non-trawl RCA action, was the catalyst for our engagement with the council in February and March. However, we have since assessed the potential for other projects and funding and plan to present our holistic needs to the council for consideration and for potential scoping in September. Again, we are looking at the same 5 general areas in Central and Northern California, and we are focused on preventing benthic habitat impacts from fishing on proposed research and restoration areas. I also wanted to relay that at the end of May, the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries hosted workshops with deep sea coral research and restoration experts from around the country. The expert input has helped the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries design areas or locations within those areas that are of sufficient size to outplant deep sea corals with buffers for a variety of scientific and ecological purposes. Summary notes from the workshop will be made available to the public later this summer. So to prepare for next steps, we developed a geospatial tool to show spatial data and the application of criteria used to select the 5 areas, including bathymetry, substrate, and known coral colonies. We are populating the tool with data from the experts. So, but we do have it here. Now I have it on my computer and I'm available throughout this week to show the data that we've uploaded to anyone interested or answer any questions about our process. I've also presented to the Habitat Committee and the enforcement consultants And this week, plan to go to the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel to give the same update to them. So we're developing materials for scoping to better convey the specific areas and other specific recommended actions should the council take up the opportunity to prepare draft regulations and or embark on a particular process. We submitted a letter under agenda item C8, future council meeting agenda and workload planning. It's last agenda of your meeting that provides more details regarding our proposed next steps. So I thank you for your time, and I look forward to engaging with you in September, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Karen. Are there any questions? Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question, but I just want to acknowledge and thank Karen for being here with us this week. This is a project proposal that we heard about earlier this year and have been working in lockstep through the council process with you and your office to make sure that we are following along closely with the developments. And just want to acknowledge that you mentioned your annual update to the council that you present regularly, and that you've taken the initiative to go above and beyond that regular process that we've established in our council arena to hear updates from you. And just want to acknowledge that we really appreciate the transparency, the level of engagement, and that we really appreciate your participation and working through our advisory bodies on the proposal and the development. So I just can't thank you enough. This has been just a great example of how we can accomplish multiple goals and consider projects within multiple venues in a streamlined fashion. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other hands. Thank you very much, Karen, and thanks for being here. Well, that completes the reports and will take us to our actual signups for this agenda item. We're well over time on this agenda item, and I have a potential 40 minutes of public comment. So I'm going to ask politely if commenters could keep their comments to 5 minutes or less. And we have a couple remote, a couple in person, but I'll call them in the order that I have them. First, we want to welcome Heather Mann. Welcome, Heather.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is Heather Mann. I work with and for the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. MTC represents 32 trawl vessels that participate in the mothership and shoreside whiting fishery, as well as non-whiting midwater and bottom trawl groundfish fisheries. And I have 3 topics to touch on, but can do it quickly. First, in September 2020, just prior to the pandemic, I had provided a report to the council about incidental catch in the shoreside and mothership sectors of the whiting fishery, as well as the non-whiting ITQ fishery. At that time, I had made a commitment to provide updates and transparency for the shoreside and mothership trawl fisheries, and I'd like to provide you with a quick update now. So as you know, the whiting fishery began on May 1st of this year. And in terms of Chinook, the shoreside whiting fishery has had an incidental catch of 196 fish, along with just under 50 million pounds of whiting. The mothership sector has intercepted 460 Chinook, along with over 31 million pounds of whiting. And during the spring fishery, the mothership sector moved 25 times based on our strict bycatch mitigation rules. And our bycatch agreement is something we've shared often with the council. Additionally, one of our platforms, along with the 4 catcher vessels, stood down for over 24 hours while on the grounds. Clearly, this is a costly choice from an efficiency perspective and economic perspective, but that's something we required of ourselves because of an incidental catch of dark blotch rockfish, which was 3 metric tons. And again, it goes back to the bycatch agreement. The participants in the mothership sector truncated their spring season early due to scratchy whiting fishing and concerns about increasing the amounts of incidental catch. In the non-whiting trawl fishery, the catcher vessels have intercepted 270 Chinook, along with tens of millions of pounds of groundfish. So MTC members continue to take our commitment to salmon fishermen and to you all as fishery managers very seriously. And so I thought it was appropriate to be transparent and provide that update at this time. Second, Mr. Chairman, it's important to be engaged on the National Standard Guideline review if it moves forward, particularly in light of congressional representatives going on the record where their intent to use this process, quote, as a workaround, end quote, to unsuccessful attempts to reauthorize the Magnuson Act. So that just seems a little inappropriate. Also, at the North Pacific Council meeting earlier this month, a NIMS representative reported they were not planning to extend the deadline for comments beyond September 12th, which I believe was recommended by the CCC, but the response and reasoning was they wanted to complete this process before the next election. I find that alarming, and I think it speaks more to politics than best fisheries management practices. So hopefully the Pacific Council and advisors will be heavily engaged if this process moves forward. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I do want to recognize Frank Warrens. I began working for the Pacific Council in my 20s, which I'm kind of dating myself, which is when I first met Frank. I lived in Portland at the time and subsequently brought my vehicle to his marine and auto shop for work. And I remember I felt like such a grown-up doing adult things like maintaining my vehicle before a crisis. And we would laugh about that for years to come. He was a mentor and a friend, and honestly, just a great man. His smile and demeanor could immediately light up any tense council situation. I really treasure the time and what I learned from him. And my condolences to his wife, Carol. He'll be missed. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions you or council members might have. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Heather. Questions for Heather? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ken Frankie, and Ken will be followed by Dr. Giles.
Good morning. Chair Goronek, members of the council, Ken Frankie, president of the Sport Fishing Association of California. The SAC represents the majority of the commercial passenger fishing vessels in Southern California. Here to make comment on a few items not covered elsewhere in your agenda. The SAC continues to support data gathering efforts by CPFE crews in collaboration with fisheries agencies. This includes the acquisition of life history information of many rockfish species and catch information on tunas. We're in year 8 of the tuna sampling, and we're beginning year 2 of the groundfish sampling by our crews. We thank Dr. Melissa Monk and her team for working with us over the past year to develop this new research effort for sampling groundfish. Added to the CC RFP and the SURFs efforts, this will undoubtedly provide improved data for better decision-making. We also appreciate the hard work by the STAT and STAR panel on the draft full copper rockfish assessment. We thank the GAP, GMT, and Council for putting this work forward quickly. Having full consideration of all available data was very important given the results seen in the 2021 data moderate assessment. Our collaborative rockfish program is currently working with CPFV crews statewide to efficiently and cost-effectively gather length data and samples. The samples are then processed in National Marine Fisheries labs. We appreciate the continued support in this effort by the Pacific State Marine Fishery Commission and California OPC. We were recently privileged to have NOAA Fisheries leadership join us on a cooperative rockfish sampling trip. Joining us were Assistant Administrator for Fisheries Janet Coet, Regional Administrator for NOAA Fisheries West Coast Region Jennifer Kwan, Southwest Fisheries Science Center Deputy Director John Crofts, National Marine Fisheries National Policy Advisor for Recreational Fisheries Russ Dunn, and Southwest Regional Recreational Fisheries Coordinators Daniel Stunt and Dr. James Hilger, along with a number of recreational stakeholders. They saw firsthand the sampling effort as well as the release of groundfish with descending devices. We thank them for taking the time to see this important work. In closing, we're continuing to encourage voluntarily avoiding and releasing species of concern, with copper rockfish a prime example. We believe those efforts were successful in 2022 and will continue to do so in 2023. We finally appreciate the close communication we've had with Marcy Aramco, Caroline, Andre, and the CDFW staff, and for their efforts to seek solutions to the complex season structural issues that we faced. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much, Ken. Any questions from Ken? You're free to go. Thank you. All right, we have participating remotely, Dr. Giles, or Giles, I'm not sure the pronunciation. Welcome.
Hi, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Okay, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comment this morning. My name is Dr. Deborah Giles, and I'm the Science and Research Director for the nonprofit Wild Orca. Our mission is to translate science into action to save southern resident killer whales from extinction. I've spent my entire career focusing on the study and recovery of this population of whales, the original fishers who co-evolved over millennia with their prey, Chinook salmon. My concern is that neither the southern resident killer whales nor the salmon they depend on are being managed in a way that promotes recovery. Instead, they are being managed in a way that is bringing them closer and closer to extinction. Climate change and the resulting impacts on our oceans dictate that we take immediate actions to safeguard Chinook and the southern residents. This year is the hottest on record for the oceans, with May being the hottest since temperatures started being recorded. And this is without the effects of El Nino. Unless bold action is taken now, we expect to see large die-offs of salmon, which will further harm the already nutritionally stressed endangered killer whales. Climate change and overharvest have also led to both a decrease in the number of salmon and the size of salmon. Chinook salmon used to weigh between 60 and 100 pounds, which translates to the whales needing to hunt for far fewer fish, just maybe 3 or 4 per day per whale. In comparison, southern residents now need to catch over 20 salmon per whale due to salmon now weighing between 15 and 40 pounds. Shockingly, the average size of Chinook salmon in Washington state is a mere 12.5 pounds. Our research clearly demonstrates that the whales suffer from ongoing nutritional stress. 69% of the pregnancies in this population fail due to nutritional stress. With enough prey, reproductive female whales successfully give birth to healthy calves every 3 to 5 years. This was seen between 1976 and 1995, when more abundant salmon and cleaner ocean conditions supported a growing southern resident killer whale population. During this time, their numbers were growing with the effects of inbreeding, even when the effects of inbreeding were still equally as strong. These whales were able to thrive because there were more Chinook salmon. Therefore, NOAA's recent genomic study tells us that we need to sharpen our focus and do everything we can to ensure the survival of the wild Chinook salmon. During the largest biodiversity loss ever in Earth's history, it is unfathomable that we continue to elevate economic concerns over the extinction of southern residents and Chinook salmon. We can solve for the economic shortfalls fishers would feel until Chinook salmon and these whales are recovered, but we cannot solve for if these species go extinct. We at Wild Orca urge you to take the action needed to safeguard Chinook and ensure the whales have enough to eat so that they can thrive again. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let me see if there are any questions for you from around the table. I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. And last, but certainly not least, Brent Payne, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Garlick and members of the Pacific Council. My name is Brent Payne. I'm the Executive Director of United Catch Boats. My members I work for have fished whiting off the West Coast for over 3 or 4 decades. I think. Anyways, there's 17 active permits that UCB represents in the whiting fishery. My comments today are in regard to the national standard guidelines recommendations for changing of the standard 4, 8, and 9 in the report you received from the NIMS headquarters today. We received the Federal Register notice, I'd say about 6-8 weeks ago, during the North Pacific Council's discussion on this issue 3 weeks ago in Sitka. As Heather Mann mentioned in her comments, it was mentioned that they wanted to, in regards to the timing, they wanted to get this wrapped up before there's possible new administration that comes into effect. And we have concerns about that. The national standard guidelines carry tremendous importance in the management of our fisheries. You know, and my members' involvement here, Amendment 2021 was a very big deal. And there were subsequent lawsuits over the allocations in terms of the set-asides for constraining rockfish and salmon, the salmon consultation for Chinook, in terms of national standard 9, minimized bycatch, is a very big deal. And as you know, it takes years to get through these amendment processes where you have these allocations. And looking at this proposed changes, there's a tremendous amount of buzzwords in here that really are disturbing depending on how you define them. They want to try and capture the change in climate. They want to try and capture the concerns about equity and environmental justice. They want to try and capture, undeserved or unserved or unrepresented communities, trying to help previously excluded entrants, trying to help new entrants. They want to change the relationship between dependency and engagement. What is engagement and what is dependency? Is engagement people that actually fish? There's people in the whiting fishery that have quota that don't fish but lease it. Is that going to is the council then going to have to redo all of your allocation programs, specifically say for Amendment 2021 for whiting? How about your gear switching issue that you're dealing with sablefish right now? Are you going to have to do a complete new redo on that you've been doing now for the last 5-6 years because you got new national standards that are going to come down the pike? This is a very big deal, and to have them try and be done, we don't know what the proposed rule is going to say, but if you listen to the presentation, they're going to try and publish a proposed rule in the fall of 2023. Well, when's the fall relative to January today is June 22nd. Well, we're only 2 months away from the fall, so we're going to see a proposed rule, and they want to have if there's going to be comments by the council, you've got to have them done by early September. The North Pacific Council had concerns because they're not going to meet until October. And will you actually have the opportunity to provide comment on a lot of this information that is useful to the agency when they're considering revising these standards? So I guess my request is that similar to what the North Pacific Council has done, ask for in the CCC, ask for a delay so you actually can roll your shirt sleeves up and work on this and provide really good information to the headquarters of NIPS. And don't rush into this because they're worried about the possible new president might be have an R in front of their name instead of a D. So this is a big deal. As council staff knows that has to do these analyses, they have to apply the national standards when they're doing the different alternatives, the cost benefit analysis, and they use these guidelines to help them with their work. So we ask that you take this seriously, weigh in, provide your information and your expertise to the headquarters on this issue. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brent. Questions for Brent? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Brent, for being here and providing your comments. You noted sort of buzzwords that are disturbing, and then you went on to talk about climate change, EEJ, underserved communities, new entrants. And in my mind, a lot of those things could be positive for your fleet, thinking about those in a more holistic way, rethinking how, people and communities interact with your fleet. Can you speak a little bit more why you're concerned about that?
I guess to the chair, the devil's in the details, and we need to see a proposed rule and actually new definitions of how you're defining key words here before we can really comment on it. If fish stocks are moving, I'm going to use your state. If there's a lot more whiting off of California, shouldn't you think that you should allow the whiting fleet to fish off of California if there's more fish down there now, and or in the U.S.-Canadian treaty negotiations with whiting, should we, if less fish are off of Canada, should we then reallocate more fish to the U.S. and less to the Canadians? I don't think that's going to happen. It's just too difficult. So, but yeah, the devil's in the details. Yeah, it could be favorable. I don't know what the difference is between dependence and engagement. Obviously, if you favor it towards engagement, you're going to favor the current users who are actually out there fishing, versus dependency. When you do a catch share program, when you look at dependency, you set a set of dates that say this people participated in this fishery and they're dependent on it, or they caught a lot of this, so they are dependent on it. So they're going to rechange that definition to say, or the definition of place-based. They're going to say the communities that are not place-based. Historically, the national standard on communities has been used to say if the fishery occurs out your backyard or your back door, you should really give consideration to those participants there. Is NIMS now going to say you don't have to be place-based anymore, and we can allocate to a community that's not even involved in the fishery? These are these concerns that we have here.
Further questions for Brent? Thanks very much. Well, that concludes public comment. We typically don't have much. We don't have council discussion after this, but I first there are a couple of significant issues that were raised. One having to do with the national standard guidelines and the other having to do with sanctuaries. And I'd like to ask our Executive Director, Merrick Burden, to talk about what staff feels is a way forward here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I guess in regards to the advance notice of proposed rulemaking, as you heard, the CCC did pass a motion, and I'm drawing a blank as to whether a formal letter has been transmitted to the agency, but it did ask for an extension to October 15. In some unofficial discourse with, I believe, with Wendy, it sounds as if NIMS is not entertaining the idea of extending that comment period. And so in some further discussion with them, they have basically said, do the best you can. And if you don't quite make the deadline, go ahead and send in your comments anyway. So I would expect that is where we find ourselves, and that the likely closure of the ANPR comment period overlaps, I believe, with our September meeting. So I would still say that the plan forward for us as a body is to aim to gather our thoughts at September, and after that point, your trustee staff would be happy to transmit whatever thoughts you have on the ANPR after that September meeting. It's unlikely to specifically make the comment period, but my understanding is NIMS will take them anyway. So that's where I will maybe pause there and see if that's what you're looking for, Mr. Chairman, but that is what I have in mind for a way forward on that issue.
All right, thank you. And I'll look around the table. I think putting this on the agenda for September gives the public an opportunity, gives us an opportunity. And so we won't be offering any comments to NIMS at this meeting. And sanctuaries.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So the sanctuaries item, as we heard, we had some discussion here with Ms. Reyna from the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries. They have also submitted a comment under our future agenda planning item later this week. And so the reason that we orchestrated it that way was to get some of the sanctuary's thoughts in front of you at the start of the week and allow those thoughts to germinate so that when we come back on our last day, that we would have had a chance to have thought about this item and the sanctuary's plans for coral propagation and what that might mean for what we want to do and how we want to work with them moving forward. So our intention then was to tee this up so that we can wrestle with this in the back of our minds throughout the week rather than having it land on the last day and try to deal with it then. So hopefully that addresses what you are looking for, Mr. Chairman.
I think so. Bob Dooley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I heard, Merrick, that you said that the agency knows we're going to be outside of the deadline that they have for the national standards comments. Is it, if not, if that's incorrect, should we inform them that our council process, our comments will be late, but they will be forthcoming? Is that worth doing so that they don't assume that we just have no comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dooley. The way that I would typically handle this is to submit a very brief comment within the public comment timeline saying, on behalf of the Pacific Council, we haven't had a chance to fully consider comments, but we will be sending them. So that is on the record within the public comment period, and then to follow up as quickly thereafter as we're able with our official comments.
All right. Is there anything further under this agenda item? We did have a couple of public comments that did not deal with national standard guidelines or sanctuaries, but I'm not seeing any hands here. So I think we have concluded this agenda item. Thank you. Next, we have the CCC meeting update. I'll be handing off the gavel to Vice Chair Hassemer, but I think we're going to take a break here. Our morning break, and then we'll come back and work until noon or whatever. So I have 10:21 on my computer here, so we'll be back at 10:30, 10:35. Mr. Anderson?
With your permission, I'd just like to go back to the open public comment for just a moment.
Of course.
And I'm sorry it wasn't quicker. I just wanted to acknowledge the testimony we heard from Dr. Giles regarding southern resident killer whales. I think this council's on record as sharing the concerns about the status of southern resident killer whales and looking at our various fishery management plans to ensure that we have measures in those plans and in our annual specifications that provide safeguards for southern resident killer whales. Our most recent action to look at thresholds, look at the annual abundances of Chinook salmon for the October through September timeframe, and establishing thresholds whereby if we were below a threshold, additional management measures would be considered by the council to provide adequate prey base for southern resident killer whales. Also, just through the Pacific Salmon Commission process and the biological opinion that I mentioned earlier that came as a result of the agreement, the 2018 agreement, there's been a consistent $5 to $7 million allocated and utilized in increasing hatchery production for Chinook salmon in the Pacific Northwest. And while all of these measures together that we've done so far are only partially address the issue, the population continues to struggle. And I think there's from vessel interactions to noise issues, particularly within Puget Sound, there's work ongoing to try to minimize those effects. So I just didn't want to give Dr. Giles the impression that we're that her comments are falling on deaf ears or that we don't share her concern for the status of that population. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, Bill. All right, so we'll be back at 10:35.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, let's find our seats and we'll get started. And for this next agenda item, I will hand the gavel to Vice Chair Hassan.
Thank you, Chair Gurelnik. We will proceed with agenda item C1, the CC meeting update. And I will immediately turn to Executive Director Merrick Burden to give us that report.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. So the CCC met May 22nd to 25th in Key West, Florida. It was hosted by the Gulf of Mexico Council this year. If you are interested, there are materials that are available on the CCC webpage. It's quite a bit of stuff on there. So the attendance at that meeting included Chair Gurelnik, Vice Chair Pettinger, Vice Chair Hassemer, myself, and our Deputy Director, Kelly Ames. And I do have a report, and I'd be happy just to jump right over to that and summarize it quickly. Let's see, turning over then to agenda item C1, which is supplemental attachment 2, is the report that was assembled by the executive directors of that meeting. We started off the meeting with a NOAA fisheries update, just for your benefit and the benefit of brevity, I guess. Much of that report, the focus of interest was on wind energy. Ms. Coit spent some time talking about the development of wind energy and its relationship to various laws like the MMPA, the ESA, NEPA, et cetera. There was a large East Coast focus on that discussion, given that they are more advanced in their development of wind energy. She did reference, of course, the other regions of the US like ours that are working on wind energy. And so we spent some time there. We spent some time talking about national equity and environmental justice, and in particular, the strategy that is being developed by NOAA. There are 3 main goals of that strategy listed in that report: prioritize identification, equitable treatment, and meaningful involvement of underserved communities, provide equitable delivery of services, and prioritize EEJ and NOAA's mission work with demonstrable progress. EEJ was a theme at several points in the agenda, one of which was also the ANPR that we just discussed here a bit ago. Let's see, the next item was that ANPR. Ms. Dennett reviewed the objective of the goal of that ANPR, and I don't feel the need to weigh back into it since we just did hear about the advance notice of proposed rulemaking from Ms. Morrison here a few minutes ago. The CCC did weigh in on that, had several questions fairly similar to what we discussed here and what we heard from public comment. We did ask for an extension to the comment period, as I just indicated a few minutes ago. The data confidentiality rule, there were a few aspects of that. We didn't spend a whole lot of time on it, but NIMS is drafting a proposed rule that'll come out this summer. And this rule is intended to look at several aspects of confidentiality related to data. One of these relates to data collected in support of catch share programs, defining who the submitter of data is, authorization and exceptions of that data, and then dealing with data that's voluntarily submitted to NIMS, in addition to a few other matters. So that's an issue, of course, that affects a lot of our analysis. It overlaps with observer considerations, the use of that data, EM, things of that nature. We spent a little bit of time talking about WTO fishery subsidies. That isn't anything in my understanding that affects what we do, but there was an agreement struck by the World Trade Organization, and that would prohibit subsidies that support IUU fishing, fishing on overfished stocks, and unregulated high seas fishing. We had a Science Center update given by Dr. Cisco Werner, focusing on quite a bit of the agency's science and its mission. And we spent quite a bit of time talking about how the funding for core science it seems to be, I won't say in jeopardy, but several councils have highlighted that they are seeing drop-offs in basic foundational things like port sampling, basic data collection. There was talk of continuing to get the white ships out and conducting the fishery independent surveys, and just given the flatlining of everyone's budgets, that is becoming harder and harder to do. So some of that was also related to the integrated survey that I believe some of you may have heard about last night. I believe Cisco will be on hand here at this meeting and may be able to speak to this a little bit more. All in all, though, generally the councils and NIMS are supportive of one another and helping to make sure that the foundational baseline science that we need to manage fisheries continues to be prioritized. And in addition to that, NIMS, of course, is now prioritizing climate-related science. And so the demands are going up while the funding is flat. We spent some time talking about Gulf Council highlights. You can read those there in the report. There's a brief summary of them. We also briefly discussed the National Recreational Saltwater Policy. The main outcome here is that the councils supported the continued hosting of these recreational saltwater summits. They suggested that there should be dedicated spaces for council participation and attendance and representation. I understand that there were some difficulties in council members participating in the last one. One of our favorite topics to discuss is the budget and the outlook thereof. And so there was quite a bit of talk of the effects of inflation on our budget situations in the council and within NIMS. The general message we received is that there's not a whole lot of optimism that that will change and that everyone is dealing with a tightening budget situation. But there are some specific numbers there that are in that report if you're interested. From there, we launched into the Inflation Reduction Act, and Ms. Dennett opened that item by asking us two questions that we discussed. And those two questions were, one, what management actions are the top priorities for implementation in your council area? And those would be management actions that are in response to climate change. And then two, what existing tools such as scenario planning, climate vulnerability assessments, ecosystem status reports, et cetera, do you see as most valuable to inform management action by your council? This then relates to a call that several of us EDs will be having with Kelly Dennett in July to discuss the Inflation Reduction Act and the funding that will be made available to the council. So this is a part of an ongoing discussion that we're having with NIMS headquarters about that item. We then talked about a couple of specific climate change issues within the different regions. So one, the East Coast councils are in the throes of a climate change scenario planning exercise that looks very akin to ours. There is also what's called a climate governance policy that was discussed, and that deals with the shifting of basically council, for lack of a better word, ownership of a stock as it's moving from one council jurisdiction to another. And then we talked about, from there, we talked about the U.S. Ocean Climate Action Plan, which is described as the administration's attempt at looking at a whole of government response to climate change. So that includes fisheries, but it is more than fisheries. We also talked about the anti-harassment policies and training opportunities. Much of the discussion here was focused on ongoing training opportunities and how frequently they should be. There was a report from all the councils about how we all did with our training, and of interest, all of us approached it differently. Our council had the largest numbers of people. Other councils took a much more deliberate approach and had very high response rates from a smaller number of folks. We talked about the America the Beautiful initiative. Of note here, all the councils have collaborated on the development of a map, which Pacific States was contracted to help us put together these GIS layers. It's quite an impressive effort. And that is in response to the administration's initiative called America the Beautiful and the conservation of areas by 2030. We're also planning to submit a article to a peer-reviewed journal that covers the council's collective responses to conservation and our definition of conservation areas. Let's see, we talked about international fisheries matters. There was a COFI meeting, which is the UN's Committee of Fisheries. That one was held in Portugal. We received a briefing on that. There's nothing really to highlight from that meeting for us. The Western Pacific Council has been tracking very closely what's referred to as BBNJ, which is biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. Given their interest in high seas fisheries, there's a lot of attention they spend on BBNJ. There's a large United Nations body or meeting rather that is working on BBNJ and may have some implications for fisheries that would come through our respective RFMOs over the coming years. Let's see, we talked about planning for the 7th Scientific Coordination Subcommittee. We first heard a report from the last meeting, which was hosted by the North Pacific Council. And there's some key findings from that report out that are there for you in our CCC meeting report. In terms of the SCS 8 meeting, the New England Council will be hosting it, and they proposed a theme of applying ABC control rules in a changing environment. There was a CCC motion to approve that proposed theme. And we talked for a bit about the National Standard 1 technical guidance. The technical guidance was last updated in 1998. Things have changed since then, so Rick Mathot has been working diligently on that over the coming years, and that is coming to a close. Then we heard a report out from the CCC's Communications Subcommittee. That is there for your reference if you'd like to read it. We spent some time talking about the establishment of fishing regulations within sanctuaries. There was a motion that was made here regarding the interaction of fishery management councils and sanctuaries. And you can see the motion that was there, which was led by our chairman. Perhaps you'd like to speak to that before I wrap up, Mr. Chairman. It was a productive motion, and the thrust of that is we don't have we don't need to be at odds. We can work together, and we have a good thing I think we can borrow from our experience here on the West Coast. Mr. Dave Whaley gave us a legislative outlook. It's there for your, there's a summary there for your reference if you'd like to look into it. One of the efforts of the CCC has been the integration of the ESA and the MSA. We spent quite a bit of time on that. I think we are getting toward the end of that effort. We've been working closely with headquarters and have recently had more regionally focused discussions on the ESA and the MSA. And of course, we deal with a lot of those issues through salmon and marine mammals and other matters like sea turtles and seabirds and things. And we have quite a bit of experience here in Arcos, which has helped with those discussions. One of the items that was generated the most discussion among the CCC was the Marine Resource Education Program, where we had Ms. Lauren O'Brien, who's the manager of that program, come to the CCC and give a presentation about what they're doing and their outlook. And there was quite a bit of support and interest from all the councils on that program. And then we heard a report out from our Habitat work group. We heard a report out regarding the council member ongoing member development, or CMOD. And there's planning to hold the second CMOD session in 2025, and the North Pacific Council will be hosting that. So that concludes the overview of the CCC meeting report. I guess I would invite other council leadership to add comments if you have anything else that you think I've missed.
Chair Gorelnik. Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. I just wanted to illustrate a bit more about the sanctuaries motion. There was a fair amount of tension at the CCC, and the tension, of course, was led by the Western Pacific Council about interaction with sanctuaries. And I think the point needed to be made and was made by the CCC that we are two sister organizations that should be pulling in the same direction to improve biodiversity and the health of our marine ecosystems. And that was a thrust of the motion, is that we're partners in marine conservation, and that if the sanctuaries believes that the council is falling short in that task, then we want to work with sanctuaries to address those shortcomings. And that was basically it. I don't think that other regions have the same interaction with sanctuaries that we do. We generally have a pretty positive interaction, and the other polar extreme would be the Western Pacific. So that was our motion on sanctuaries.
Thank you, Chair Gurelnik. Vice Chair Penninger, anything you want to add?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and appreciate that report, Merrick. That was thorough. Are there any questions for Merrick on the report? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Merrick, for the overview. Try to limit my thoughts from going into discussion, but on the data confidentiality policy, as you noted, it can be a big deal in doing analysis and providing information to the public and decision makers. But my short question is that, are we going to have, and maybe we can take this up later, is the council going to have time on its agenda to review that proposed rule in September? Was that discussed there at the CCC?
Yeah, through the Vice Chair. Thank you, Corey, for that question. The CCC didn't discuss that, the timing of commenting on it. It was a rather quick agenda item. I take your comment to mean that we should look into that and consider whether we should put that on our September agenda. And I think that's a fine course for us to take.
Thank you. Further questions? And not seeing any, we have no management or advisory body reports, and we have no public comment. So that'll move us directly into the discussion then, if there's any other discussion council members want to have on this. And I don't see any hands, so I think that completes this agenda item. Again, thank you very much, Executive Director Burden. Before I close it out, I do want to add two comments. One, I appreciated being able to participate in the meeting, connect names and faces and interact with people. But I think more importantly, as Merrick pointed out, on the last day, Ms. Lauren O'Brien from the MREP program gave a presentation, and over the course of the entire meeting, that is the one presentation that had the most interaction from the participants in the meeting. I think all the councils provided comment. There was a lot of discussion. It was very well received, and people recognized the value of that. And I just wanted to bring it up because two people at our table right now, Vice Chair Penninger and Mr. Bob Dooley, are very active, instrumental in that program, and I just want to acknowledge their efforts. I know there's a lot of other people, previous or prior council member Dan Wolford also, but for those two at the table, all that effort is being recognized as a very successful program. So I just wanted to note that it was extremely well received by the CCC and all the participants. So with that, I will close out this agenda item, and we will move on to agenda item D, the habitat issues. And I will turn to Mr. Kerry Griffin for an overview. Good morning, Kerry. give you a chance to sit down and get organized.
There we go. Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item D1, current habitat issues. The Habitat Committee is meeting in person. They met yesterday and today to discuss a variety of topics, and they have a supplemental HC report that is in your briefing book materials, supplemental HC report 1. They covered a lot of territory, and we have Corey Green here who will give the Habitat Committee report to you. There are no other materials under this agenda item in the briefing book. So after the report of the Habitat Committee, we would go to reports, comments of management entities, but I don't believe we have any. And then public comment. I don't believe we have any public comment either. And then the council action is to consider the report and the report and any recommendations and provide any guidance as necessary. So with that, I think, unless there's questions of me, I think we can turn to Dr. Corey Green for the HC report.
Thank you, Carrie. I'll just look around real quick and make sure there aren't any questions on the overview. And not seeing any, welcome up Dr. Corey Green to give the Habitat Committee report. Good morning, Dr. Green.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the council. I'm going to be reading agenda item D1A, supplemental HC report 1, report on current habitat issues. We discussed a number of issues, most of which do not require any immediate action, but we've been tracking these and there are likely going to be actions warranted in the fall. So just give you a heads up of all these descriptions I'm going to read to you. The first one is an update about Nordic Aquafarms. Nordic Aquafarms has announced that they are switching from culturing Atlantic salmon to yellowtail kingfish at their proposed land-based facility in Humboldt County. The Pacific Fishery Management Council previously submitted a comment letter in response to Humboldt County's Nordic Aquafarms draft environmental impact report, which included concerns regarding potential introduction of non-native Atlantic salmon and impacts to essential fish habitat from the ocean outfall wastewater discharge. The Habitat Committee discussed whether genetic differentiation between the species proposed, which is Seriola lalandii, and yellowtail native to California, Seriola dorsalis, poses any issues for native species. The second item is about habitat degradation related to the Rogue River dams from the Coal River hatchery. This is also related to a letter supplement to the habitat report. Rogue River spring run Chinook, a declining fishery management plan salmon stock, are currently being impacted by habitat degradation due to a legacy dam owned by the Army Corps of Engineers and lack of mitigation for lost spawning habitat due to decrepit hatchery facilities. Although Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and Army Corps of Engineers are making efforts to augment spawning gravel and restore power to the hatchery, removal of the defective Elk Creek Dam stands to provide the greatest benefits to EFH. Concerted collaboration will be required for dam removal and habitat restoration. Next several items concern salmon in the Columbia River. The first is regarding the Columbia River Basin mediation process. The federal government and plaintiffs are involved in a Columbia River Basin mediation process over the biological opinion for the federal Columbia River power system associated with the operation of 14 federal dams and their impacts on the region's fishery resources. The mediation process continues to work to find long-term and durable solutions to restoring salmon populations in the Columbia River Basin while honoring federal commitments to tribal nations, delivering affordable and reliable clean power, and meeting the many resilience needs of the regional stakeholders. A decision on a settlement may occur within the next 3 months. The HC is tracking this issue should the council plan to respond to any opportunities for comment. There's also a note about a funding for salmon reintroduction at Chief Joseph Dam. The Washington State 2023 to 25 biennial budget includes $3 million over the next 2 years for pass-through funding to the tribes of the Upper Columbia River to support reintroduction of Chinook salmon above Chief Joseph Dam on the Columbia River. And then there's a note about the Hells Canyon Hydro Project. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's supplemental environmental impact statement for the relicensing of the hydro project will evaluate Idaho Power's project proposal and alternatives. The projected timeline for the supplemental EIS previously aimed for a draft to be issued in June 2023. That timeline has been delayed, and the current estimate is for a draft supplemental EIS issuance in September. Once issued, there will be a 90-day comment period. If there are any concerns with the supplemental EIS, there will be an opportunity for the council to comment during the September or November meeting. And finally, Columbia related is the dredge material management plan. The HC continues to track the Lower Columbia River dredge material management plan. The review process has been delayed with an opportunity to comment now scheduled for late September, early October. As requested by the council, the HC intends to include draft comments for council review at the November meeting and will provide an update at the September meeting. We're now moving to a couple of harbor modifications and associated materials which might be available for comment in the near future. The first one is the Humboldt Bay Offshore Wind Heavy Lift Terminal. The Humboldt Bay Harbor District plans to release the California Environmental Quality Act Notice of Preparation for the Humboldt Bay Offshore Wind Heavy Lift Terminal Draft EIR on June 27th, with this comment period concluding on July 31st. The Harbor District will serve as the CEQA lead agency and as the applicant for required state and federal permits. The project is expected to impact habitats such as eelgrass and mudflat habitat and fish in Humboldt Bay from construction and maintenance of the terminal, including impacts from dredging, pile driving, increased overwater shading, and staging of wind turbines. Given the short review period for the NOP, the HC does not recommend the council prepare comments on this one. However, the HC recommends the council comment on the draft EIR and will keep the council informed of the draft EIR timeline. Second item is Oregon Port Bill HB 3382. Oregon House Bill 3382, known as the Port Bill, that the council provided comments on in May as requested by Oregon House Representative Boomer Wright, passed in the House after several iterations. This bill is also mentioned in C3A, the NBC Report 1. The bill allows a local government to adopt an exception to Oregon's land use planning goals related to estuarine resources in the Port of Coos Bay. The bill allows for deepening or widening the existing federal navigation channel and establishing new access channels and associated structure. The bill specifies that deep draft navigation channel improvements may be deemed an exception to land use planning goals in order to redesignate or rezone natural and conservation estuary management units. The bill, as introduced, identified 5 Oregon ports. The scope was narrowed to include only the Port of Coos Bay. The bill requires that dredging include mitigation of adverse impacts to ensure no net loss of estuarine resources and affected aquatic and shore areas and habitats. However, as conservation zones are redesignated for channel improvement, there will be less estuarine areas in Coos Bay available for mitigation. And finally, we have several reports from the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries. First is about coral research and restoration. The Greater Farallones and Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuaries requested through a letter that the council consider a process starting in September 2023 that can meet their sanctuary's needs for deep sea coral research and restoration. This request will be considered in the September council meeting under agenda item H3 for coral planting. Karen Reyna briefed the HC on this during one of our public comment periods. Second issue is proposed designation of Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary. The draft designation documents are expected to be released in time for the council review and consideration at the September council meeting. Once the documents are released, Marine Sanctuary plans to host public workshops and comment meetings during the 60-day public comment period. And finally, a note on the Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary Management Plan review. The public scoping period ended April 3rd, 2023. Staff are now working on incorporating comments received during the scoping period into initial plans for drafting the new management plan. Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary Advisory Council meetings are open to the public, and working groups focused on revising various action plans for the updated management plan will likely start up in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Before I look for questions, I neglected to welcome John North to the table here for Oregon. So my apologies, John, and welcome here. And now I'll look around. Are there any questions for Dr. Green on the Habitat Committee report? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Corey. A question that you noted in the report that the HC discussed what issues aquaculture of new yellowtail species might pose for native species. Can you elaborate a little bit about those issues and what the HC discussed?
Well, the concern is that because of it, it's been recognized as a different species, that there might be some integration. And if there was a release of eggs or larvae and a switch from Atlantic salmon to yellowtail, necessarily entails a smaller sort of egg size and larval size. So perhaps making the risk of escape, if there were some problem with the plant's operations, perhaps slightly increased. I think the company would dispute that, but that was what the nature of our discussion.
Thank you. Further questions? And I don't see any, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
I need to check here. I don't believe we have any other reports on this. And
Mr. Vice Chair.
Oh, sorry, Kerry.
Sorry to interrupt. You're right. We don't have other reports, but I neglected to mention that there is an attachment. Also, it's a letter from 2 Oregon representatives regarding the Rogue Basin dam situation and Chinook conservation and things like that. So sorry, I forgot to mention that. That is in your briefing book materials.
Okay, thank you. That the letter is in the briefing book, and Dr. Green did notice that in the Habitat Committee report. So there's no public comment, so that'll take us to council discussion and action here. There were no specific recommendations from the Habitat Committee. There are a number of items they are tracking, but I will look around for hands for any additional discussion on this agenda item. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to note that the HC highlighted the Humboldt Bay offshore wind heavy lift terminal. It seems like there's potential to damage some very important habitat for the state, and the impacts on our stocks could be concerning. So I just will look for the draft EIR when the time is right, and just wanted to thank the Habitat Committee for discussing that and flagging that.
All right, thank you. Further discussion or comments? And I don't see any, so I'll look back to Carrie. Anything else you need here?
No, thank you. As you mentioned, there were no specific actions requested by the Habitat Committee. So if there's no further guidance, then that concludes your business.
All right, thank you. So that will conclude that agenda item and take us into agenda item E1, Pacific or scoping for the catch sharing plan. we're going to have a change in staff seats here, so just pause for a moment. All right, as people are getting settled, just want to note, Lynn Mattis has rejoined us in the seat for Oregon, and Heather Hall is joining us in the seat for Washington. So welcome, Heather. And I will turn to Robin Elke not yet. I'm going to wait a moment. All right, Robin, whenever you're ready, please give us the overview.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning, everybody. This is agenda item E1, Pacific Halibut, scoping topics for the Pacific Halibut catch sharing plan and commercial regulation changes. So under this agenda, the council will scope potential changes to the halibut catch sharing plan and regulations governing non-tribal commercial halibut fisheries. Topics identified under this scoping process will likely fit into two bins, those that can be addressed short-term through the annual process and implemented for next season, which is 2024, and those topics which require additional analysis or considerations and will take longer to address and likely not be resolved in time for the upcoming 2024 season. The following is a summary of the council discussion on this subject, noting that additional topics may be identified as this process develops. At the September 2022 meeting, the council considered the 2023 fishery regulations for the non-tribal directed commercial halibut fishery. The enforcement consultants, or EC, provided a report which included recommended changes to a few regulations that would affect non-tribal commercial halibut fisheries, not just the directed commercial fishery. The EC first introduced these items in their 2019 report when halibut management was transitioning from IPHC to NIMS in the council. And at the September 2022 meeting, the council also discussed the possibility of considering major changes to the catch sharing plan, given the uncertainty at the time of the area to a total catch exploitation yield, or TCEY, for 2023 and beyond. At the November 2022 council meeting, CDFW provided a report on the 2022 California Sport Pacific Halibut fishery and included a summary of the fishery since 2015, when the active quota management of the fishery began. The GAP provided a report that noted that the CDFW report and supported changes to the catch sharing plan that would max recreational halibut fishery opportunities and asked that the process begin in June 2023 so that potential changes could be in effect by 2024. The council agreed to discuss the potential changes to commercial regulations described in the EC report and potential changes to the catch sharing plan based on input from the council members and the GAP, which mainly focused on full utilization of the area to a TCEY. The council added agenda items to the 2022 year at a glance calendar, which included this upcoming season of June, September, and November of 2023, and that was to provide a process to address these topics. We do have council operating procedure, or CLP 9 Schedule 4, that describes the annual management cycle for Pacific halibut. This cycle begins in September of the current year and concludes with implementation of changes by April of the following year. It's likely that the proposed regulatory changes would require more time to fully address and implement. Changes to the catch sharing plan are typically done within the 2-meeting cycle, which is September and November. However, shifts in allocations between states and or sector could require more time to analyze potential impacts or garner stakeholder and public input. The scoping report under this agenda item attempts to outline potential topics for discussion relative to halibut management policies. The goal of the report is to help define or clarify the issues raised and provide a sense of magnitude of each issue so the council can develop a process and timeline to fully address the issues as needed. So for the council action, we have 3 listed here. First, discuss and provide guidance on specific items to move forward for potential change relative to the Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan, and also to discuss and provide guidance on specific items to move forward for potential change to the regulations that pertain to non-tribal commercial fisheries that retain Pacific halibut. And lastly, to provide guidance in the process and timeline for each of those 2 items. We do have reference materials for you. We have provided attachment 1, which is a report on the scoping topics, and I have a PowerPoint that walks through that document that I hope will be helpful. We also have supplemental attachment 2, which is essentially a table showing the non-tribal allocation and catch since 2017. And we have advisory body reports from the GAP, the SAS, and the EC, along with several public comments that were submitted electronically. And that concludes my summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. I'll look around for any questions on the overview. Phil Anderson.
So on the 3rd paragraph of the situation summary that you just read, the last sentence, which begins in the middle of the paragraph, says that the GAP provided a report that noted the CDFW report and supported changes to this catch sharing plan that would, quote, maximize California recreational halibut fishery opportunities. And when I go back and I read that report, I find that statement to be inaccurate. And specifically, when I look at the report, what it said was California recreational fishermen would like to consider changes to the CSP in the future in order to maximize their fisheries, period. Therefore, the GAP supports additional consideration of catch share plan changes as the process moves forward. So the way I interpret that is the statement from the California folks on the GAP that want to maximize the season. I do not interpret that as the GAP saying that. And so I think and I've talked to members, well, a couple of members of the GAP that participated in that conversation. And so I just want to clarify for the record, at least how I interpret what the November GAP report said and how they supported further consideration of changes to the catch sharing plan, but I don't interpret what they said as the GAP supporting maximizing the California recreational opportunities. So I didn't know when else to put this out there, but when I read that, went back and looked at the report, which is handy. Thank you for providing the link back to the report, and I printed it out. I just wanted to make those comments relative to the situation summary and how it characterized what the GAP said.
Okay, thank you. Is there a need to respond to that? I think we note that. Robin?
Yeah, other than thank you for the clarification, you are correct in that it did speak to the recreational fishermen in California and potentially did not reflect a direct gap statement.
Thank you. Further questions on the overview? Lynn Mattis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. This may be some confusion on my part and some overlapping processes we're going to have, but when we were last speaking about this and I listened in on some of the advisory body discussions back in March, trying to remember which hotel it was, that this particular agenda item was looking long-term. This is things that would be 2025 at the earliest, but there's several references in the situation summary saying things could be in place for 2024. To me, that's our regular catch sharing plan process that happens September, November. So, and my understanding is this was noticed as the long-term look, not anything that would be for 2024. Am I confused on the process? I know it's overlapping. I guess I just need a little clarification on what we are talking about under this particular agenda item so I can think about how we move forward. Thank you.
Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mattis. There has been confusion, admittedly, on trying to separate these issues. And I think initially what the council was trying to do when putting it on the agenda was to identify that there are additional topics that have been brought up that need to be discussed. We initially characterized them as short-term, long-term, just assuming that there would be a more detailed process needed, just listening initially to the topics that were being brought forward. But after discussion with council members and others, it seemed a little premature perhaps to categorize them as short-term, long-term, and maybe there would be a way to talk about things here in June and get them through the September, November annual process. So as we moved closer to this June meeting, we eliminated the phrase long-term and just identified the topics as they were, and we'll let the process decide as far as what the council thinks the steps will need to be and the time that it will take to determine if they are in fact a short-term or long-term, something that we can get done starting in September and be ready by 2024, or that it is indeed a longer-term process. We need more analysis, more stakeholder input, that type of thing. So admittedly, yes, there was confusion. I don't think it was characterized well, just in the sense of that aspect, but I don't think that the topics themselves should be limited to short-term, long-term, but just the idea of when can the council move them through the process in time for 2024 or not. And I think our discussion here will help determine that.
Thank you. That answer your question, Lynn?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, I too have a question on the sit-sum and the language related to the title of the agenda item, which is scoping topics. The very last sentence on the first page of the sit-sum states that changes to the CSP are typically done with a 2-meeting cycle, September and November. However, shifts in allocation between states and or sectors could require more time to analyze potential impacts and garner stakeholder and public input. This particular sentence, both here in the sit-sum and in the white paper, has caused quite a bit of, I think, confusion about what is inbounds in a 2-meeting process regarding the normal CSP changes that we consider annually. and what is on a longer timeline, a longer track that needs more scoping or more regulatory or analytical development. But I'm hoping that maybe you can, because this word could require more time to analyze. Can you maybe just help us color in the lines a little bit on this? Because it has certainly caused quite a bit of discussion and mixed interpretation. Thank you.
Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Mr. Remco. I think the intent, once we realized that there was confusion, is again, not to discount possibilities. I think the word could is essentially just a factor of time and process. So we do have the COP in place that tells us what our typical catch sharing plan changes, which we all understand to be usually just season changes and not necessarily shifts in allocation. And I think only just looking back in past years gave us a bit of a clue on what it would take process-wise to talk about things that were more than just your typical season structure changes that have been done in the past during that September and November. But again, if work can be done, some legwork can be done between now and September with stakeholder input and managers collaborating to come to some sort of list of possibilities, if you will, so that when we get to September, we have those things and have public input. I don't think it's impossible. It's just we didn't want to preclude anything, by saying it can't be done, but just looking at the past and the time it's taken and the process that was developed for larger changes beyond just season structure typically do take more time, but we didn't want to take away that possibility either if legwork could be done between now and September to help prepare for that.
Thank you. Further questions? And again, we've got just looking for clarification on the situation summary and the tasks laid out before us here. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Robin. I'm gonna just add that I share some of the confusion. I'm just in my effort to be prepared for this. It's been a little hard to know where we're headed, but I'm just going to, I think, take your guidance and let our discussion see where we settle out maybe this morning. And I know we'll have an opportunity for other discussion, but I'm struggling and kind of stuck with compartmentalizing short-term, long-term, and the purpose of this meeting. So I just wanted to share that, and I'll ask more questions later, but also let the conversation get started. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Robin, did you want to add something?
I did just briefly in the sense of trying to understand what the process and timelines may be. Another component just outside of state's discussion between allocation and stakeholders, that the input from National Marine Fisheries and General Counsel would also be something that we'd want to look for as we talk about process and timing. So that's another component. Thank you.
Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I like Heather was struggling to figure out how to be prepared for this agenda item at the meeting. And I think part of it is part of the problem of it's too early to draw these bright lines as to what you might be able to do for 2024 and what you might not be able to do for 2024. And so I think as our discussion proceeds through the agenda item, maybe at the end, toward the end of it, we'll have an opportunity to see kind of what the scope of some of the ideas are for potential changes, and we can talk about which ones we have an opportunity to move forward through our September, November process and have in place in 24, and maybe which ones that we don't think we'll be able to make that timeline, or that we may have to wait until September to after we have some further evaluation as to what we might be able to get done for 24. So I think there's a continuum there, and I'm semi-confident that as we work through the discussion today and early afternoon, we'll get that figured out.
Thank you. So I will look around again. There's been a little bit of confusion, but I'll just point to the council action that is in the situation summary, and hopefully that's somewhat consistent with this. This is scoping to provide guidance on some items to move forward, and part of that is looking on the process and the timeline that captures that. So if that doesn't confuse it, are there further questions for Robin on the process as we move forward? And I'm not seeing any, so then I will turn back to Robin, and you have the PowerPoint to walk us through this. So whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So again, this is supplemental presentation 1. It's essentially just an outline of attachment 1, which is the scoping report for the topics for potential change to the Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan and any non-tribal commercial halibut fishery regulations. Next slide. Thank you. So as we work through this agenda item, we'll try to eliminate confusion, but just things to think about or focus on is what items warrant further investigation, what is the additional information that we would need, and who might provide the data, and what is the process or timeline that we could estimate for completing a task. Next slide. So some of the highlights, we talked about these a bit in the situation summary. We've discussed potential changes at both the September and November 2022 meetings, and again in April of 2023. We've heard from the enforcement consultants who recommended some changes. We've heard from California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the California recreational fishermen that discussed improving opportunities for the California Pacific halibut sport fishery. And we have a scoping report that tries to outline the topics, give you some general information, and let you know about any knowledge or data gaps that might exist. Next slide. From the enforcement consultants, we've heard of 3 suggested regulatory changes. This is section 3.1 of the scoping document. The enforcement consultants brought forward suggested changes to the vessel monitoring system requirements, to logbook requirements, and to seabird avoidance measure requirements. Next slide. For the vessel monitoring system, the suggestion was that the requirement for vessels to carry VMS when fishing in any of the non-tribal commercial halibut fisheries. So this would affect all 3 of those fisheries, the directed fishery and the incidental fisheries that retain halibut with salmon troll, or the sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis. We did do some research and looked at the actively fished permits that do not carry VMS. We looked at a range from 2017 to 21, and we found that The directed fishery, that would affect 16 permits, 117 salmon troll permits, and the sablefish fishery, I believe, is required to carry VMS, so that wouldn't apply. We did find that more information was needed, essentially hearing from the EC on the reasoning for the request, the magnitude of the issues, and then certainly with the change of regulations, considerations for any cost benefits. Next slide. Section 3.1.2 in the report covers the logbooks. The recommendation from the EC was to remove the logbook exemption from the Pacific halibut fisheries, from incidental Pacific halibut fishing during the salmon troll season. So again, this would affect only the incidental salmon troll fishery, and it would affect 117 unique vessels. We do have some requirements for vessels listed here to carry logbooks. And, you know, typically there's biological or fishery information data that's collected from logbooks. We try to highlight those there to just give you an understanding of why a logbook might be required. But again, from the EC, a little bit more information perhaps on the reasoning for the request and the magnitude of the issue. Are there any data gaps that exist without a logbook that might be gained? And again, what are the cost benefit considerations? Next slide. The third topic suggested by the enforcement consultants was that seabird avoidance gear be required when participating in the non-tribal directed commercial halibut, regardless if a vessel retains ground fish or not. And again, this would affect only the directed commercial fishery vessels, which would be 11 unique vessels. And again, we have some requirements for vessels that are required to use the seabird avoidance measures. And again, just a little bit more information from the EC surrounding the reason for the request, the magnitude, and what it might, what the cost and benefits might be if such an action was implemented. So moving on, away from the regulation suggestions from the EC and into section 3.2. This is the section with the catch sharing plan and the area 2A utilization. Consider investigating ways to better utilize the full area 2A allocation, and consider investigating ways to provide more opportunity for the California sport fishery. I think these were the two main things that we heard during these conversations that we had in September and November, and again in April. We did a little bit of research. We found that the area 2A allocation, as far as the non-tribal fisheries, they use about 85% of the catch limit during 2017 to 22. For the California sport fishery, there were council discussions on the floor with California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the GAP also weighed in, just looking for ways to provide more opportunity for that fishery. And if these things were warranted further investigation, then we would want to understand what the process and timeline might be to appropriately address each topic. For the area 2A utilization, we do have that non-tribal, well, let me start here. The area 2A allotment is about 5% of the overall IPHC catch limit. And we do fully prescribe that allocation, 35% to tribal fisheries and 65% to non-tribal fisheries. That non-tribal allocation is shared 31 commercial, 69% sport. The commercial fisheries split that 31%, 85% to directed and 15% to salmon troll. The sport share includes for Washington 35%, and that does include the incidental sablefish fishery. Oregon has a 30% share of the sport allocation, and California 4%. We also looked at, well, I called it a report card, but how well the allocation was used. We did find some catch data and compared it to the allocation for each fishery. Again, overall, the non-tribal Area 2A allocation is about 85% is taken, and that's ranged from 75% to 97%. And I think that was from 2017 to 22. So just focusing first on the commercial fishery, overall, they take 94% of their allocation. The directed fishery takes 99%, salmon troll 75%, sablefish 89%. For the sport fishery, overall, they take 80% of their allocation. Washington takes 86% of theirs, Oregon takes 69%, and California 98%. And again, these are on average between 2017 and 22. Next slide. So I went to the catch sharing plan and just captured some of the language that's in there. Again, the catch sharing plan guides the Pacific halibut fisheries by prescribing an allocation formula for general season structure and a general season structure. We have an allocation framework for tribal, non-tribal commercial, Washington sport, Oregon sport, and California sport. Allocations may be changed if new info shows it's necessary and or council takes action to reconsider its allocation recommendations. And subquotas are in place to ensure that any over or underage in catch isn't going to affect, from one group isn't going to affect another group or another fishery. I think you're all familiar with this dendrogram. It is one of my all-time favorites. But again, just focusing on the black box on the left, the non-tribal 65%, and just following those black lines to the four main areas that the tribal share is distributed will help give you an idea of how things are shared. Next slide. So just looking at the catch sharing plan and some of the sharing strategies that are in that relative to the Area 2A utilization, there's not a lot of flexibility described in the plan as far as transferring quota between the larger sectors, so between state and state or sport to commercial. There is a lot of flexibility moving from sector to sector. So, you know, moving Washington State's sub-area allocations between Washington State sub-areas and as well as Oregon. That is done, but essentially for the commercial fishery, there is allowance for the directed fishery balance to be transferred to the salmon troll fishery. That is just a one-way transfer, and I think it has to do with just the timing of the fisheries. In that, by the time if it went the other way, the salmon troll fishery continues a little longer in the season than the directed fishery does. For the sport fishery, again, there is flexibility in season to transfer quota between sub-areas within the same state. But there are no sport sub-quota transfers between state to state described in the catch sharing plan. And again, only that one type of commercial quota transfer. Next slide. As we were having this discussion about topics or things to talk about in halibut, we did have some additional topics that were brought up. We did want to memorialize them and have them documented so that if and when appropriate, we would be able to address these issues. There were three different types of issues that were brought forward. One was the permit application deadlines. As you know, this year is the first year that the management transfer is complete and NIMS is issuing the permit applications, and the deadlines have changed. And there is also rules in the catch sharing plan that limit the types of multiple permits that could be allowed by the participants in a fishery. And also, there's always been discussion about changing the structure of the directed fishery and perhaps going to a limited access or other types of structure different from the one that's currently in place. So next slide. For the permit application deadline flexibility, this would affect mainly the salmon troll fishery. The deadlines are earlier now with NIMS, under NIMS management. They used to be later in the season to where the salmon season structure was pretty much known in the sense of good or bad. But now the salmon, the permit deadlines are much earlier. For the directed fishery, that one is now the first deadline. It occurs on February 15th. It was April 30th, along with sablefish. And now March 1 is the incidental deadline for salmon troll and now sablefish, where prior it was at the end of March, March 31. So the questions that came up, and this mainly came up during March and April when it was known that the upcoming salmon season was going to be very poor and have closed areas. The fishermen were asking if the dates can be flexible, or if new information comes available, you haven't issued my permit yet, so can I change it? And this became an economic issue for the participants because they really had to choose, and always have, between directed and incidental troll, but the deadlines were a little bit later, so there was more understanding on what those fisheries might look like. Where now with these earlier deadlines, that might not be the case. The next slide. And this is kind of related to that in a way. Again, this affects mainly the salmon troll participants. A vessel can only hold a permit in the directed and incidental sablefish fishery, but no other combination. So you can't have a directed fishery permit and a salmon troll permit at the same time. And so given the earlier deadlines for these, if the deadlines can't be changed, is there any flexibility in the rules as far as what the types of permits might be allowed? And again, this is just to provide more opportunity for the participants given the timing of the deadlines. Next slide. The third topic that came up was, again, the structure of the directed fishery. We've had this conversation as we were going through the transfer, and just to note that interest does remain from the industry for more discussions on that fishery structure, be it IFQ, limited access. We know that the IPH transfer is complete now, and NIMS has asked for, a couple more years to, get through the process, work out all the bugs and logistics. But we did want to make sure that we brought this forward for the council's attention for future consideration. Next slide. All right, section 4, potential pathways forward. I guess just based on history, it's likely that each process is going to, or each topic is going to have its own process and timeline to complete. The regulatory items, they'll likely take some time to collect and assess the data. And then if change is warranted, just going through the regulatory process for change also does take time. For the catch sharing plan items, just looking at the catch sharing plan flexibility in accessing those stranded fish. That might be quicker than investigating a complete allocation shift between sectors and states. And again, this might be true, but might not be true, but just looking at past history, it seems like it took a couple of years to go through an allocation shift last time when California got its fixed amount. And this verbiage, stranded quota, I think all are familiar, but again, just not being able to access the full Area 2A allocation. If one fishery is closed and they have a balance on the books, there's limits to how that balance can be transferred, and perhaps finding some flexibility there would help some fisheries that are coming up short on their allocation. Next slide. So for the regulatory items, there are some knowledge and data gaps, so we're looking for more information. And once that information is available, then we would probably have a better sense of what items are viable or warrant consideration for change, and then assign some tasks and set a timeline for that work to be done. So we would ask that the EC provide a report that defines the issues and the magnitude of the problem. We would perhaps request reports from the state or NIMS that outlines the current regulations, the vessels affected, and any other historic context, and try to get an understanding of that cost benefit analysis. What would it cost to initiate, and what would be the benefit? Next slide. And for the catch sharing plan items, again, just collect some data, assign some tasks, set a timeline. I think some additional information from each coastal state on the sport fishery details, catch and effort, days open, things like that, just so everyone can have a better understanding of those season structures. Request a report from NIMS on the Area 2A fishery allocation. We did get a lot of that information in what is supplemental attachment 2, so we've made progress on that item. And then request a tri-state report with ideas or option for any changes if needed. And this was just a request to see if the states can collaborate and find things that they might agree on that could potentially be moved through a 2-meeting process without the need of taking more time or work groups. If you can find things that you agree on, then maybe that would help move things into that short-term category, if you will. Another consideration would be to develop an ad hoc work group or an informal task force to work together to bring all the data into one place and potentially provide ideas on some alternatives for accessing that Area 2A allocation and potentially providing more opportunity for the California sport fishery. Next slide. So just in the sense of workload and process, everything is going to be stepwise. Each topic is unique and again, likely have its own process and timeline, but we do need some more info. So having a clear definition or a clear idea of what the issue is and the need for change, collecting the baseline data to help guide those decisions, and then, select where to focus and identify a process to get that work done and set a timeline for that work. We all know that workload and staffing, everybody has high workload and staffing is not as robust as we would all like it to be. And so we may have to prioritize some of the work or have some type of, again, a stepwise thing to get all the work done in a reasonable amount of time or a desired amount of time. And next slide. So recap, regulations, what's the magnitude of the issue and the potential cost benefit for change? For the catch sharing plan, consider investigating ways to better utilize that Area 2A non-tribal allocation. Maybe we can get better than an average of 85%. And for the catch sharing plan, consider investigating ways to provide more opportunity, specifically for the California sport fishery, given that's where a lot of the focus has been, and identify a process and timelines and understand that they're likely different for each topic. So again, your council tasks: discuss and provide guidance on specific items to move forward for potential change to the catch sharing plans, and also for the non-tribal commercial halibut regulations that were proposed for change, and provide guidance on process and timeline. And that concludes my PowerPoint. Hope it was helpful.
Thank you, Robin. I'll look around and see if there are any questions on that overview of the report that's included as attachment 1. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you for the presentation, Robin. I just wanted to comment on slide 13, the middle, the gray section where the flexibility is between subareas in the same state. And just wanted to note, in my reading of the catch sharing plan, it is a little broader than that. And there is an allowance for sharing between, if quota isn't taken, between Cape Falcon and Ledbetter Point, Washington and Oregon can share. So just wanted to note that. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Further, Marcy Yaremko.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm looking at slide 20, and you maybe touched on this a little bit, but I'm looking at the gray box regarding the CSP and the pathway of investigating flexibility and accessing stranded quota. The note is that that is likely a quicker route than investigating an allocation shift between sectors and states. I guess I'm looking for some clarification, because I have heard exactly the opposite from other people that are very intimately involved in this topic. So I guess I'm asking for your clarification, and also if National Marine Fisheries Service might clarify as well. Thank you.
So Robin.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Mr. Remco. I'm laughing at myself because that statement is probably something that I came up with in my mind. It seemed like finding flexibility in the catch sharing plan might be a quicker route than going through that 2-year process that we did last time when we changed the fixed allocation. And admittedly, I didn't necessarily reach out to all folks to get their opinion on that, but maybe in my own little box, that is how I interpreted it. And granted, did not speak to GC or NIMPS or others, but just with the understanding that it took years to change the allocation, the fixed allocation. So apologies for my, I guess, personal opinion, staff opinion.
And Frank Lockhart.
Well, part of the answer is just echoing some of the things that people said. It kind of really depends on where we go from here. But overall, based on our understanding of kind of what this means, I would say that it's not necessarily quicker and easier to explore this in season allocation between sectors and states, that there are some factors that may make it as complex or more complex. But again, the details matter.
Okay, thank you. Further questions for Robin on the report? And I don't see any. So before moving on with this, I think we're close enough to our lunch break. We have 3 advisory body reports that we will take up after lunch and then get to the public comment on this. So Looks like it's about 12:02. Let's try and be back here sharply at 1 p.m. So we'll adjourn till 1 p.m.
Recording stopped.
All right, council members, if you can start migrating towards your seats, we'll begin shortly.
Recording in progress.
All right, welcome everyone back after lunch, and we will continue with agenda item E1, scoping topics for the catch sharing plan and regulation changes. We finished the presentation. We're ready to move into the management and advisory body reports. We've got an enforcement consultant report, a groundfish advisory subpanel, and a salmon advisory subpanel report. We'll take them in that order. And we will start with the environmental consultants. We have Captain Dan Chadwick with us here. Good afternoon, Captain Chadwick, and you can start whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. My name is Dan Chadwick. I'll be representing the enforcement consultants on agenda item E1, supplemental EC report number 1. And don't worry, Mr. Anderson, I remembered I still owe donuts. The enforcement consultants have reviewed reports associated with agenda item E1, scoping topics for Pacific Halibut catch share plan and commercial regulation changes, and have the following comments. Reference is made to prior EC statements F3A at November 2019 council meeting and E2A at the September 22 council meeting regarding requests for additional EC justification in response to E1 attachment 1, scoping topics for potential changes to the Pacific Halibut catch sharing plan and non-tribal commercial regulations. The EC provides the following. If I get my computer to work. Vessel monitoring system. The EC is particularly concerned with the ability to enforce closed area regulations on directed commercial halibut vessels that do not carry VMS. WDFW cited one directed commercial halibut vessel in 2019 for fishing in closed area and seized the catch of 132 halibut. And this is referenced in our 2021 Tri-State Enforcement Report. Currently, monitoring activity in closed areas is only possible by on-scene enforcement assets. Identifying vessels and determining whether or not gear was illegally set in a closed area is extremely difficult to detect due to the large area, limited number of patrol assets, and vessels' availability to set and recover gear undetected at night or during periods of reduced visibility. The EC notes for council that a U.S. Coast Guard aviation asset trying to identify a vessel not on VMS that is operating in a closed area costs approximately $15,000 per hour. The EC further discussed the need for VMS on salmon trawlers, incidentally retaining halibut, and does not believe VMS should be required for those vessels that do not also retain groundfish, since there is no difference in retention requirements if the vessel is operating inside or outside of the non-trawl rockfish conservation area. Logbooks. The EC further discussed whether requiring logbooks was the most effective way to enforce incidental halibut retention requirements. The EC recommends that instead of requiring a logbook, which may or may not be updated at the time of aborting, make a change to the regulations related to fish ticket data and require both number of fish and total weight be entered. Enforcement retention ratios is very difficult after the fish have been offloaded, and I'll add that you're just dealing with the weights. Seabird avoidance gear. The EC recommends seabird avoidance gear be required when participating in the non-tribal directed commercial Area 2A halibut fishery. Currently, only those retaining groundfish are required to deploy seabird avoidance gear. The same fishing gear is being used during the directed halibut fishery, whether you are only retaining halibut or mixing halibut and groundfish. Having vessels alongside one another in this derby fishery adds enforcement challenges when one vessel is deploying the seabird avoidance gear and the other one is not. Enforcement has cited several vessels each of the past 3 years for noncompliance with seabird avoidance gear requirements during the directed commercial halibut fishery and continue to inform fishers of this requirement in a pre-season web story, press release. Requiring everyone to conduct business the same way will likely improve compliance. That completes our statement. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Captain Chadwick on the EC report? And I'm not seeing any hands, so thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel. And excuse me while I look here, Bob Alverson and Tim Clausen. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to take up the first half of this and then Tim is going to finish it off. Under this agenda item E1A Supplemental Gap Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Scoping Topics for Catch, Share Plan, and Regulation Changes. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel received a briefing from Pacific Fishery Management Council staffer Robin Elke and others and offers the following comments and suggestions for council consideration. Overarching comments relative to attachment 1. Under this agenda item, potential scoping topics, the GAP generally agrees with the outlined approaches. However, as noted in our November 2022 report relating to halibut scoping, the GAP could benefit from more detailed council guidance. As outlined in scoping document sections 4 and 5, the council must first determine the best pathway forward depending on time and future workload considerations. The GAP appreciates the scoping document that identifies opportunities and ways for the council to proceed. The GAP found consensus that management flexibility is a key to enhancing halibut fishing opportunities for both sport and commercial fishing businesses throughout 2A. This is not necessarily in contrast to strict, more definite allocations, but could afford better management for sport and commercial fisheries into the future. Fishing effort has increased in recent years in California, particularly in Northern California. Therefore, this is an opportune time for the council to move forward with halibut catch share plan CSP changes. Members of the GAP exchanged ideas and lessons learned from the sport halibut seasons in all areas of the West Coast. Each state manages its allocation differently according to weather, depth, restrictions, availability of halibut, and other species. Those season-setting lessons must be considered when making long-term allocation changes to A, not restrict current sport fishing interest in existing areas, and B, create substantial, reliable opportunity for those who may see allocation increases. Additionally, the GAP appreciates the scoping document's inclusion of a process to extend the directed commercial fishery beyond the current 64 hours. GAP members who participate in that fishery or represent those who participate in that fishery have noted the extension from 1 day to 64 hours has increased safety during the fishing period, or safety during the fishery, provided more opportunities for marketing, and has facilitated better business planning.
Regulatory considerations. Mr. Greg Bush, National Marine Fisheries Service Office of Law Enforcement, provided GAP members with an overview of what enforcement consultants would include in its report at the meeting. The GAP appreciates the changes proposed by the EC and supports a recommendation to make vessel monitoring systems mandatory for halibut-only commercial fishing vessels, similar to those fishing for groundfish. Fishermen participating in the halibut fishery use the same long line gear for fishing for halibut as they use when fishing for groundfish, sablefish specifically. The GAP also agrees with the proposed seabird avoidance measures. Short-term considerations. In November, the GAP supported scoping potential changes to the 2024 halibut CSP beginning in June 2023. It is evident there is interest in affording California increased sport fishing opportunity, especially since other fisheries such as salmon and rockfish have been severely restricted or closed completely. The GAP understands comprehensive allocation changes to the CSP will take longer. California fishermen on the GAP request a 3% increase in halibut allocation for a total of 7% allocation. The interest in this is evident from the volume of written public comments submitted to the briefing book. This change would be completed as part of the annual CSP process. Washington and Oregon fishermen on the GAP noted that sport fisheries in those states frequently use their entire allocation and do not support allocation that takes away from Oregon and Washington. However, if the council opts not to take this up for the 2024 fishing season, it should be included in the long-term discussion. Long-term considerations. As noted above, making bigger changes to the halibut CSP will likely require more time and consideration, as detailed in section 3.2 of the scoping document. The GAP reiterates there is an obvious desire to and need to build in management flexibility to any reapportionment scheme so halibut aren't stranded in one state or one fishery. Management decisions such as those must be based on solid science and halibut abundance. Additionally, the trigger mechanism for in-season management and potential release of more halibut from one area to another demands more consideration. It is also unclear at this point whether in-season management could be done as quickly as would be necessary to provide halibut fishermen more time to fish. In June, the halibut season has barely started, but by September, the season is almost over. In-season management that is more reflective of in-season salmon management rather than in-season groundfish management would likely be the best for this fishery. At this time, the GAP has no specific recommendation, but only flags this for consideration as the process moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question for these two gentlemen on the GAP report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. In the short-term considerations section on the GAP requesting a 3% increase, was there any discussion of where that 3% would come from?
There was some discussion about it, but we didn't come to any conclusions or any agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Maybe if I could first, I'd just like to follow up on that exchange. I read the statement as the California fishermen are requesting a 3% increase and that wasn't a GAP recommendation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So if I may, early on in your statement, you mentioned that the GAP found consensus that management flexibility is a key to enhancing halibut fishing opportunities for both sport and commercial fishing businesses throughout Area 2A. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit on what that consensus is? Was this everybody all agreeing that adding in flexible measures into the CSP would improve the overall utility of the CSP? Maybe characterize the discussion a little.
Yeah, so there wasn't, definitely wasn't consensus on where, an allocation shift would come from or go to, but everybody agreed that the CSP as it's written is pretty inflexible, and having more flexibility, especially for in-season management, to maybe move fish around rather than leaving them stranded, could benefit everyone in the long run. That leaving fish stranded is really to nobody's benefit in the long run.
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Bob.
I think in part that answer is in the long-term considerations where the gap reiterates there is an obvious desire and need to build in management flexibility to any reapportionment scheme so halibut aren't stranded. And in that discussion in the gap, we did talk about a time certain. We didn't agree to a date, but in concept that there might be a late summer, early fall point at which maybe some fish could be moved.
Follow up, Marcy.
Yes, thank you, if I may. Yeah, this sentence, I did have a question about that sentence. Management flexibility to any reapportionment scheme. I think I took the earlier exchange to infer that we need to build in management flexibility separate and apart from reapportionment. Do I have that concept correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Bob. Tim? And lastly, the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report. We have Mr. Ryan Johnson, who is online. Ryan, you can go ahead and begin. The lines should be open.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be reading the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report on halibut scoping topics. The Salmon Advisory Subpanel met June 21st and discussed the halibut topic and appreciates the opportunity to provide comments on the scoping report. Section 3.1, the enforcement consultant's suggested regulatory changes. On the vessel monitoring system, the EC recommends adding a requirement for vessels participating in any non-tribal commercial halibut sector to carry VMS. The SAS opposes moving this scoping topic forward. The salmon troll fleet sees little benefit in pursuing this topic when compared to the cost to the participant to implement VMS. There are area closures within the fishing area, but they are well defined and should be easily patrolled. Logbooks. The EC recommends removing the logbook exemption for incidental Pacific halibut fishing during the commercial salmon troll season. The SAS opposes moving the scoping topic forward. Harvest information is provided through landing tickets, which can be used to determine compliance with the landing ratios. There is little, if any, additional biological or fishery information to be gained by the additional vessels this would affect and will put an additional burden on the fishermen for little gain. Section 3.2, catch sharing plan and 2A allocation utilization. The SAS views this topic seriously for both recreational and commercial sectors, with the goal of more fully utilizing the entire 2A Pacific halibut quota. The SAS supports further investigation of ways to achieve the goal of full attainment of the 2A allocation. All SAS members support in-season flexibility to attain the 2A allocation. However, there was a difference of opinion among SAS members in how best to approach the topic. Some SAS members would like a two-pronged approach. One, to address the flexibility to the catch sharing plan to shift unused quota in season between various sectors and states to more fully utilize the overall 2A quota, and secondly, to investigate the fixed allocations. Some SAS members would like to focus solely on scoping ideas for in-season flexibility in the catch sharing plan to access the 2A allocation. The SAS looks forward to actively participating in the process on this issue in whatever manner the council chooses. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Johnson? Chair Gorelnik.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer, and thanks for the report, Ryan. I'm a little confused. You indicate that you oppose, or the SAS opposes requiring VMS for the salmon troll fleet, but as I read the EC report, they did not support VMS for the salmon troll fleet unless they're also retaining ground fish. Can you help me shed myself of my confusion?
Sure, I think so. I think that was just a timing issue. I think between last meeting and this meeting, the EC might have changed or altered their recommendation a little bit. So I think the SAS and the EC are on the same page currently in regards to incidental halibut on a salmon troll fishery.
All right, thanks very much.
Sure.
Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ryan, I just want to clarify in my mind here, because I think there's a couple of opposing opinions here. Is it fair to say that some of the SAS members would work towards or support a flexibility in moving allocation as needed versus a direct percentage rate? And then some support a direct percentage shift. Is that correct?
Yes, that'd be correct. Some the SAS was in a consensus agreement that on an in-season management basis, the catch sharing plan is so rigid right now that some flexibility would benefit all users and sectors within the 2A. There were other members of the SAS that would like to see the flexibility piece in season and also a blanket shift of allocation percentage in the catch sharing plan, which other SAS members disagreed with. Some SAS members would only like to focus on this in-season management flexibility, and then other SAS members would like in-season flexibility, which the whole SAS agreed on, and then also a blanket allocation change, which other members were not in favor of.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. That clarifies it. And thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
All right, thank you. Further questions for Mr. Johnson? And I don't believe I see any hands here, so thank you very much, Ryan. That concludes the advisory body reports and will take us to public comment. We'll pause momentarily while that screen comes up. I know we have at least 6. All right, we will begin with Steve Godden, followed by Lowell Wallace. Steve is here in the audience. Good afternoon. And correct any mispronunciation of your name that I did. And there's a button for the microphone there that's green light should come on.
The green light's on. Okay. Chairman Gorlick, Vice Chair Hessmer, Vice Chair Pettinger, council members. I'm the Oregon Recreational Angler Representative on the GAP, President of the Oregon Coast Anglers, and I fish for halibut and other fish in the ocean. There's been a lot of discussion regarding California's request for more halibut quota for recreational angling. Oregon and Washington would have to give up quota to satisfy that request. I'm here to share some background information regarding the Oregon recreational halibut fishery. My comments are based on personal experience and 20 years of halibut harvest data provided by ODFW. The Oregon coast is divided into 4 zones for recreational halibut angling: north, central, south, and near shore. My comments will focus on the Central Coast halibut zone as it represents more than 90% of the total, total Oregon halibut quota for recreational angling. The Central Zone is an area between Cape Falcon and Humbug Mountain, approximately 80% of the Oregon coast. All of the Oregon halibut recreational fishing zones have fixed dates. The Central Zone has a spring all-depth season starting in May, ending in the end of June. The summer all-depth season starts in August and ends in October. These 2 seasons represent the majority of halibut recreational harvest. Nearshore halibut are generally considered accidental catch from the salmon and bottomfish fishery. The spring all-depth season is on every other Thursday through Saturday, fishing with shutdowns for minus tides. The summer all-depth season is also every other Friday through Saturday, with closures for minus tides. The closures for minus tides are to discourage unsafe river bar crossing and also unforeseeable, also the weather prevents a lot of fishing effort being shut down. Another concern during all depth halibut fishing is yellow eye rockfish encounters. Fish descenders are mandatory and the bycatch quota is closely watched by ODFW. These regulations were put in place to manage the Oregon halibut recreational fishery and provide the longest possible fishing seasons. In spite of these regulations, quota achievement has resulted in shutdowns of recreational halibut fishing in 10 of the last 20 years. Discounting years 2019, 2020, and 2029 for COVID restrictions, Oregon halibut quota attainment since 2003 has been 92%. I'm thankful to the Macaw tribe for convincing the IPHC to increase the 2A zone halibut quotas, which took effect in 2019. And I'm hopeful that the 2A halibut quota will remain as it is at this level, but there are no guarantees. I don't know why ODFW didn't loosen the fishing constraints on the recreational halibut fishery with the increase of these quotas. I believe if the 2023 halibut regulations that we have in place right now had been introduced earlier, quota achievements would have increased. In closing, Oregon and Washington have restricted recreational halibut fishing in an effort to manage their quotas. And I recommend that California do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Steve on his comments? I don't see any questions. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Lowell Wallace. Lowell will be followed by Mike Brown. Good afternoon, Lowell.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the council. My name is Lowell Wallace. I'm from Fortuna, California. I'm owner, operator of Humboldt Charter Company out of Woodley Island Marina in Eureka. Brief history. My grandfather was a commercial fisherman out of El Waco, Washington. My uncle owned El Waco Charter Service in El Waco. My father in the mid-50s worked for Coast Oyster Company on Willapa Bay out of South Bend and was transferred to Eureka to start the oyster operation there and planted the first oysters in commercial market in Humboldt Bay in 1954. I'm here to address the council on regards to the quota for halibut for California. We feel that we would like to have an increase in our quota so we can fish longer. In Eureka, we are one of the windiest ports on the coast, and that is proven, I think, by the wind farms that are supposed to be coming to our area and down at Cape Mendocino. We have the second largest, or the second most hazardous bar on the West Coast. And these factors limit us to time on the ocean. And with no salmon season this year, and our quota on halibut is small, in which we will probably reach that quota typically the first part of August. And then regards to rockfish, we had 30% reduction in our season this year. And so it's just been a major impact on our fishing and, also the community there in the area and stuff. And by losing salmon 100% there in California, people think that, oh, no salmon, there's no fishing. So they just kind of quit coming, so our, days on the ocean have been really numbered this year so far. Regards to the rockfish, I think one of the best things that happened this year was the regulation for our area of the unlimited depth, which allowed the area which we've rockfish is down at Cape Mendocino, which is very limited due to weather down there. And it really, in my opinion, is going to help the resource down there because we don't have a concentration of what's small fleet that goes down there. And I'm talking small. If you go down there on a stellar day, if you see 10, 12, 15 boats, that's a good day. I mean, good day weather-wise. And so with this unlimited depth, the last few times down there, the boats are dispersed out. So in my opinion, that's really going to help the rockfish, industry down there, the fishing. So in asking for more quota, I'd like to ask the council in your discussions and decisions to be fair and equitable. We're not asking for the moon. We're just asking for a little bit more so we can fish longer. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Wallace? Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Great testimony. I do have a question on your testimony. You said you have weather days. And I guess I'm lucky to grab the first roughest bar on the coast, Columbia River. But I was wondering, your opening day is April 15th, April 1st?
May 1st.
May 1st. And last year you made it to August 7th or 8th. Is that correct?
August, yeah, the closing. Yeah.
And so
around there.
That's 90-ish days. Of the, and my question is from your testimony, the weather days, of those plus or minus 90 days, how many days would you say were fishable?
Were fishable?
Mm-hmm. Or
I don't have that exact number in front of me.
There's approximate.
Well, that is hard to say, what we did last year. I can tell you, I had 13 days of no fishing due to weather. And the last time I fished was last Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and have not fished since due to weather. We're into minus tides, been into minus tides. We get those minus tides, we get wind. You can't get across Humboldt Bar. It's too dangerous. It's the Army Corps just finished dredging there a month ago, which really helps out. But you just, with North Bay and South Bay, all that water coming down, trying to get out that small flume, it just stands up. It's horrible.
Yeah, I too am.
I can't give you, to answer your question, Mr. Smith, I don't know how many exact days, but for halibut fishing, but I know last year I probably had 8 days, 10 days that we went to the Cape to fish down there. And, when you get, it's like albacore fishing. Okay. If they're there, you go. And if the weather's good, you go to the Cape. If the weather's not good, you got to do something else, so.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Further questions for Mr. Wallace? And I don't see any hands. Thank you again.
Thank you. And thank you, the council, for your time and the energy that you guys put into this. I've been here for 2 days listening in on some stuff, and you people are dealing with very sensitive topics. So I thank you for your time and your support.
Thank you. Next, we have Mike Brown. Mike will be followed by Paul Morante. Good afternoon, Mike.
Good afternoon. And good afternoon to the council, and thank you for giving us this time. My name is Mike Brown, and I live in Arcata, California, which is a few miles north of Eureka. And I'm here to address the committee on behalf of the recreational halibut fishermen in our area. Our purpose is to ask you to consider increasing the quota for Pacific halibut in our area, which is Northern California. Now, there are various reasons why our halibut grounds are heavily impacted, which causes us to reach our quota earlier than is desired. In 2022, last year, we reached our quota, which was 29,000 net pounds, in the first week of August. And it looks like we're on track to reach that quota again about the same time this year. When you look at the facts and figures, there's a big disparity in the quotas between California, Oregon, and Washington. And we're not asking for equality. We're just asking for a modest increase, which would help us desperately. So on behalf of the recreational fishermen in our area, it is our hope that you will increase our quota for the Pacific halibut for the 2024 season. And with that, I would like to thank you in advance for your consideration, and would like to thank each and every one of you for your work and dedication on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Brown? And I don't see any hands, so
thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll move to Paul Morante, followed by David Kushida. Good afternoon, Paul.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Morante. I'm from Westport, Washington. Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to speak. I was a charter boat skipper from 1975 to 2018. I have 3 boys that are commercial fishermen. 5 of the guys that are still operating in Westport used to work for me, so I'm very endeared to the Westport and Washington State coastal charter region. That's what I represent on the GAP. Here are the points I presented at the GAP meeting earlier this week regarding this issue of allocation to Northern California. And it's based on feedback from the charter boat operators on the coast, reports, tables, and historical catch rates that I have extensively reviewed to argue against a recreational halibut allocation shift from Washington to California or anywhere. There's a high probability that the best science available is through the International Pacific Halibut Commission, and their data determines allocations for each area. The biomass of halibut is significantly higher beginning in northwestern Alaska, tapers off significantly going down the west coast of Alaska, Washington to Oregon, and down to California. With this in mind, and extensive interviews and talks with people in our region, Washington doesn't have any allocation to give. When applying historical catch rate allocation data for the 4 recreational catch areas of Washington during the years of 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2022, excluding the COVID years, 19, 20, and 21. The areas used their allocation on average as follows. The North Coast was around 90%, the South Coast, which is 108%, Columbia River 103%, Puget Sound 80%. The point here, just because the COVID years resulted in a dramatic drop in Washington's utilization of its recreational halibut allocation should not be a reason to shift allocation away from Washington. Now, talking to my guys up there and some of the other people, it would be very difficult for Washington recreational charter fishermen to give up their quota share of halibut when on average, all subcatch areas combined only fish 38 days a year designated directly to halibut. It's about 9.5 days on average per area. Yet at the same time, some areas in 2A have seasons that open up maybe, like I said before, May or early April for 7 days a week directed halibut fishing. For me, it's easy to see how a quota can be used up by some of the areas with a lot less constraints compared to Washington. Quotas should increase by sustainable due to mass. Each region's allocation is based on the direct number of fish in that area based on the best science available. Transferring numbers of fish on paper does not directly transfer fish to the area. I'd like the PFMC and others to encourage Northern California and other recreational to go about attaining a quota in a significantly constrained way compared to the way they're doing it now. It is a responsibility of each area to utilize their quota in an efficient and profitable way. The Washington recreational regulations, which have evolved over about 30 years, and we've gone through the hardships of not having salmon, believe you me, are a good example to follow regarding making a quota last during the time frame that is most cost beneficial. The Washington approach spreads its directed days during the week, abstains from fishing on Saturdays, especially in the South Coast area. This helps catch areas avoid what I call a catalytic event, which will eat up a quota, which we've learned the hard way. That is, if area is open 7 days a week, the weather is great, the fishing is great, and effort escalates, an area's quota could be attained unexpectedly quick and shorten the season substantially. From a socio-economic and community perspective, also, there's another benefit of spreading your halibut days and spreading your halibut days out to last longer in the summer. Charter offices in Westport have observed, and they verified with me, that customers will come, especially when considering halibut, a day before and or stay a day after their halibut fishing day to fish an extra day for bottom fish. These extended or spread halibut days produces more revenue and enhances other bookings during the week if you have those days as halibut as a calling card. If halibut's available or salmon's available, people will come to town. Maybe without an attractive fishery, they won't. So that follows an additional thought that is, if there's no other attractive fish, for example, such as salmon in August, unused or extended halibut quota enhances charter bookings later in the season. And like we use them in May. Fortunately, we don't need them in July or August or September, thankfully. But we went through years when we didn't have them, when we didn't have salmon, and that was our whole life. And when that happened, we had to evolve these different fisheries. And this halibut fishery that the Westport guys and the North Coast guys and the river boats where Butch is from, this is an evolution of making the quota last a long time. So we've been pretty good at doing that. So with that, entertain any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Morante? Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Great testimony, Paul. So I guess I'll ask you the same question. I thought I heard you say an average of 9 days in each port.
Well, I just took the 38 and divided by 4.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Some a little more, some a little less. There's days when we've had 6 or 5.
We could call it 12 days.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't look any better, but in your experience, and you've been a long time, kind of jealous of being a charter skipper that long and the amount of hair you have, but that's a different story. But do you ever have weather days up in Westport?
We get our teeth chattered a lot.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
And days you can't
fish. We
fish.
lose days.
And days you can't fish, correct?
Yes. And on that issue, we finally got 3 days scheduled. We were going with 2. We weren't averaging 2. We were maybe, I don't know, it wasn't 2. So we finally got 3 days, Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday, because we know we're going to get blown off. Maybe for a week, we'll lose all 2, in the past. So we got the 3rd day, which helped us attain our quota. And, but yes, there's a lot of days where we cannot go. Yes, there is.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any hand. Again, thank you, Paul. Next, we'll have David Kishida. David will be followed by Joe Puentes. Good afternoon, David.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, council members, staff. My name is David Kishida, and I just lost my thing. Okay, I represent some Northern California sports fishermen. I'm not representing the Gap today. I'm just talking to guys out of the San Francisco Bay Area. And I really wasn't going to say anything, but I thought I should let you guys know how we feel about this. And the San Francisco Bay Area is on the southern edge of the Pacific Halibut's range, and they arrive later in the year as they move south. And by the time there's enough of a population for us to make it worth targeting, the California quota is usually gone. So therefore, we really don't have any opportunity to target these fish. That is unless we go earlier in the season when there's a smaller population and it's not economically viable to run out to catch one fish. Anyway, I spoke to someone this morning about it and said, unfortunately, the quota is a quota. So when it's gone, there's nothing we can do about it right now. So I'm just hoping the council can look at all the testimony they got today in the reports and hopefully give us a chance to fish for this fish in the future. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Kishida? Frank Lockhart.
I apologize. I didn't quite understand what you were saying at the very beginning. We were talking about you don't have the opportunity to target quota. Could you explain that again?
Yeah, because the San Francisco Bay Area, from what I understand, as the fish move south, they end up later in the season. And by the time there's a viable population that's to travel out that far to target them, the quota is usually done in California.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, David.
Okay, thank you.
And Joe Puentes. It says here in person. Anyone know of his whereabouts? If he is apparently not. So that would conclude our public testimony then and take us into council discussion and action. And I'll wait for the screen to come up. And there's a summary of the council action again. So I will look for hands to start any discussion on this. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just looking at the list in front of us on item 1, pardon me, in my mind, that's the long-term thing, the big picture long-term that we were going to be talking about on how to make changes to the catch sharing plan. As Mr. Tom Marking reminded us in his public comment a number of years ago when we did some adjustments to the allocations, moved 1% from Washington, Oregon, and the commercial sector. We said we would let's let that go for a few years and see what happens, see how things shake out, see how things settle out. It's been a few years. Unfortunately, we have COVID in there that impacted fisheries, but it does seem like it is an appropriate time, given the time since that has passed, that maybe we should take a look at the overall catch sharing plan allocations. If this is a bigger process, that would give us time to come back with not just what's in attachment 2, which to me is like writing a book report on the table of contents. There's a whole lot more to the book. There's a whole lot more to the story. We'll appreciate that information being there. If we look at this bigger picture, we'd be able to, all of us together, look at what the season structures have been, what the restrictions have been in place, what are some of the factors that have played into getting quotas, catching quotas or not catching quotas. So just wanted to use that to maybe start the discussion.
Thank you, Lynn. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I just want to add on to that a bit and really appreciated the public comment that we just heard from California fishermen, Washington and Oregon fishermen. And to me, I thought the public comment was very respectful, but it also, as Lynn was saying, it doesn't reflect the history for how our fisheries are managed and how we got to the point where we can have a halibut fishery in Washington that we hope goes through Memorial Day. That is a success story for us, but we've gotten there by management measures that have helped us achieve that objective. And I feel like that needs to be part of the discussion about this allocation change. It needs to include the history for how we got there and the changes that we've implemented to do that. And I think they provide some experience that might be valuable as we talk about how other sectors achieve their objectives.
Thank you, Heather. Marcy Yaremko.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Looking at council action number 1 on the screen, provide guidance on specific items to move forward for potential change to the CSP. I think we've had a lot of really good discussion in the GAP report, the public comment, et cetera, about the goal of improving the flexibilities. As right now, there aren't really any flexibilities within the catch sharing plan. It's more of an allocation plan. The overview discussed the situation with stranding fish and that maybe we can work to better utilize the area to a FCEY by adding in flexibility measures. And I think we all have some really good ideas about how that can be pursued. And that at the end of the day, we expect that those flexibilities are likely to overall benefit 2A as a whole, and individual sectors all are likely to have some benefit in that more comprehensive, holistic approach. That said, I want to note a sentence in the SAS report that I think is a very, it sure helped clarify my thinking about the situation with the CSP and short-term and long-term. And this isn't a SAS recommendation. It's just a statement that reads, some SAS members would like a two-pronged approach. One, to address the flexibility in the CSP to shift unused quota in season between various sectors and states to more fully utilize the overall 2A quota. And secondly, to investigate the fixed allocations. And I appreciate that the SAS had that depth of conversation in their discussions and really distinguished between those two prongs that we might consider. And I view the council action in number 1 as leaving the door open to both. I think that we've heard through the exchange with Robin that the flexibilities, I think that we all have generally agreed are desirable, are certainly on a longer timeline and will require additional scoping. This has been an initial really good first step at it, but I clearly it's going to take some work and some time, I think, to get our ideas together and to come up with solutions that we can all get behind. But I think as Robin acknowledged, I think we can get behind all of those. And it is actually a much softer landing than difficult decisions to move allocations from one pot to another. But with that said, I cannot ignore the immediate needs that we've heard loud and clearly from the California fishery stakeholders with regard to interest in attaining a minor adjustment in allocation to increase the available California quota. The GAP referenced a California fishery recommendation of an increase of 3%, which would bring about a total of 7% to California. That wasn't a gap recommendation. That was clearly stated in the report, but that was the request from the California fishery sector. I think as Lowell Wallace put it for us, we're not asking for the moon, just a little bit more. I'm sensitive to that. And I guess with that, I am going to go ahead and offer a motion for the council's consideration, if I may.
All right, well, why don't you go ahead since you've offered that at this point?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Did the process work? Test case on the new email. Thank you, Sandra. So this is one of two motions that I'll be offering. I move the council direct its staff to prepare an alternative and supporting analysis for the 2024 CSP that moves 2% from the Oregon sports sector to the California sports sector. This minor change to the catch sharing plan allocations among Area 2A sport fisheries has the following purposes and is expected to aid with the following needs. Improved utilization of the 2A FCEY, increased harvest opportunity for the California sport fishery, and is not expected to negatively affect current fishery performance or opportunity in Oregon sport fisheries, as reflected in Agenda Item E1, Supplemental Attachment 2.
Thank you, Marcy. The language on the screen is complete and accurate.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Is there a second? Seconded by Chair Gurelnik. Go ahead and speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. As the overview and supporting documents in the record for this agenda item have identified, California GAP members, recreational anglers, and CDFW have been seeking guidance from council staff, from NIMS, on both the process and the timeline that we might look to help us improve our California harvest opportunity. As I mentioned earlier, we're 100% behind a process to develop the catch sharing plan into something other than just an initial allocation plan, and have the catch sharing plan become a tool that responds to changing needs and available opportunities in season, looking at tools like rollovers, quota transfers, and other sharing arrangements that might be available between sectors. Those measures can certainly offer softer landing places, improve fairness and equity, and even offer new opportunities where none exist today. I want to go back to the exchange with Robin about the flexible mechanisms and just note that I appreciate her candid response. I too entered in these discussions sometime last year thinking it would be a lot easier to achieve consensus on content and a path forward that would benefit all of us or many of us in some way. But when I learned the detailed regulatory work and analytical work it might involve, it became clear that we can't develop those flexible measures overnight. Consequently, considering the near-term needs and that we're unable to build in flexibility in our normal annual 2-meeting process to consider amendments to the catch sharing plan, that tool isn't available in time to afford relief next season. I wish that weren't the case, but work on holistic revisions to make the catch sharing plan true to its name, is something we're very eager to begin. But as I've mentioned, this doesn't change the situation facing the California fleet today. And we're looking here with this motion to a more immediate yet minor adjustment to allocation to better meet the needs of today. It's been conveyed to me in a number of discussions with other agency staff that I just need to ask the council. I need to ask the council to consider an adjustment to the allocation. California, both the department and our industry members have been patient and waited for the right agenda item, the right venue, the right opportunity to make that ask. We've been working as part of the team in Area 2A on management of the fishery resource, and we've actively participated each year since 2015 in annual meetings, council work teams, and management coordination, and we'll continue to do that. The fishery, the fishing communities, the fishery needs, and the distribution of the halibut resource has changed since the allocations were last considered in 2015. And I think I heard Lynn acknowledge that as well. The Pacific halibut resource isn't owned by sectors that are allocated percentages of harvest under the CSP. And it is the council's responsibility to periodically determine if the allocations are fair and equitable. Given that we do review, evaluate, and modify the catch sharing plan annually with an eye toward utility and meeting fishery and bycatcher incidental needs. So now is the time to initiate a request that the council consider the adjustments to the California sport allocation for 2024. And several factors have intersected this year in 2023, including the very apparent importance to the fishery to California and increased public interest and engagement in this topic. As a number of the public comments have mentioned, there is no ocean salmon fishing off Northern California or anywhere off California this year, and the groundfish seasons were constrained in the 23-24 specifications process. The limited opportunities for salmon and rockfish has resulted in increased pressure and interest and community reliance on the halibut fishery. Historically, Fort Bragg, which is a southerly port for Pacific halibut, we usually sample 1 or 2 fish from that port a year. Hasn't been a significant contributor to the harvest of halibut. This year, with no other opportunity, the CPFVs and the private anglers out of Fort Bragg are targeting and successfully catching halibut. About 10% of the fish that we've seen so far this year have been from the Fort Bragg area. Looking further south, there are anecdotal reports that at least one CPFV out of the Bodega area is prospecting for Pacific halibut, and there are rumors people as far south as the Santa Cruz area are showing increased interest in locating historically or areas that historically have held halibut on occasion. Looking to our briefing book comments, there are more than 90 written comments on this topic, including one from a member of Congress. All but 2 of the comments were in favor of reallocating some quota to increase the California amount. Do want to flag the one comment in the record from a stakeholder in Oregon that mentioned being opposed to allocation changes that reduce sport fishing in Oregon. And just want to note that that's been the sentiment that we've heard in the hallway discussions and other conversations. A general sense of unwillingness to consider shifts in allocations because providing an increase in allocation to California would mean a decrease for the areas that that allocation came from. Just want to note that back in 2022 November meeting, the department submitted a report that when the current 4% of the non-tribal fishery CEY was allocated to California, there were concerns raised in that process that California's fishery may not have the capacity to fully catch that amount and that fish could be stranded in California. That's certainly something we'd be concerned with as well. And I think that sentiment is shared around the table, that we find some mechanisms to work to avoid that in the future. But that said, I think that the history of the California fisheries since that allocation was made, that the quotas lasted the entire season in only 1 year. In 2019, that was the 1 year where we started our fishery and ran all season, and had a situation where we just didn't run into halibut. Folks would target them and not have success. And so the quota did last all year in that case, and we came in short for the year. But more recently, we have certainly seen an increase in our harvesting capacity and the productivity and the catch per unit effort. In 2022, a lot of discussion about attaining the quota and closing the fishery early August 7th to be exact. Our department's projections based on the catch that had accrued and the catch rates that we witnessed is that had the fishery conducted itself through the season that went the full length through November 15th, we expected that we may have had a fishery that took between 54,000 and 92,000 net pounds. Really what we're getting at with that point is that the fishery performance from 2015 through the present suggests that we do have more reliance, more capacity, more interest, and more success than perhaps was envisioned back in 2015 when the council, or that was our first year of active quota management. Looking at the situation in Oregon, the motion that's on the screen that proposes to shift 2% of the non-tribal FCEY from the Oregon sport fishery, that amount is just under 20,000 pounds of fish that would be shifted. That would leave 273,000 pounds of fish available to Oregon sport fisheries under the current FCEY. Looking at that number and then looking at the supplemental attachment 2 and the average amount of fish that has been remaining in Oregon sport fisheries would be less than a quarter the amount of fish left unharvested by the Oregon sport fleet recently. And finally, while we had some discussion this morning about the Pacific halibut fishery not being subject to MSA, and therefore the national standards don't apply directly, I think we do have an obligation to ensure that our allocations or our recommendations on allocations are in fact fair. National Standard 8 guidelines clarify that, quote, all other things being equal, where two alternatives achieve similar conservation goals, the alternative that provides the greatest potential for sustained participation of such communities and minimizes the adverse economic impacts on such communities would be the preferred alternative. A shift of the 2% of the non-tribal FCEY from Oregon sport to California sport is likely to provide a greater potential for sustained participation to California communities while minimizing impacts to the Oregon fleet, since the fisheries have underutilized the allocation for several years in a row. Looking at the Northern Pacific Halibut Act of 1982, states in section 773C, quote, if it becomes necessary to allocate or assign halibut privileges among various United States fishermen, such allocations shall be fair and equitable to all such fishermen based on the rights and obligations in existing federal law, reasonably calculated to promote conservation and carried out in such a manner that no particular individual, corporation, or other entity acquires an excessive share of the halibut fishing privileges. It's also important to consider the needs of other users, such as new fishermen who would like to enter a fishery. Heard a bit about that from Dave Kashida. Those that are displaced from other fisheries, like salmon and groundfish, and existing fishermen who are catching new species in their historical fishing grounds. The California halibut fishery was new in 2007 and 2008, and now we see it expanding further south and potentially involving more anglers further toward the San Francisco Bay Area. Just want to speak to the first phrase in the motion about directing staff to prepare an alternative and supporting analysis, since I understand that suggests work, and just wanting to convey that it would be our expectation that should this motion pass, the analysis that I believe can be prepared is essentially done and can be drawn from materials provided in supplemental report 2, as well as comments received and reports received to the council under this agenda item. That concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Are there questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Lynn Mattis?
Thank you, Vice Chair Hessmer. Ms. Yaremko, the language on the screen seems to be a little bit different than what you spoke to. And this may seem pedantic, but the math is going to be different, as you alluded to. The way I read it moves 2% from the Oregon sport sector. To me, that reads you're taking 2% of the Oregon sport allocation, which would be 2% of approximately 300,000. But what you said in your speaking points was 2% of the non-tribal allocation, which would put that closer to 20,000 pounds. I don't know if we need to clarify that or if that's just me being a math geek, but I want to make sure everybody's on the same page about what you're asking for here. So thank you.
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Lynn. You are the expert when it comes to the numbers. So I appreciate the question. The intent would be to move 2% of the non-tribal allocation from the Oregon sport to the California sport. Thank you for the clarification.
Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I would like to offer a substitute motion.
Excuse me. Has that been translated?
Yes. Yes.
We'll wait for that to come up.
Thank you, Sandra. I move that the council directs staff to conduct a preliminary analysis of the following alternatives. Update and improve, where needed, the management objectives in the Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan for each sector or sub-area with a specific allocation. Request California review their fishery objectives to achieve a longer season. For example, delay the season opening or open fewer days per week. Expand the PFMC Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan's flexible in-season management provisions to allow transfer of projected unused quota between all Washington, Oregon, and California recreational sub-areas and commercial sectors after August 15th. Move 0.5% of the Washington sport allocation and 1% of the Oregon sport allocation to the California sport sector in years when option 1, when the 2A FCEY is 1.5 million pounds, and option 2, when the 2A FCEY is 1.3 million pounds. And regulatory changes as recommended by the enforcement consultants under agenda item EA1 Supplemental EC Report 1, June 2023.
Thank you. Is the language on the screen complete and accurate?
Thank you. I didn't include this in my motion, but in reading it through under option 1 and option 2, after million pounds, I would add or greater, and 1.3 million pounds or greater. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you.
Okay, now it's complete.
Yes, it is.
All right, is there a second to the motion? Phil Anderson? Thank you. Go ahead and speak to your motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Marcy, for the motion. This goes a bit to our conversation at the start of this agenda item and trying to think about what we're doing at this meeting and how we are looking toward the long term or the short term. But what I was interested in achieving is a range of alternatives. So not just an allocation change, but some of these other issues that we've been talking about in a motion and include the regulatory changes that were recommended by the EC in one package. I offered it as a substitute motion to try to avoid a bunch of amendments. So relative to kind of work my way down in these bullet points, which is discussion and guidance. So looking at management objectives, it's something that we have for the Washington sport fishery, and thinking about that across all of our sectors where we can improve those objectives in the catch sharing plan. And specifically for California, look at that, that fishery objective so that perhaps it is described to achieve your goal of a longer season. And then the third bullet is intended to get at this flexible in-season management that we have been really relying on, I would say, since the pandemic. And it's become incredibly important for us. And I think it's an opportunity to broaden that so that it can cross not just Washington and Oregon, but include California, include not just the recreational sectors, but also commercial sectors. The fourth bullet is an alternative that acknowledges the interest in a shift in allocation, but at a level that to me is minor for Washington and Oregon sport fisheries. And then also links that to the uncertainty that we have in the future of our 2A allocation. So at the FCEY of 1.5 million pounds, which is where we've been since 2019. And then also another level where we might potentially see the 2A FCEY drop a bit, just to give us a look at what those different allocation shifts look under different FCEYs. And then finally, including in this motion, the regulatory changes that are recommended by the EC.
Thank you. Are there questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Lynn Mattis.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair. And Heather, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Marcy, because the language is similar. 0.5% of the Washington sport allocation to me implies taking 0.5% off the 300,000 pounds.
Yes.
Or is that intended to be 0.5% of the non-tribal allocations currently Washington 30 point something to reduce it to like 29 point something? I just, so that everybody's on the same page, and I'm sorry to be pedantic about this. I just want to make sure we're all doing math the same way. And then a second clarifying question, is all of this for the long term or is any of this for 2024? Thank you.
Thank you for the great question. I do appreciate it. I was thinking of it differently than I think Marcy was for the 0.5, and the 1% would be taken, 0.5 would be taken off the Washington sport allocation, and 1% off the Oregon sport allocation. And then I think the long-term or short-term to me is part of the conversation. I think we'll have to hear from NIMS and council staff and what that looks like. I got a sense that that it would be very unlikely that any thing we put on the table at this meeting might be implemented for 2024. But I'm open for that discussion to continue.
All right. Further
answers, thank you.
questions? Further questions? Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Heather, for your response on the last question. I too would be of an understanding that some of these more complex features that we might consider adding to the CSP would be on a longer time frame, which leads me to my question to the parliamentarian. Is this an appropriate substitution in light of the original motion speaking specifically to alternatives for the 2024 catch sharing plan?
I was going to say it amounts to a substitute motion, with the next to the last bullet being that I think the pertinent part that, if passed, would subsume your original motion. But I'm not sure I'm understanding the nuance here between 24 and longer term, because I'm assuming this would have to go through some type of regulatory amendment process, which it doesn't. It's a framework. There's no FMP. So it would, there would be some type of regulatory action, though. Would it be through Halibut Commission regulations? It would affect this for 24 was your original intent. Sorry.
Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The motion that I offered spoke specifically to developing an alternative for consideration in our routine two-meeting annual process to adjust the catch sharing plan. Well, I believe the substitute motion speaks to longer term amendments to the CSP. And I guess I don't see the two motions necessarily in conflict with one another. So that's why I'm asking if this being a substitute motion is appropriate.
And I guess I have to ask, I look over to this side of the table and ask, how is your intent in terms of the timing different?
Well, when I made the motion, I was going back to our discussion this morning that that it was open for whatever could be accommodated for 2024. So whether the parts of this or some of it can be accommodated for 2024, I'm open to that. If it can't be accomplished for 2024 through the two-meeting process, I want this to be part of the longer term analysis and guidance that where we're headed. I don't know if that helps at all.
So, and because we're looking for clarification on the motion, Phil, who has seconded the motion, had his hand raised. ask Phil to please speak to this.
So a substitute motion is a motion when the desire is to make multiple amendments in non-consecutive places within that motion. Which is why I believe this qualifies as a substitute motion. On the question of whether it's for 2024 or 2025 or beyond, this motion doesn't speak to that, doesn't preclude the potential of it being, of one or more of these pieces being implemented in 24, maybe not all of them, maybe just some of them, but that's part of the scoping process, is to determine among these what measures can be accomplished in 2024 and what takes longer. And we're not going to know that until we flush these things out and understand what the implications are from an analytical perspective. And that's why my belief is this is certainly qualifies as a substitute motion. If Heather had only wanted to make the amendment to the 2024 piece of the motion, main motion that is on the floor, then she could have made such an amendment and that it not apply to 24. But there were multiple amendments that she desired to make that were in non-consecutive places. And so a substitute motion in my understanding of Robert's rules is appropriate, and this complies with that.
Right. Thank you, Phil. Chris?
I think Mr. Anderson captured what I was originally trying to say, articulated it better than I did, but I agree with what you said, that it isn't appropriate as a substitute motion.
So the question about a substitute motion has been answered. Are there further questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Chair Gorelnik.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hessemer. Heather, I just wanted to be clear on something. I think Lynn, of course, asked the great question. And so you're saying this, the 0.5% of the Washington sport allocation is not 0.5% of the non-tribal, it's 0.5% of the 35.6% of the non-tribal that Washington has.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Good. It amounts to, between the two states, about 0.5% moved to California of non-tribal.
Thank you. Frank Lockhart.
For clarification, so the very first line, conduct a preliminary analysis and directing council staff to do that. And I'm just wondering, were you intending to expand on what kind of analyses you're looking to see on each of these items, or are you leaving it to council staff to do the analysis that they can do in time for September?
Thank you. Yes, thank you for the question, Frank. And this is, again, going back to the idea that we're discussing and providing guidance. This is some guidance in the form of a motion. Some of these, the analysis is really more asking California and for all of us, the states, myself included, to look at the cat sharing plan. So I wouldn't expect council staff to be looking at the cat sharing plan and the objectives, maybe just facilitate that discussion as we work our way to September. On the third bullet, this would be, I think, largely focused on maybe some input from NIMS on what that would look like and that flexible in-season management. The analysis on the fourth bullet is probably more clearly understood as analysis. What does the season look like in California? Can it get more days with this shift in allocation? So that's maybe an area where it's more easily interpreted as an analysis. And then the analysis for the regulatory changes is what is needed to do that. What's the vehicle for the regulatory change and all of that. So it's really, the analysis is exploring this range of alternatives that look at more than just an allocation shift, and coming back in September with some more information on how we achieve these recommendations.
Thank you. Further questions for clarification? And I'm not seeing any. So before we get into the discussion, I just want to pause and ask the executive director a question here. My apologies for taking that break. I hope you've had a little time to think about this, and we can move into discussion of the motion that's on the table, which is a substitute motion. So I'll look for hands to initiate discussion. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, my first comment is I don't like when we preface motions with council directs staff. This council does not direct the council staff. The executive director does. So I think, and I know the previous motion or the motion that was on the floor, and this is substitute, had the same language. I just think we need to be careful about that. We don't direct council staff. It should say that I move that the council conduct a preliminary, and then it's up to the executive director to figure out how to do that. But that's a small point. Well, it's not a small point. I worked for a commission at one point in time, and so I'm sensitive to that. Anyway, so I think that the first and third bullets are connected in my mind. We need to specify our management objectives for each of the sectors that have a specific allocation. That is done in some cases within the current catch sharing plan. There's other places where there isn't any language to describe the fishery objective. And the reason I believe it's connected to the third bullet, in terms of the in-season potential for transfer of quota to achieve management objectives through an in-season management action, I think it's important for us to be able, for the in order to make that decision, to understand how the management objectives are being achieved between the sector that is being maybe considered to take quota from versus the sector that the quota would be transferred to. So I think the first bullet can be accomplished by 2024. I don't see why we can't update those management objectives in that kind of time frame. I don't know why we need a longer time frame to accomplish that. I'll leave the timing on the second bullet to California Department of Fish and Wildlife. My guess is that can also be achieved prior to us making our final decisions in November for the 2024 and beyond. I'm hoping that during the time frame between now and September, giving National Marine Fisheries Service and others a chance to think about how this might work from an in-season flexibility perspective, whether or not we could get this in place in time for 2024. We already have it to transfer quota between sub areas in Washington. We have it to a smaller degree between Washington and Oregon. We don't currently have it between Oregon and California. It seems to me that there is a potential that we could get some additional flexibility built into our catch sharing plan in time to utilize in 2024. And it may not be the whole enchilada, if you will, but if we could get some additional flexibility to ensure that we get so-called stranded quota to the place where it could be utilized, it seems to me that could be accomplished. But I know there's some more time to deliberate on that and understand what the process needs are to get to that point. But we're a long ways from the 2024 point where we would use in-season flexibility to transfer quota, and it seems like that's something we might be able to accomplish, at least in part. On the allocation piece of moving the 0.5% and the 1%, I know there's been some discussion around the math, and perhaps there would be some wisdom to looking at both approaches, looking at the outcome, utilizing both the response that Heather gave, as opposed to looking at something at the other part of the math, which someone's going to have to restate that for me. But it does result in a larger percentage being transferred to California, and I'm totally comfortable with looking at both of those mathematical approaches and evaluating what the potential effect would be on where it's coming from versus where it's going. Appreciated the enforcement consultants' discussion and their recommendations on the regulatory changes, and specifically their consideration of the VMS question and the logbook in the salmon troll fishery, and the conclusion and recommendation that they brought forward. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Frank Lockhart.
I almost asked this during clarification, but I think it's more of a rationale behind things. And then I do have another clarification question. Sorry, I just thought of it. Maybe I'll start off with the other one. So on bullet number 3, just trying to clarify, this is completely independent of the next bullet, the move 0.5 and 1. And so what I'm asking is that if, flexible in-season management, it's not necessarily limiting it to these 0.5%, 1%. It could be something beyond that.
Thank you. Yeah, they're completely separate. And I think at a minimum, that flexibility would be something that we would want to include in the catch sharing plan, regardless of anything else that we achieve.
Okay,
Go ahead, Frank.
Okay. And on the specific numbers, I was just wondering, Could you expand on how you arrived at those numbers?
Yeah, thank you. That's another good question too. And there's been using the word minor in terms of this allocation shift. As I've been challenged when I think about what does it mean to be minor, and I don't even mean to suggest that 0.5 or 1% from Washington and Oregon sport is minor. I think they're significant. Our fisheries have shown that we can achieve the allocations that we have. It was really just taking the 3% down to 1.5% to California, taking it in half, and that was as simple as it was.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Question for National Marine Fisheries Service on bullet 4. Regarding the options, I view these options as trigger mechanisms that upon an event occurring, something happens. I think we do have other trigger mechanisms in the CSP currently, like if we're above a certain level, the incidental sablefish fishery gets X amount of pounds. But this option, these options for California are extremely important in terms of whether this move can happen in 2024 or not. And I realize that you need time to think and to evaluate what can be accomplished in the 2024 catch sharing plan, what regulatory language needs to be developed, what rules fall in which federal register notice. I understand that that's a complex analysis, but it is very difficult for me to make a decision here without having some idea from National Marine Fisheries Service if these allocation moves are going to be possible in 2024. We're needing immediate relief or close to immediate relief, and it's difficult for me to evaluate if this can become reality or not for 2024.
Frank?
So a couple of assumptions. So assuming that the council comes to a final decision on whatever, the things we're talking about here, and in those is this fourth bullet where 0.5% from Washington and 1% from Oregon would be transferred under these kind of criteria. So I think, given all of that it is possible, because what would happen at the annual meeting, we would know what the final decision is by the IPHC, and that would allow us to make those final allocations at that point in time. So we then usually there's the IPHC makes a decision, and then we provide them with the final numbers, if you will, and so that they put into their regulatory package the final allocation. So I don't see anything that would make that more difficult, as long as it's clear, because it is a trigger. So if it's 1.5 and above, it would be those will go into place, or 1.3 and above. So there would be some final decision by the council, making that transition, and so we would just implement it. I don't think it's very complicated to do that, because it is just transferring fish from one place to another. So I think it is possible, and it could if, again, a lot of assumptions, if the council makes a final decision on all of this by the November council meeting and makes that recommendation to us, it could be put into place. Again, that's assuming a lot of analyses up front that will go into support all of that. So I don't want to gloss over the fact that there's a lot of discussion and analysis that's got to happen, but just assuming that we get there by November, I think the actual making that transfer as part of the IPHC regulations is possible for 2024.
Thank you. Further discussion, Chair Gurelnik and then Lynn Mattis.
Actually, I'd like to offer an amendment if that's appropriate at this time.
Please go ahead.
So I actually, in the first line, actually, I want to take to heart Mr. Anderson's comment. So if we could delete the direct language, if you scroll back up. So just delete direct staff to those 3 words. Oh, just delete direct staff. Well, actually delete the word to. It's to simply read, I move the council conduct a preliminary analysis. So get rid of the word to as well. At least that makes sense to me. And then I'd like to add an additional bullet after the 4th bullet to expand the, and I'll provide a range of alternatives, so to speak. And that would be to move 1% from the non-tribal Washington sport allocation and 2% from the non-tribal Oregon sport allocation to the California sports sector in years when, colon, and then include the same option 1 and 2 as from the bullet above.
All right, now I'll have you look at that and make sure that language is accurate and complete.
I believe it is.
All right, is there a second to that? Corey Ridings, seconded, thank you. Go ahead and speak to your motion.
Yeah, I just think it's a matter of providing a range here between what Ms. Hall had suggested and what Ms. Yaremko suggested. And this is for purpose of analysis. We're not adopting anything here. But I think it's reasonable to take a look at the full picture.
Thank you. Are there questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess I'm thinking about the range that you've now suggested and wondering if, I guess, point of clarification, we will have ability, these are initial alternatives for consideration that we would then adopt as a range in September. So we would have an opportunity for modifying or adjusting these when we know more over this period between June and September. Is that correct?
We need to provide some bookends here. So,
Marcy, was there more?
Thank you. Yeah, because we may learn some things over the next few months and have a somewhat different range. But thank you. I think we're in an okay place.
Can't anticipate everything right now, so.
Okay, further questions for clarification. Heather Hall. Oh, I'm sorry. Lynn Mattis had her hand up, then Heather Hall.
My initial hand was prior to this, but I do have a clarifying question on this. And maybe I missed it. I tried to make a quick run to the restroom while you all were huddling. At the top where it says council staff, if council staff isn't doing this work, who is it? I apologize if you're having to repeat something.
Yeah.
Who's going to be doing the work?
We don't direct staff.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, I'm sorry. Heather Hall now.
And excuse me, I don't have a question. I was just going to make a comment.
All right, I'll just look around quickly for further questions for clarification. Bob Dooley.
Understanding, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Understanding this is going out for analysis and gives us bookends and options. With the option 1 and option 2 in both the original motion and the amendment, does that not leave us the choice then to drop the options totally and have it, without those options? Are we stuck then without analysis of saying no options? And so I would, I just curious. I mean, because we don't have a bookend of no options, option 1 or option 2, there's no 0 option or eliminate the options.
You are correct. So it was my intention really to address the first part there, the percentages. And I did not suggest in my amendment providing further flexibility in terms of the options.
I don't know about that. Okay, Phil Anderson.
I'm a little bit confused with Mr. Dooley's question. I thought no action is an option that would be, or were you, maybe I didn't understand the question, so I didn't understand the answer.
Well, let me, I probably shouldn't, but intervene that there are options here to move the allocation when those conditions are met. But what about just moving the allocation? And there are no terms and conditions or whatever you want to call it. It's just that. Is that correct? For clarification?
Yes.
We're not in discussion yet.
That's the way I'm trying to explain it. And what I'm really trying to get to is there a way to eliminate the triggers that cause that? And I don't see it here unless we.
And your clarification, Mark, was you did not have that in there. The triggers are there. So Marcy, you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If it's proper, I would offer an amendment to the amendment to accomplish the objectives that we're seeking here.
Mr. Oliver.
Yeah, I believe you can have an amendment to the main motion. And now that this is a substitute motion, you could make one more amendment before you need to dispose of that one.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Robin.
Very minor, but I want to make sure it's right before we go forward. I believe the word Oregon is missing from the yellow highlighted text that was added. So I just want to make sure it's clear. It should say Washington sport allocation and 2% from the non-tribal Oregon sport allocation. So capital OR.
That is correct. My apologies for not catching that. I believe I read that, but I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. It was verbalized, so I think we're okay.
All right, Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I would propose an amendment to the amendment to strike the text on the screen that begins on the second line of that bullet. So no. Beginning with in years when, and then strike option 1 and strike option 2.
So I'm waiting for this to complete. Marcy, can you restate your motion so it's clear what you intend here?
I move that the language shown in blue highlight and strikeout, in fact, be struck out.
All right. And that is accurate and complete on the screen.
Yes, it is.
All right. Is there a second? Seconded by Bob Dooley. Speak to your motion.
I think as Mark described, our intention here is to provide a full bookend of the alternatives, and this would accomplish that objective. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Questions, Frank Lockhart?
I guess when you started to make your motion, I thought that you were going to add an option 3 that basically said, 0 pounds or greater or something like that. And then that would provide some bookends and analyses on different levels, basically do it all the time, do it when it's 1.3 and do it when it's 1.5. And that would provide some information to the council, more information to the council than what your motion is. And so I'm just given that overall rationale of providing more information to the council. Why are you proposing this versus, option 3, so to speak?
Marcy, go ahead. And I'm sorry to interrupt, but there was a question. Can you indicate, I believe Bob Dooley did second this?
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's on there. So I'm sorry for that interruption. Go ahead, Marcy.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The distinction between the alternative shown on the screen and a simple, for example, amendment to the bullet above that would say provide a range of the numbers of 0.5 to 1 and 1 to 2, like that could have been an amendment if we were intending just to consider a range to the numbers themselves. But the bullet that is reflected on the screen by eliminating option 1 and option 2 suggests that the move can happen without a trigger with regard to what the 2A FCEY amount is. So our intention would be for the alternative to be considered in that way. Thank you.
Other questions for clarification to the maker of the motion? And I'm not seeing any, so look for discussion on this amendment. to the amendment. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you. I'm keeping notes on my questions for the other things too. This agenda item is listed as scoping. We are well into a range of alternatives. To me, I know my industry members were not prepared for any of this. I appreciate where we're going and why, but this item is listed as scoping. So how appropriate is it to get into a full range of alternatives moving forward? And on the timeline, again, this was couched as a long-term scoping item. Along with that, the September council meeting advanced briefing book deadline is August 9th. That is approximately 6 weeks away. How much work is going to be done in that time period to analyze all of this range of alternatives? So it's sort of a process question about going into this range of alternatives instead of the overall big picture scoping.
Thank you. And I will ask Executive Director Burden to address the issue. As our council action indicated, we're looking for guidance because it is scoping, as you mentioned. That can be done simply through guidance without motions or using the motion process to include more specificity. And I'll just ask Executive Director Burden to address that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I guess I have a couple of thoughts running through my mind. One is I did encourage folks to make a motion here on this item because as we've discussed this item over the last few months, there are different interpretations of what the council guidance has entailed. And given the, focus on this and the, I'll just say allocation questions are never easy. So the idea was that a motion would make it clear to everyone, including ourselves, how we should move forward. So that's why I've suggested we try to do this through a motion. In terms of Ms. Mattis's comment, I've been sitting here waiting to raise the issue. And since she asked the question, I'll just speak to it now. In looking at the substitute motion, if this whole package with the several amendments passes, it's difficult for me to see completing all of this by the September meeting advanced briefing book. So if it's appropriate now, and I'm not sure that it is, perhaps we should just focus on the amendments. And then when we get back to the full package, assuming that they pass, I would be looking to the maker of the motion to help understand if you'd like us to try to prioritize those things that would help us consider 2024, or whether you want us to do this all in one big package and wait till it's all done before bringing it back to the council. So there are a couple of ways to do it. The message that I would like to convey is that it's difficult for me to say, yes, we can accomplish all of this in time for the September briefing book and keep us on pace for doing something in 2024, if the intention is to do this all at the same time. So I hope that addresses Ms. Mattis's question. I would maybe suggest that we do this one step at a time, though, and first take the amendments and we go scale back up to the big picture of the entire motion. Then we have that discussion.
Thank you. So still looking for clarification, Butch? Okay, just because there are a lot of questions here, I want to make sure we clarify the intent of this amendment to the amendment first. That's the first piece we're looking at now. So not seeing any other questions, discussion on Marcy Remco's amendment that is before us now. Butch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This might be appropriate or not, but I've sat here and counted to 1,000, so I'm going to say it. I just want to remind this council, I don't really think this is passing the red face test. I can concur with, helping fishermen out if we have fish. I think that's we've done that in the state of Washington between sectors. for a long time in salmon and halibut. But when I go back home and in the state of Washington, and then I heard, I'm not speaking for Oregon, but I heard all the can't fish on minus tides and all the management they use. And you're asking our sport fishermen to step up and give you fish, California, on basically a 75 to 100 day season and growing. While we have 9, 10, 12 days, that quota drops below 1 million, we'll be back down to 3 and 4 and 5 days. I just like to have people look at themselves when they're carving up fish where people don't have 20-day seasons. I just kind of, I'm having a hard time swallowing that. I would have supported Heather's motion as written reluctantly, but let's just go window shopping and dog pile on and take fish from the have-nots and give it to the haves. I mean, we have weather days in Washington. So far, we're 4 Sundays. 4 Sundays, on a 17-day season. We don't get to fish Fridays and Saturdays because we're managing our fish for an end goal. I wish we could have a 7-day a week, 90-day. I wish we could have a 7-day a week, 30-day season, but we can't. And now you're asking us to help you out. And I think my record shows from my SAS to this day that I am willing to help people that need help. But this is like giving Bill Gates a loan and you're on welfare. So I just want to put a little fisherman perspective on what we're going to face when we go back to the people that we're got to look at in the face. Just so you know. If California came up with some management regime, and I'm not putting our values on California, but I'm just telling you, I'm having a real hard time with this because of those reasons. So take away for modeling, and I guarantee you, we too, at the end of the day, we'll have a letter writing campaign. If that's what you want, we can do that too. But I just want to put a little fairness in this and a little reality of what really happens in the state of Washington compared to the state of California. If you guys ran out of quota in August this year and we had in 23 and we had fish to give you, I'd give it to you. I have no issue with that. I have no issue with helping the sport fisheries of California. But to be taking quota away from the have-nots, the way I see it, is pretty disingenuous in my perspective from where I come from. And we too, come July, we'll probably have a 4-fish limit in Oregon on bottom fish. That's where we fish out of the Columbia River. Got El Nino coming. So next year, Washington could be in the same place as California as far as salmon goes. We've been there. So anyway, I'll get off my soapbox, but I just want to put that kind of perspective of where I'm coming from on this issue. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry if I overstepped my bounds.
Thank you. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Appreciate the discussion. I am going to vote against this amendment. My bookends had already been achieved. This goes beyond what I think is a reasonable range. I'm not going to repeat some of the things that Butch said, but when we're between 1.3, when we're below what we're already, Butch described where we are, we get down below 1.3, and it's going to get worse fast. And to make this kind of a reallocation in years when we're below 1.3 is not fair from my perspective. So the bookends in my mind, we've got these, we have what's in the motion as amended by Chair Grelnick. We have the in-season flexibility piece on here that I think is really, really important. and one that I'm hoping we might be able to get in place for 24. But this, in my mind, this goes beyond where I'm willing to go in terms of a bookend.
Thank you. Further discussion. Lynn Mattis.
I still have a question for NIMS on the flexibility piece that may be more appropriate once we talk about the amendment to the substitute motion. I think that's probably the more appropriate time, but I just wanted to double check. I'm still going to play the new council member card a little bit. But since it's to the flexibility piece, which is not what we're talking about now, I just want to make sure I'm in the queue.
All right. I'm hearing what you're saying. The flexibility piece is not what's in the blue highlight. And what we are discussing is the blue highlight and strikeout there. So save that. Thank you. Further discussion. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be voting for this. I am failing to see why in leaner years that California should be cut out of any future potential sharing agreement or how that's arranged. So I think this makes sense to me. Definitely open to further discussion about that, looking to further analysis, which is why I like this overall motion, because we'll have more information to come back and discuss this in November. So I guess I should have started by saying thank you, Heather, for providing this. And I'd also just like to point out in response to some comments that Mr. Smith just made, California's fishermen, we're having a hard year too. There's no salmon and there's decrease in ground fish. There's a lot of less opportunity for folks up and down the coast. So I don't think it's particularly accurate to characterize this as stealing or taking from folks that necessarily have less. Especially at this point, I think a further analysis can help us understand that. And I hope that if we do in that analysis, we can get the relevant economic and social data we need to better make that decision. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Not seeing any hands, I will call the question. Again, just to be clear, we are voting on the amendment that strikes out what is highlighted on the screen before you in blue and also indicated with strikeout. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? I'm going to ask the executive director for a roll call vote. My ears could not discern the difference.
Okay, yes, Mr. Vice Chairman, this is a roll call working from voting sheet number 1. I will call this agenda item E1, amendment to the amendment. See, we'll start with Phil Anderson.
No.
Butch Smith.
No.
Robert Dooley.
Yes.
Corey Ridings.
Yes.
Marcy Yaremko.
Yes.
Heather Hall.
No.
Joe Oatman.
No.
Frank Lockhart.
Yes.
Krista Svensson.
No.
Brad Pettinger.
No.
Virgil Moore is not here. Lynn Mattis.
No.
And Mark Gorelnik.
Yes.
Seven no votes, 5 yes votes. The amendment to the amendment fails.
All right, thank you. That takes us back to the amendment provided by Chair Gorelnik, which is going to take a little time to get back to the original amendment, which includes we'll just pause so the screen accurately reflects the amendment. You can highlight that in yellow also. The 2 bullet points, that options are also part of that amendment. And in addition to that, just remember, if you can scroll up to the top real quickly, there was that slight edit up there. Please highlight that in yellow. An editorial piece. All right, so now we're back to discussion on this amendment to the substitute motion. And I will look for hands for any discussion on that. Heather Hall.
Thank you. I appreciate this amendment. I think it does get at the spirit of having some bookends, and just wanted to offer that and say I'll support this amendment.
Further discussion? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm still a little torn with this one. Similar to the other one, I see these as being range of alternatives for the long term, where what was in Heather's substitute motion was, I saw as sort of a stopgap to get us started for 2024. I'm overall supportive of the idea. We don't have enough information yet with the range of alternatives. That being said, I'll figure it out in the next couple of moments. I appreciate the range of alternatives that was in the blue text. I just want more information before saying, yeah, let's go with that one, which I thought was going to be part of this big picture scoping we were going to be doing over the next few months and coming out with this range of alternatives. And I don't mean to be stuck on process. I know it seems like I'm harping on that. I'm not trying to. So thank you for letting me speak for a moment.
Thank you. Further discussion? Chair Gorelnik.
I just want to say again, I appreciate your perspective, Lynn. I think that when we saw some numbers put up, it was a matter of providing a range. Whether numbers ought to be there or not, I guess is a separate question. So thank you for your comments.
Further discussion? Phil Anderson.
Ditto what Heather said on the process piece. Can I ask the question now, or do you want me to wait on the process piece for this? I'm going to eat up the time anyway. You might as well take it.
All right. Is it just process quickly pertains to the amendment? Go ahead.
My understanding is what we're doing is we're scoping these out. We're going to get these back in some sort of a package with some preliminary views on and analysis. And then we will decide what we're going to send out for public review between September and November, take an action in November, and we'll at that time have a sense of what we can implement in 24 and what needs to take longer. That's where I thought we were headed here. And I think doing it by motion has been good advice, but I think that's where we're headed, or I thought we were.
Okay, further discussion. Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm sitting here very torn about what to do on this proposed amendment in light of the failure of my proposed amendment to the amendment. But I think if I think about the spirit and intent of the motion overall, I can get around to a position of support. I think this amendment does at least identify that we're talking about some range. I think we have our action to look forward to in September, where we actually adopt alternatives to put them out for public review. And some of these alternatives may or may not be ripe for 2024. And I think we're going to learn a lot about that over the next few months. There's a lot to like in the main motion. And I think, I look forward to further input on this particular alternative from National Marine Fisheries on the question about the trigger. I appreciate Frank's initial response. My concern is that this alternative, we may learn in the scoping that we can't hitch the move of an allocation to a trigger. And so that's my concern with voting yes on this amendment. But in light of the fact that I believe we will still be able to add new alternatives in our discussions in September, brand new ones that we may not have contemplated here so far in our scoping activities this week, I'm open to the fact that we may learn more that may change this alternative entirely. So in that spirit and thinking about our goal here and thinking about the next steps between now and September, I'm prepared to support this proposed amendment, noting that more alternatives may come in September. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? Not seeing any hands, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The amendment passes unanimously, which brings us back to the substitute motion as amended. So I'll look for any further discussion on that. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hessmer. This is where my question to NIMS on the flexibility piece is going to come into play. So thanks for the patience. And Mr. Lockhart and Josh, please don't take this as trying to call you all out, but I'm going to call you out a little bit. I think we all need to be a little realistic on what flexibility means. Both Washington and Oregon have been working with NIMFs over the last several years. We have a number of triggers that are already in the catch sharing plan. If A happens, then B can go into place. Even with that, it used to be able to do that in 2-3 days, phone call, email with NIMFs and IPHC. Then it went to 2 weeks, then it went to a month, and now we're 6 to 7 weeks for something to happen, even with it specified in the catch sharing plan. I don't know if there's more we need to do to put the flexibility language in, but I think we all need to be aware that on an August 15th date, if we decide on August 15th at the current rate of a month to 6 weeks, we'd be looking at the end of September before any allocation could be changed. Is this protracted timeline for changes going to continue? I don't know that it won't change my vote on this particular discussion, but I think it's something we all need to have in mind as we move forward, because it could eventually change what we are thinking about in this long-term process. So I don't know if Frank or Josh has anything to respond to on that one.
Frank Lockhart.
Well, I'll make a question out of your comment and answer it. And I won't dispute what you said about the timing. I mean, it is not 2 to 3 days under IPHC, their authority. They basically put out a press release and that accomplished it. And so that is not what we're going to be doing. You know, we have a different process, and you're right. It has taken anywhere from 2 weeks to 6 weeks or so. And it really, again, it depends. And some of this will come out in the analysis that will be brought forward to the council. It depends on how the council wants that flexibility to work. There is potentially a way that the council could decide up, or we could decide up front that at some percentage, we will release some amount of quota. Okay. In that case, where it's already kind of hardwired in the regulations, that could happen very quickly with a federal notice, because that process is already in regulation. If you want to do something along the lines of how we're doing it now with the states, yes, that will take longer, because it's, you have to figure out exactly what you're going to do, when you're going to do it, and then get that through the process. So one can be done relatively quickly, other one does take some time. So I'm basically just supporting what you're saying here. So, but yeah, again, though, the specifics really matter, and how we want to proceed on that.
Lynn, follow up. Thanks, Frank. I appreciate that. And again, wasn't trying to call you out, but just so everybody understood the timelines. And something you said just made the hair on the back of my neck sort of stand up. You said no longer under IPHC authority. When it's my understanding, we haven't changed the recreational fishery authority from IPHC to NIFS. Or have we done that and I missed it sometime in the last few years? That maybe doesn't need to be answered right now, but probably should be answered by when we get through the catch sharing plan process in September. It would be good to have that information at hand. So y'all don't need to scramble right now. I just would like it by September.
All right. Would you like to respond to that or defer to the future? You're right that the transfer of authority wasn't for the recreational, but we have kind of instituted a process to try to get those changes out in the Federal Register process. And I think that's where we're going to stick as we go forward.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion as amended. Bob Dooley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be supporting, I think, this motion. I believe that, what I heard originally from Heather was that there's flexibility here, and in implementation, or we can take parts we can do now, parts we can do later, but ultimately it's a package, although it may be disjointed in implementation. So that's the spirit I was coming at this. And then I heard that the discussion about potentially triggers that could be an impediment against something we might want to do, subject to the council wanting to do it. And so that was my support for Marcy's amendment, is that give us places to go should we get caught up. So we have a wider suite of analysis going forward, and options that roadblocks that may occur wouldn't be roadblocks. So that was my thought there. But now I'm in understanding when Marcy made the comment that, when this comes back in September, we still have an option to change things. So that changed me back around. So now I think this is really good to go forward with. I think it covers a lot of issues, and I respect Butch's comments a lot. I respect everybody's comments around the table. But I also believe that California's got some points. I think everybody's got some points in this. And I think we need to work through it. But I want to make sure we have all the pieces on the chessboard to be able to play with. And that's was my intent. So I'm pretty happy with the way it is right now. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion. Butch Smith.
I'd just like to put out one of the smallest quotas on the coast. We'll be losing not 1%, not 2%, but 3%, because we're shared management zone on the Columbia River with Oregon and Washington. So that happened to us last time when we had the 1% deal from each state. So just want to let you chew on that for a while. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Further discussion. Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page because that was one of the purposes of asking you all to make a motion. So if this were to pass, it's our understanding and it would be our plan to bring back what we're calling an analysis, and that can be interpreted in many ways. And so just in the interest of clarity, we wouldn't be looking at a NEPA analysis or an in-depth regulatory package in September. We're still thinking of this as like a more detailed iteration of scoping. So we'd be investigating what you've put together here. We'd be asking our partner agencies to help provide some data so we can show what's going on behind these numbers a little bit more. And then I believe, as Mr. Anderson outlined, we'd be coming back again in November with something that would be more akin to a regulatory analysis package, whatever we call that. I'm not sure under the Halibut Act, but that's the process I have in mind. And I want to make sure that we're all on the same page there. And I want to make sure Robin is not about to strangle me when I articulate this picture. So if that is where you all are at as well, that's great. But I want to just put that out there on the floor to make sure we're all of a similar mind about what we expect to see in September and the help that we'd be asking for to get there.
Heather Hall.
Thank you. I'll just start by saying that you're capturing my intent here and the idea behind not trying to prescribe a range of alternatives now, but to have a holistic look at some changes that we want to think about as we move into September and November so that we're open with the public and streamline that process for September and November the best we can. I realize, I look at this motion and I see as a halibut manager for WDFW responsibility on my part to respond to some of these bullets as we prepare for the September council meeting and meet with our stakeholders. So that's my understanding of where we are, which aligns with what you just said. Thanks.
Thank you. So I'll look around to Lynn Mattis.
With the discussion that's just occurred, I just want to make sure we're managing expectations. I think we're going to try for some of this for 2024, but maybe not all of this is going to make 2024. And I'm not just talking the allocation pieces. It could be the regulatory pieces, because we still are, I know we're trying to get away from short-term and long-term, but manage expectations both on ourselves and for our industry members that not all of this is going to be in place for 2024. We'll get what we can done, but some of it may take a little bit longer time frame. And I think others may be on that same page, but I just want to make sure that expectation is tempered.
All right. Phil, or Marcy? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, I would agree with that, certainly. There are a number of bullets here that I think may be easily achievable in the 2024 catch sharing plan. Some we need more information and research from NIMFs on, and potentially more analysis and public comment. And then I look at the bullet on the screen regarding the regulatory changes recommended by the EC, which we had quite a bit of discussion about and heard from the SAS. And I'm glad to see it's included in this motion. But I think looking, or at least speaking for California, we're not expecting that to be an element of the actions that we consider under annual catch sharing plan adjustments. So I guess my question, probably not for the maker of the motion, but maybe, and maybe for the council staff, will we be taking up those commercial fishery measures in agenda planning in terms of scheduling those as independent actions? And if so, is there any effect of it being part of the motion here and now? I think the intent here is to express that we move this forward.
There was a question there, and I'm not sure either Merrick or Robin would address that, but this is scoping things that you would like to see go forward. So maybe on the time element, Robin, Can you provide any insights there?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ms. Yaremko, I've been thinking about the regulatory aspect of this scoping exercise. We did hear from the EC, and I think some things have been resolved, but there are still some things that the enforcement consultants would like to see changed. In my mind, I would look to bring those things back to the council in a truncated form in the sense of including the things that have not been resolved, and then the council can decide what process would be best to move those forward. Most typically something outside of the annual September, November. It would essentially be something that the council says, yes, these are things we want to move forward, and then speak with NIMS on what that process might look like, but most likely would not specifically follow that September, November catch sharing plan timeframe, if that helps at all.
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, that helps. I guess I'm just looking for input as to whether we need to bring that piece up in agenda planning this meeting and think about putting it on the year at a glance, or should we wait for further development offline of the proposals?
Executive Director Burden.
I appreciate the question. How about I huddle with Robin and Kelly, and we'll just figure that out. Yeah.
And that's good. I think regardless, we can bring that up in agenda planning. So I want to make sure everybody's clear with Executive Director's Burden's explanation and what Robin laid out on what the product of this motion would be. We have a sense the implementation times ultimately are a little bit unknown, but we're still working on a process and schedule. So any more questions? Is it clear in everybody's mind what we're going to get with this? It's a dangerous question. But not seeing any other hands, I'm going to call for the question on the motion before us as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Robin, I'm going to turn to you. It's been a long discussion. Is there more you would like from us?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My thought has been it takes a village. And I think the items that we've listed here will need help from everyone, the states and the feds and council as well, and to work through it. And I think there's been, mention of we're going to do the best we can within the 6 weeks allotted to us, and we'll see where we get, but look to provide the council with as much information as possible. So I think if we all commit to that, then yes, we have everything we need, and we'll pick this back up at our next council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any closing comments anyone wants to make? Not seeing anything. We're going to close this agenda item. And before we move into the next one, which will have some change of seats there, we're going to take a break. Let's try to be back here in 10 minutes.
Recording stopped.
All right, so everyone, please move back to your seats so we can reconvene here. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're moving on to agenda item F1, the FEP initiative for an update. I will turn to Kit Dahl for
recording in progress
on this agenda item. Kit, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll read the situation summary for this agenda item. At its March 2022 Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting, the ad hoc ecosystem work group submitted a work plan for the Ecosystem and Climate Information Initiative, which I think people are referencing as Initiative 4 as a shorthand. The initiative would develop mechanisms to bring ecosystem and climate information into fishery management plan-based harvest and season-setting decision-making processes. The EWG proposed reporting back to the Council in September 2023 on its development of a draft risk table for an example species. The risk table method would be modeled after work that has been carried out in the North Pacific since 2017. The EWG also identified petrale, sole, and subsequently sablefish as pilot species for this initial effort. The EWG noted that stoplight tables summarizing an array of climate and ecosystem indicators have been used in the annual salmon management process. More explicit use of these products could be explored as a way of integrating climate and ecosystem information into the management process. The second main component of the initiative would be the development of a framework to identify and prioritize the council-managed species groups or species with management processes that should next be supported with ecosystem and climate information. The EWG proposed reporting back in September on the development of such a framework. The EWG held a public meeting on May 15 and 17 to begin work on this initiative. At its April meeting, the council requested the EWG provide a short report on the outcome of that meeting. The EWG has submitted a supplemental report for that purpose. And in addition to the supplemental report submitted by the EWG, there is your Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel and your Groundfish Advisory Subpanel also both submitted supplemental reports speaking to this agenda item. I should also note there's a letter that was submitted under public comment by Ms. Gway Kirchner from the Nature Conservancy. I believe you heard and have had some discussion of an offer from the Nature Conservancy to sponsor or co-sponsor one or two workshops in support of this initiative. And so that letter reminds the council, I guess you could say, of that offers and ask for some guidance on that as well. So that's kind of another topic of discussion that's not referenced in this overview, but it should be noted. So that's it. And the council action that's listed here is council discussion and guidance as appropriate.
Thank you, Kit. Are there any questions on the overview? What our task is before us here? I'm not seeing any questions, so I think that takes us directly to the management advisory body reports. We'll take the ecosystem work group first, and I believe Yvonne Derenier is online. Yvonne, can you hear us? And are you ready to begin?
Yes, I can, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I will be working from agenda item F1A, the Supplemental Ecosystem Work Group Report 1. The EWG last reported to the Council on the climate and Ecosystem Information Initiative at the Council's May 2023 meeting in Seattle, Washington. In our advance report for that meeting, we asked for advice from Council advisory bodies on preferred methods or priorities for grouping council-managed species together when choosing new species groups for future ecosystem and climate information reports, and preferred times in FMP-specific management processes where it would be most useful to receive ecosystem and climate information to support harvest setting or pre-season or in-season management processes. At its March meeting, the Council received detailed and useful feedback from multiple advisory bodies on those questions, although it did not receive comments from technical or management teams or advisory subpanels for salmon or highly migratory species. The HMS management team had commented in September 2021 that fully developed examples would be necessary in order for them to evaluate the application of this initiative to HMS management. And it may be more useful for HMS management to focus on using ecosystem information to develop bycatch mitigation measures, which we mentioned because this initiative is focused on harvest setting measures. Members of the Salmon Advisory Subpanel joined the Ecosystem Workgroup in person to discuss with us on March 6th the initiative, and they noted that for Sacramento River Chinook, stock-specific ecosystem and climate information reporting would be helpful in July, August for winter run stocks, in August, September for spring run stocks, in September, October for fall run stocks, and before March for preseason advising on environmental factors affecting outmigration and rearing. SAS members also supported reporting on habitat conditions for each cohort and watershed to better support forecasting of the Sacramento Index. And they were generally supportive of the user-friendliness of the salmon stoplight tables. We mention all this because we wanted to, there wasn't any SAS report in writing, and we wanted to write it down so that they could correct or add to this as it made sense to them. The EWG does not have any new questions for council advisory bodies for this June agenda item. If advisory bodies are interested in providing input on the initiative, we are referring them back to both our advanced briefing book report from March and to the thorough and insightful report of the Scientific and Statistical Committee's Ecosystem Subcommittee, provided under Agenda Item H1 from March 2023. That SSC-ES report is particularly useful to this initiative because of its inclusion of a strategic review of the salmon indicator portfolio. With that all said, we met on May 15 and 17 via webinar, and we discussed further development of the initiative for your September 2023 meeting, based on the advice that we'd received in March 2023 from you and from your advisory bodies. On May 15th, we received presentations from and discussed Stephanie Zador, Deputy Director of the Alaska Fisheries Science Center's Resource Ecology and Fisheries Management Division, briefed webinar attendees on the North Pacific Fishery Management Council's use of ecosystem and climate information in species-specific risk classification and risk evaluation tables. Corey Green of the Northwest Fisheries Science Center's Fish Ecology Division and your chair of the Pacific Council's Habitat Committee briefed us on the Pacific Council's use of salmon habitat indicators in your salmon stoplight tables. We discussed the potential benefits and challenges of using risk tables versus stoplight tables in the Pacific Council process. And we used all the information we've gotten in March 2023 to update the species and stock selection criteria. Advisory body comments from March were really helpful to this discussion, and we are hoping to present you with a final draft set of species and stock selection criteria for review, your review and possible adoption in September 2023. We also discussed management schedules for groundfish, salmon, and coastal pelagic species. The EWG had laid out a draft summary of the management schedules of all 4 of the Council's FMPs in its appendix to its report for March. Our discussion on May 15 used the comments from the advisory bodies to better understand where and when ecosystem and climate information might be brought into the different management processes. The EWG was fortunate to have a variety of stock assessment and ecosystem indicator experts attend and participate in our meeting on May 17th. where we discussed a draft risk classification table, which is a table used in the North Pacific that would allow the council, its advisory bodies, and the public to consider and understand the various and combined potential environmental and population dynamics risks to council managed stocks. Per Dorn and Zador, this table is about understanding the risks themselves, not about understanding how particular species might be affected by those risks. We also drafted risk evaluation tables for petrale sole and sablefish, as you had requested in March 2023. Risk evaluation tables are about understanding the potential effects of different risks on particular species or species groups. In March of 2023, you had asked that the EWG consider risk evaluation tables for petrale sole, sablefish, Pacific sardine, and Chinook salmon before the council's September 2023 meeting. We discussed and drafted risk evaluation tables for petrale sole and sablefish with the aid of the appropriate stock assessors and other groundfish experts, and we will review and update those drafts for your September 2023 briefing book, which will be due to council staff in early August. The EWG found it useful to have multiple species to evaluate because it helped us to highlight the contrasts and similarities in the types of scientific information available for populating risk tables and to consider associated uncertainty. Based on the advice the council had received from the CPS management team and the CPS advisory subpanel in March, the EWG recommends that the council review both risk evaluation tables for petrale sole and sablefish and sample salmon stoplight tables in September 2023 before deciding whether risk evaluation tables are appropriate for CPS species. Both CPS advisory bodies commented that, depending on the species, ecosystem, and climate information would be most useful to their processes in spring or early summer. The EWG intends to ask CPS advisory bodies for further advice at the September 2023 meeting, which should help refine our collective understanding of the appropriate climate and information reporting method for the CPS management process. With regard to Chinook salmon, we suggest that the council defer its request for a draft Chinook risk evaluation table until it has had an opportunity to adopt species or stock selection criteria for the future species or stocks to be subject to ecosystem information reporting. In preparation for our May meeting, we had gone back to review the SSC-ES's report on its September 2022 meeting on ecosystem indicators, particularly on salmon stoplight tables. Their comments and the summary of advice from experts presented at their meeting indicated strong support for better understanding the effects of climate change and other environmental factors on individual stocks of Chinook and other salmon species, or at a minimum on suites of stock found within individual ecoregions. In other words, ecosystem and climate information reporting for Chinook salmon as a species would not be nearly as useful to the council as ecosystem and climate information reporting for Chinook salmon from a particular river basin or set of adjacent basins. The EWG also notes that the Habitat Committee March 2023 supplemental report for agenda item H2A identifies salmon stocks for which habitat indicators have been developed, which could be good candidates as the next priority stocks or species or stock groups. And even though I just told you in those last two paragraphs that we are not going to be bringing Pacific sardine and Chinook salmon risk evaluation tables to you in draft in September, I will say that we're going to test out the species selection criteria for those two, for Pacific sardine and for the Klamath River, I want to say winter run Chinook salmon. We're testing out those as well as other species from other FMPs. So you can see how the species selection criteria might work for species you're familiar with, species and stocks. Because the council asked that this June 2023 agenda item consist of a narrow update of progress on the initiative, the EWG has no questions or recommendations for you. Our report for September would follow the plan that we had laid out in March, as modified by the council in March, to report back to the council on draft species selection criteria and process for the council to choose future species or species groups to receive ecosystem and climate information, a draft risk assessment table to be used across all species and groups, and draft risk evaluation tables for sablefish and petrale, and then suggestions for potential workshop topics for fall and winter 2023. Should the council be interested in the request from the Nature Conservancy, the council participate in or co-sponsor workshops in support of this initiative, but outside of the council's regular meeting process. And then I'll just close by asking you to note in our appendix here that we had some great participation at the May 15 and 17 meeting, and particularly from a lot of scientific experts on sablefish and petrale and on the California current ecosystem in general. And we're really grateful for the broad cross field and multi-FMP participation that I think made our meetings really successful in terms of accomplishing a lot in a little bit of time. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Yvonne on the ecosystem work group report? I'm not seeing any hands, Yvonne, but I do have one question for you. Not too detailed, and maybe I read this too literally, but on the third bullet on the second page of your report says the potential benefits and challenges of using risk tables versus stoplight tables. And in other places I've read in here, it's sort of an either or, using risk tables or stoplight tables. Has there been any discussion about when both are available, using both in conjunction in a way that one might complement another? The risk tables can help you interpret the stoplight tables, but just any discussion about using the two together when available?
Yes, thank you for that question. And I don't know, thank you for figuring out that little nugget to ask in time. So yes, we have talked about using risk evaluation tables and stoplight tables. There's a lot of appreciation for the stoplight tables in the salmon portion of the council process. And so we want to make sure that we don't just run ahead to use risk evaluation tables without also thinking about the value of the stoplight tables, and want to just try to make sure we're using the right tool at the right time. And they could certainly be used together. The salmon stoplight tables could easily you could take a bunch of salmon stoplight tables and boil them down to a simple short risk evaluation table for one or more salmon stocks.
All right, thank you. And glancing around the room, I don't see any other hands here. So again, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move to the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel report, and Michelle Conrad is here to give that report. Good afternoon, Michelle.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hasmer and council members. Since you've had the supplemental EAS report in your briefing materials for some time, I'm just going to summarize and hit the highlights. So referring to agenda item F1, supplemental EAS report 1, the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel report on the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4. The EAS met on May 31 to discuss the Initiative 4 update as discussed by the EWG at their May meeting. We appreciate the work of the EWG, stock assessment scientists, IEA team, and the DMT members participating in this effort. On the risk tables, we noted a couple of changes to the risk assessment table that the EWG considered and the EAS supports. We also highlighted multiple purposes that risk tables could serve and recommended consideration of including a level for stock conditions that are above normal. For the selection of species, the EAS does not have a preference on specific stock selection, but again noted that initially choosing stocks from multiple fishery management plans for drafting risk tables for Initiative 4 should provide more opportunity to choose those with divergent characteristics that will result in different risk tables and thus better inform the process. With regard to possible workshop topics, in March, the EAS received a report from the Nature Conservancy on resources to fund 2 workshops in support of Initiative 4, which could help advance the dialogue on understanding and managing for climate effects on council-managed stocks and fisheries. And we appreciate the need to identify the location, venue, and scope of discussions for workshops this fall at your meeting this week. The EAS identified possible topics for these workshops in our report, and we expect there will be more specificity provided in public comment. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Michelle on the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel report? And I don't see any hands, so again, thank you, Michelle. And that takes us, there is also a Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report, Shems Judd. Good afternoon, Shems.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hassan.
Come on.
There we go. For the record, my name is Shems Judd. I'll be reading from agenda item F1A. Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4, Ecosystem Workgroup Update. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel received an update on the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative from Dr. Kit Dahl and offers the following comments and recommendations. The GAP believes it is important in considering assessment of risk to consider not only downside risk, that is, to what extent ecosystem considerations might indicate a lower state of nature or risk to a stock, but also potential upside benefits. For example, conditions that suggest a higher state of nature, improved growth rates, improved survivability, et cetera. Otherwise, the initiative would not actually capture accurate ecosystem information, but instead would seem merely to be a tool to limit catch. The GAP supports the idea of hosting workshops to develop more detailed guidance on how to incorporate ecosystem information into the existing management system. Primary topics of interest for the GAP are use of risk and stoplight tables in fishery management decisions, and criteria and processes for species selection. The GAP thanks the Nature Conservancy for its willingness to host and fund these workshops. And that's the end of the report.
Thank you. Questions on the GAP report? And not seeing any, so again, thank you, Shems.
Thank you.
That concludes the management and advisory body reports. Takes us to public comment. We have one sign up. And I'm going to guess that will be Gway Kirshner. Good afternoon, Gway.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair. Council members, thank you for taking this up at this meeting. You have my letter in your briefing book, and I'm not going to reread that here for you. There was just a couple of points that I wanted to make in this public comment. The first is that we would like to partner on these workshops with the council. And what that would do is that would allow us to notice these workshops for public participation. It would allow us to follow the public participation guidelines that the council also follows in their meetings. And it would give us the potential to hold meetings at the council office, which could help with using IT and providing a remote participation for folks who otherwise couldn't make it or wanted to listen in but couldn't make it to the meeting, which would be important for maximizing participation. Moving forward from this meeting, I'm planning to put together a small steering committee, and I want to be really clear that this is not a revision or a revisit of the CCCT team that we put together. This would be your run-of-the-mill workshop steering committee that would be made up of a few folks that would help identify dates, identify locations that could narrow in the topics that are actually going to be discussed at the workshop, identify speakers, those sorts of things. And my hope is to be able to work with interested folks from the ecosystem work group maybe the IEA team, others that could help us narrow that down, especially as they're doing their work through the summer. So what I'm hoping to see from this discussion is just a good thumbs up that we're headed in the right direction, that yes, please partner with the council on this so that we can hit those good public participation items, and that we're going in the right direction with the general topics. And like I said, the steering committee will be able to refine those topics as the EWG goes through their work through the summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Gwe? I'm not seeing any questions, so thank you very much. And that takes us to council discussion and guidance. I think we heard in the EWG report that it was just simply an update. They're not asking for anything new. We will hear back from them in September. But as we just heard, there was this request for the council partnering on a workshop to address some of these things. So I'll just look around for any hand to initiate the discussion on this topic. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, I appreciate the update from the working group and the advisory subpanel, public comment. I know we asked for just a brief touchdown here. It sounds like things are moving forward and we can help facilitate moving forward on some workshops. I guess that sounds good to me. And it sounds like with these topics in the TNC public comment letter align with what we've heard so far on the potential topics, but it doesn't preclude any of the work that the ecosystem working group is doing over the summer. So I think that looks like a good path forward. I guess a question to Executive Director of being able to facilitate the public process that Gwe mentioned, holding the meetings potentially at the council office and facilitating the federal notice, if that's doable. Thank you.
Yes, Executive Director.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Hall, for that question. I did have an opportunity to discuss this idea with Ms. Kirchner a couple of times. You might recall the last time we partnered with Nature Conservancy, it was well, I guess I wasn't involved, but it looked like a much more involved process with some funding from the council. And that's not what we would be doing this time. If this is the route that you want to take, what we'd be doing is, filing some of the basic FR notices and things like that. We do lots of that. So adding another one or two of those is not really an issue. And we'd be happy to host a meeting at our office. We're set up well. Right before COVID hit, Chuck had redesigned some of the meeting space. So it's quite amenable to a meeting like this at the moment. So that's what we would be offering. We would not be offering lodging or travel or anything like that, more just a space to host the meeting and the filing of the public notices.
Thank you.
Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassmer. Ms. Hall said pretty much everything I was going to say. I do want to echo thanks to Ms. Kirchner and the TNC for offering to facilitate this and coming in with a report that had some specifics for us. Yes, here are a couple of topics we want to use as a starting place. Having those as the starting place, knowing that they could shift a little bit depending on what comes out of the EWG. So like Heather, very supportive of this going forward with the assistance of hopefully council staff, office, and IT technology.
Okay, further discussion? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just +1 to what Heather and Lynn said, just with the brief addition of thanking the EWG again for the webinars and for the comprehensive report in the briefing book that brought us all up to speed easily, and looking forward to what comes next. Thanks.
Thank you. So there, seeing some support around the table for this workshop concept to further develop that and come back to us. And I heard that on the TNC's part involves the establishment of some steering committee to help work through that, flesh some things out. Anything else we need? Or I will turn to, while I look around, turn to Dr. Dahl, since there was no other action, just guidance, discussion and guidance is necessary. Is there anything else we need to do here?
I don't think so, Mr. Vice Chair. I think you pretty closely conform to the estimate of the time we allotted to this agenda item, which was half an hour. So I'm glad for the useful report to you and your helpful and concise discussion of the matter. And so I guess we'll be expecting for a weightier topic in September as far as the EWG reporting back with specific products as described. And also we'll be working with the Nature Conservancy on the organization of these workshops and look to Ms. Kirchner to marshal whoever she hopes can help with that effort.
All right, thank you. I'll look around the table, see if there are any closing items, comments, or discussion on this. Otherwise, we'll consider our work complete on this agenda item. We'll close it out. And with that, I will pass the gavel back to our chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. We've got a few seats changing, but it is now Vice Chair Pettinger's opportunity with a gavel.
Okay, thank you, Chair Grelnick. We're a little behind, so I'll talk faster. Let's speed us up. Changing seats here. We'll be going shortly. Okay, for those online, Josh Lindsay's taking the NIP seat. Corey Niles in for Washington, and welcome John again in the Oregon seat. So could be situated here, and I'll turn it over to Jesse. So, okay, Jesse.
Good afternoon, council members. This is agenda item G1, the National Marine Fisheries Service report. So under this item, you will hear a report from, I believe Dr. Yao is unavailable. So Kristen Kokas will be here from the National Marine Fisheries Service Southwest Fishery Science Center, providing an update on coastal pelagic species research activities. And Mr. Lindsay from the West Coast region may also provide an update on regulatory activities as appropriate. You do have a supplemental Southwest Fishery Center PowerPoint in your briefing materials, as well as a supplemental CPSAS report. Your council action for today is for discussion and guidance as appropriate, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Jesse. Questions for Jesse on overview? All right. I'm not seeing any. My daily log has Cisco to start us off for National Fishery Service. So welcome, Cisco.
Yeah, good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the council. It's really great to be back here and see so many friends and also meet a whole host of new ones. I'm going to, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on two issues, if I could. One, I wanted to touch briefly on a discussion that we had last night, a meeting that we had last night on the integration of two surveys that we have coming, or the planning towards the integration of two surveys. And the other one, I wanted to touch upon some of the highlights of the Inflation Reduction Act and the components of the climate ready fisheries elements of that. So getting back to the matter of these surveys, I just wanted to start off that, as many of you know, surveys are really at the core of our science enterprise. Without the data collection and ensuring the continuity and the integrity of the data collection that we do, our mission is really challenged. And right now we're undergoing a number of quite serious and difficult challenges and disruptions in our data collection and survey capability. And we really must do everything to ensure that that doesn't happen. These are issues that are happening at a national level. It's not just local, but the integrated survey that we're talking about, that we talked about last night and we're considering here, is really a prime example of all the effort that goes into how we're trying to get past some of these challenges to ensure, like I say, both the data collection and sustained effort at a time when we perhaps need data collection more than ever, given all the changes that are happening. And so, some of the things that we can anticipate and some of the reasons that drove the conversation for the integration of these surveys is what we refer to as a midlife repair of all of our fishery survey vessels. So we have 5 of those. We have the Dyson up in Alaska, the Shimada and the Lasker here on the West Coast, and the Bigelow and the Pisces on the East Coast. And over the next 10 years, each one of these, on the current planning, might be out for anywhere from 12 to 18 months each, on a period of about on an 18-month cycle, if you will, or cadence. And that's something that's quite disruptive in terms of how do we make up for the fact that there is this disruption, and how can we anticipate all the moving parts so that we ensure that those data time series are not disrupted or anything. And so that, together with the fact that we need to sample more and more frequently, says, well, how do we make surveys better, more efficient, and so on. And so the integrated West Coast Pelagic survey that we talked about yesterday is an effort to combine the surveys of the Northwest Fisheries Science Center on the Pacific Hake and the Southwest Fisheries Science Center and the coastal pelagics. And the idea is to work on integrating these surveys and start being able to do one survey for both starting in 2025. So last night, we held a very, very productive meeting that included the Northwest Center, the Southwest Center, and a host of stakeholders. And before I go on into some of the details, I really do want to acknowledge all the work that went into this meeting by the council staff to make sure that everything ran right and everybody was informed and ready to contribute, as well as Annie Yao from the Southwest Center, Craig Russell from the Northwest Center, and also the support from the directors, Kristen Cook and Kevin Werner and all the teams. And similarly, I think a very important part in the input that was significant and insightful was a presentation by Greg Shaughnessy, who showed a way perhaps of how we could jointly plan, activities related to the biosampling of the integrated survey. And following these presentations and opening statements and such, there was a really healthy discussion, and there were many very clear recommendations that emerged that are very clear that we need to incorporate and continue to incorporate in the planning of the survey. They include detailed specifications on making sure that in the design of what we're doing, we include an end-to-end. Last night, the term that was used and resonated was wheelhouse to cod end. It's not just one component that we need to look at, but the integration of the system that we need to look at. Making sure that we have plans for long-term maintenance to sustain performance over time. So making sure that everything is checked every year and recalibrated as needed, as well as the sustained collaborations between industry and fisheries, to integrate these new technologies into the surveys and revisit them so that we improve on them regularly. Other important comments had to do with ensuring that we talk with our international partners in Canada, as you know, as we have to work, you know, the aspects of the treaty, the international treaty with Canada. And so there's a lot more, but I just really wanted to say it was an extremely positive meeting. As I said, filled with recommendations and advice in terms of how to go forward. And the outcome is such that in the remaining months of 23 and all of 24, we will be working towards this integrated survey that would start in 25 that will keep three things, or three main things. One, acknowledging all the disruptions that we know are out there. You know, we will be able to keep the data collection in place. So we will minimize the disruption in time series during the midlife repairs or others. We will allow, once it's in place, to increase our data collection. So we will have at times greater capability to collect more data again at a time when we need to do this. And perhaps it's also important that, as I said, this is really these challenges that we're facing are at a national level. So the successes and the lessons learned that happen at the integrated survey are ones that are going to help how we approach the sustaining our surveys and expanding our observing capabilities nationally. So it's really three key important points. The above also, of course, requires funding. And, we're fortunate that we have short-term funding to do this through the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, which allows for us to direct funding in order to be able to secure the planning of the integrated survey. And so this leads me to the second topic I wanted to cover, which is a brief update on the Inflation Reduction Act, in particular focusing on the components that we refer to as the climate-ready fisheries. And as you might have heard, NOAA Fisheries is receiving over $1 billion in IRA funding. It covers a whole host of things. I'm just going to focus on the CRF, the climate-ready fisheries. And this is, really an unprecedented investment that strengthens the agency's core mission of providing the science and science-based management that's needed in order to conserve our living marine resources. And these plans and these, the design or the efforts are, how we anticipate going forward was something that we worked closely with, with our NOAA administrator, Dr. Rick Spinrad, Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, and also there was a deep consultation and sustained consultation with tribal nations as well. So the IRA, again, the Inflation Reduction Act, will support us and help us to really confront the challenges associated with climate change. And as I said, this commitment that we have to creating a climate-ready fisheries. And so a question might be of, what do we mean by climate-ready fisheries? And one way to think about it is that it's science-informed, adaptive and responsive management that considers uncertainties to better be able to withstand the impacts of climate. So there's new science that has to be incorporated into providing the advice to management, and in turn, then how do we work this into the communities that need it, the industries that need it, in order to again be able to anticipate and plan for, if you will, trade-offs, et cetera, associated with the changes in climate. And this CRF, this climate-ready fisheries, is also part of sort of the broader goal of the agency of being also a climate-ready nation. It's the same idea of being ready for all the evolving conditions that are happening, the uncertainties associated with it, but yet being able to anticipate what might happen so that we can be ready and responsive to them, become more resilient, reduce the vulnerability of our communities and such. And so it's really an integrated effort in terms of how we prepare for the coming changes. And in terms of, there's quite a bit of detail that we could go into, but I just wanted to highlight, in terms of NOAA fisheries, the areas that we will be focusing on under this climate-ready fisheries, it's a data acquisition and management. And in part, that's related to, our ability to be able to take on things like the integrated survey. A second point is the Climate Ecosystems and Fisheries Initiative. So building on the data, having data how do we actually make the projections and look forward in terms of what can we expect in the future. There's conservation efforts focusing around Pacific salmon, red snapper, and North Atlantic right whales. These are priority species that we will be considering. Support for salmon hatcheries and other tribal initiatives, habitat restoration, Arctic research, improved permitting efficiency, and facilities modernization. And I'll just touch upon two of these and just conclude my remarks. The data modernization and essential data acquisition, as I said earlier, everything starts with that, particularly now when we need it the most. How do we collect the data? How do we make it available? How do we modernize our systems so that they can be available, exchanged, discoverable, et cetera? This is a huge effort that we're undertaking so that we can accommodate the increase in data collection that we have with advanced technologies that are coming into place, some of which are familiar out here, of course, the environmental DNA or optical systems or gliders and so on. All of these are collecting a lot of data. How do we actually use these in a way that, or how do we make them available so that we can actually use them to do the things that we need to do to be climate ready? The funding under this category, if you will, of data modernization and essential data acquisition will also allow us to engage in cooperative partnerships with industry, with academia and others, as well as I said, increase the number and types of observations that we need. As I said before, we're at a point in time where we need to be in more places more frequently, and this expansion in our data collection capability is going to be enabled by this infusion of support and funding. And then I'll just close with the other theme I talked about, which is how do we then, with all of this data and all of this knowledge that we have, is project into the future. And that's that Climate Ecosystems and Fisheries Initiative, which sometimes is referred to the CEFI or the CEFI or CEFI. It's gotten a number of names. And this is how do we develop models that allow us and projection capabilities that allow us to look 2, 3, 4, 5 years ahead. Climate is something that is not fluctuations about an average. There's trends. So we need to think about what is the likelihood of the trends over time, as opposed to, as I said, fluctuations about a mean. And that requires different ways of thinking, different ways of estimating what might happen, and obviously at the end also different ways of providing advice in terms of what might happen under different scenarios. So the idea of how do we include scenario planning in a quantitative way through the CFI is something that we would do, not just for the living marine resources themselves, but also obviously for the communities that depend on the information. So I've covered two topics. I covered a lot, but I hope I gave you a sense of where we're headed. Again, I just want to reiterate the truly and thank everybody for a remarkably productive meeting last night and discussion and advice and directions in terms of how we can jointly, design and implement this integrated survey. And then also we just finally, now that we rolled out the Inflation Reduction Act and the Climate Ready Fisheries opportunities is something that we will be developing in the coming months and over the next years, and we'll keep you posted on that. So with that, again, thank you so much, and I'll take any comments or questions as appropriate. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Cisco. If we could just maybe hold off on the questions for you, because I know Annie has to go at 4:50. And so she's online now, so I'd like to get her maybe if we can, and maybe have a general question comment on the NIMS report after she's finished. It'll be fine.
Yep.
So that's perfect. Yep. So if you just stand by. So I would turn to Annie and see if she's online. And Annie, are you there?
Can everyone hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Appreciate, again, the opportunity to do this virtually. My name is Annie, Director of the Fisheries Resources Division at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. In the interest of time, I know we're running late today. I will give a brief update on CPS research. Next slide, please. Okay, so just 3 slides today. Future Seas Stakeholder Engagement Workshop follow-up, an integrated survey update, a little bit different from what Cisco just talked about, and then a sardine research update. So the Future Seas Stakeholder Engagement Workshop that took place last November, I presented on some follow-ups at the last meeting, and this is just a follow-up to that follow-up because I got a couple of questions. So just noting that the workshop report from the November meeting has been finalized. It's in the process of being turned into a NOAA report. Thank you to the participants for your input at that meeting and for that report. The CPS landings model paper that was discussed at the workshop, and this is one of several things discussed at the workshop, but that landings paper is under review in a peer-reviewed journal. And so like all of our publications, I'll talk about this when it comes out. Again, related to topics discussed at that workshop, but Dr. Quezada Escalona is developing the model of CPS vessel participation. He has some follow-up questions for fishery participants about their decision process of choosing which species to target and where they land their catch. And if you're willing to provide this additional input, there are 2 email addresses here for both Felipe and then for Dr. Stephen Stowes as well. Feel free to reach out directly. Felipe also indicated to me he has a couple names of persons who gave an input originally, and he either has or will shortly reach out to those persons as well. A quick update on some other ongoing research activities for the Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey. So just a quick, again, appreciation for everyone's participation last night in the outreach meeting. Great turnout and lots of good discussion and input we got from folks, as Cisco noted. So I think everyone's familiar with what the Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey is, the effort to integrate the Northwest Center's HAKE and the Southwest Center's CPS surveys. We held 2 outreach meetings now, April 19th and June 21st. There are more to come. They are not scheduled yet. We are in conversations with several stakeholders to see what times and places might work better for them. For this summer coming up, and the Shimada's out now, and the Lasker is going to depart on July 3rd. So we are planning to compare a few different biosampling methods. Those are nighttime purse staining, daytime midwater trawling, and nighttime surface trawling. This will give us a better understanding of how these gears, their performance in regards to capturing HAKE and CPS and represent. And through 2023 into 2024, we're looking to procure and test this says net, but it's really sort of a comprehensive trawl system. And we talked about this in much more detail last night at the outreach meeting, but looking to procure a new system sooner rather than later so that we can get it on board and start to test it, refine it, work with industry folks on that refinement, retest it again, all those sorts of iterative steps that happen before finally getting to hopefully an operational 2025. So sardine research update. This is my last slide. We have some novel findings that we wanted to share with folks. Recently we had our genetics team, in their effort to improve the understanding of Pacific sardine stock structure, they processed genetic samples from 2021 and 2022, technically genomic resequencing data. These samples were collected from our surveys, CPS surveys, and then also from some port sampling with partners. So they processed these samples, these genetic samples, and through this, we have discovered the presence of Japanese sardine off US West Coast waters. So Japanese sardine are different species, Sardinops melanostictus. They're different species from Pacific sardine, Sardinops sagex. They have a distinct genetic signal, like very distinct when I looked at the data that was presented to me, but they are hard to tell apart visually. And so, we have been catching these things in our trawls in 2021, 2022, not knowing at all that some of these were Japanese sardine, but some of them were in fact Japanese sardine. So this is a novel, important finding that we wanted to let folks know, and then let you know our plan to better understand what's happening here. Because I'm sure like all of you, it's sort of, it took me some time to process, and we need to better understand what's happening here for this managed species. So for the 2024 benchmark assessment, the efforts leading up to it, we have sort of two things we're going to do. So one, we're going to look back in time. We have historical collections of sardine genetic samples of varying coverage going back about 20 years. We're going to start with the most recent year. So we've done 2022 and 2021. We're going to start now in 2020 and move backward. We're going to analyze those genetic samples for, to determine whether they're Pacific versus Japanese sardine and go as far back in time as resources and time allows before the data needs to go into the 2024 assessment. The goal here is to get a better understanding of when and where Japanese sardine were present off our coast, our US West Coast waters, and incorporate that information into the benchmark assessment. If we don't get through the whole 20-year time series, any samples not processed in time for inclusion in the 2024 benchmark, we will continue to process, and we will subsequently include that information in a later assessment. So we will go back as far as time allows before this benchmark, and then continue to process those samples, historical samples, for inclusion in other stock assessments. So that's going backward. Moving forward, for this survey going out in 2023, again, departing on July 3rd and beyond, we have evaluated the sampling protocol for collecting the sardines, genetic samples, and we are implementing one that can get us more comprehensive coverage of sardine to better understand, again, this idea of where Japanese sardine are, their sizes and ages, along the US West Coast, their distribution, all of this sort of basic information we want to know about Japanese sardine. And we will take the 2023 information we have from this survey that's happening this summer, and we will incorporate it into the 2024 benchmark and, of course, future benchmarks going forward. So that's sort of like the very short, like what we're doing right now. Obviously, there's like a lot, I'm sure people will have, if not now, as this settles in, we'll have other questions. This is not sort of the totality of what we are thinking, as far as research questions, but this is just like I said, we are doing this right now in anticipation of the 2024 benchmark. And I will stop there.
Great. Thank you, Annie. Questions for Annie on the presentation? Okay. I don't see any hands, Annie. Thank you. And with that, we'll open up for questions or comments to Cisco on the Northwest.
Thank you.
On the Science Center report. Chris.
Can't resist asking Cisco a question. Hi, Cisco. Good to see you. Very general question. They are recalling the year 2020 painfully, as you probably painfully recall 2020, when we had to cancel virtually every survey. And COVID aside, we were always facing, challenges of budget trade-offs and getting white ship time with giving OMAOs other research missions. I mean, can you generally characterize now what you think is the biggest challenge you face in terms of getting done the planned or desired surveys? And are those challenges different on the East versus West Coast versus Alaska? And generally is the I guess third part of that question is this infusion of IRA money necessarily going to magically, do away with those challenges, or at least in the short term?
Thank you, Chris and Mr. Vice Chair. Great question. So if I could summarize the question, as you mentioned, starting in 2020 during the COVID year, there's been a number of challenges that continue that we have to face. The reintegration after COVID is one aspect I'll talk about that has to do with the crewing of the ships, making sure that we can go out, and this is something that appears to be not just a national but a broader international effort having to do with being able to find to be able to crew the vessels, wage mariners, et cetera. So there's a real broader industry crisis associated with this, and not only affects our fleet, meaning OMAO, but also the academic fleet, Biennals and others. That's one aspect. The other aspect has to do with we know that we will run into challenges when offshore wind and other efforts in the coastal environment appear, and that's also going to affect how we conduct our surveys and whether we can use now and the technologies that we have right now. The midlife repairs is something that is in some ways predictable. I mean, in the sense that there is a schedule that we can aim for, and perhaps we can try to mitigate. As I mentioned, knowing what's going to happen, where we can try to mobilize ships, consider chartering, consider working with industry. And the other aspect is the development of new technologies, which is probably 5-10 years ago, we all saw that the possibility of new technologies. And one of the silver linings that did happen during COVID was that we had to accelerate the use of them and see if they actually worked. And so we went into a proof of concept aspect of it that was pretty quick. It was faster than we thought. As you know, we developed, the deployment, or we deployed gliders in ways that we wouldn't have had we not had to do it during the COVID years. We had to develop optical systems and using artificial intelligence and machine learning in ways that we didn't before. Environmental DNA. So, and all of these other ones are ones that we feel we've had to accelerate. And I think that, that with the IRA, funding and the ability to now focus on the development of these technologies in a way that can complement the surveys that we do, and in some cases perhaps either offset or perhaps reduce the time that we need to be at sea versus what we can do with technologies, is something that we need to do. I think that the challenges that we have now, as well as the opportunities that we have in terms of the capabilities, the technological capabilities, both in data collection and analysis, are ones that I think that are going to perhaps begin to change the landscape, if you will, of how do we conduct our data collection exercise. So, Chris, it's a long answer to the question, but it's just like a number of things have come together. I'll stop short of saying a perfect storm of things coming together, but we are being challenged in the survey enterprise that we have to be able to maintain the schedule that we need to maintain to provide the data that we need. And so this now is actively something that we're looking at and trying to see if we can minimize, mitigate, and ensure that that data collection remains and that we continue doing what we need to do. So it is a big focus of the science enterprise for us right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Cisco. Anybody else? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Cisco. Good to see you again back at the council. This is really good news about the increased funding. That's a real boon for the council, especially in light of addressing climate change. As part of the CRF bucket, you noted a lot of science, some really cool sounding modeling, data, gliders, eDNA, which is all great. You also mentioned goals of increasing resilience and reducing vulnerability. So how can you envision that this council can help move those science and that tools into management? As you know, we're managers here. This council has shown a lot of leadership when thinking about climate and fisheries. So just seeing if I know that this is probably still early stages based on your description, but if you have any thoughts about how those things can be woven together, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, great question. Thank you so much. I wish Jen Kwan was sitting next to me, because I think she'll actually be speaking a little bit on this in terms of how we plan to bridge the science with the advice to management. So I believe she might be speaking to this a little bit on Saturday. It's fundamental in terms of how do we link the science to the management advice, because as I said, the way that the science is evolving and the way that not just the science is evolving, but the way that the conditions that we're looking at are evolving, and the uncertainties in the conditions that we're seeing requires that we communicate those uncertainties differently than we did before. I think that it's one thing to assume, as I said earlier, to assume that things are stationary, they're average, and there's fluctuations about an average, versus what we're entering now is this non-stationary phase of our system, of our climate system, our environmental system, where trends are what's happening. We see that there is a direction in which things are going. It's not a flat with wiggles. It's actually, there's a trend in something. There's changes in the frequency in which things occur. There's changes in the magnitude of the events that we see, the extreme events and such that we see. So there's a host of things that we need to think about differently, and we need to convey not just the science, but what about the science can we convey that is then useful to the management and decision-making side of that second step that builds on it. And so whether it's a CFI, the Climate Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative, where we have developed these decision support teams that will include not just the science part, but actually the assessment part and the advice to the management that goes on is something that we've worked into developing how we do that. As I said, there's also there's support to the councils in order for us to have that communication of, again, how is that information best provided and best received in order for that translation into management. So I'm stopping short of giving you details in some ways, but it's something that it is essential for us to be able to make that transition in terms of, the climate ready fisheries isn't just about the science of the climate. It's actually how do we translate that into the advice so that we can increase resilience, decrease, or increase resilience, decrease vulnerabilities and such that are required by the communities. And so it's really an end-to-end package in terms of how we need to think differently about how we proceed under this climate ready fisheries umbrella, if you will.
Okay. Anyone else? Francisco, thank you. With that will be the CPS-AS report, I believe. Brian Blake.
I'll be speaking to agenda item G1C. I'm Brian Blake on the CPS-AS committee. And this is the first time I've read before you, so be nice. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel appreciates the National Marine Fisheries Service willingness to coordinate its efforts and planning with the industry regarding the proposed integrated survey, and National Marine Fisheries Service's receptiveness to industry's technical and expert input on performance of trawl systems and fish behavior. We believe the continued collaboration is critical to successful development of the integrated survey and has the potential to provide improvement relative to current survey performance. The CPS-AS also continues to support extending surveys into Canadian and Mexican waters in collaboration with those jurisdictions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for the CPS? Nobody? Thankfully not. Okay, we have one public comment, I believe. Maybe more. Just to double check here. And yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good to see everyone today. My name is Jeff Shester. I'm representing the conservation organization Oceana. I was also grateful to be able to serve as the conservation alternate on the CPS advisory subpanel, and really appreciated the respectful, constructive dialogue and the help from Chair David Crabb, and as well as Jesse Dorpinghouse from NIMP, or from the council staff. I wanted to just start by strongly supporting the Science Center's work to continue to refine and improve the integrated surveys, particularly for the coastal pelagic species. As you recall, a few years ago, there was an intensive methodology review that approved the use of the surveys as best available science, both using the surveys directly and for using them in management. And this continues to be a critical data source. So we really want to make sure that there is this remains a top priority, as this data is critical to responsive management. Just the other night, Executive Director Merrick Burden and I were kind of discussing, and he asked the question to me, what would you sort of like to see the council really do sort of tangibly over the next couple of years in terms of climate ready fisheries? And I thought the question that Ms. Ridings asked to Dr. Werner just now, I think was kind of right along that front. How do you use the science to actually advance climate ready fisheries? And so after thinking about this for a little while, I noted and wanted to kind of point out and reiterate to the council something you've actually heard several times from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center in their recommendations, which is specific to coastal pelagic species due to their high fluctuations and link to climate and oceanographic changes. Moving from a assessment model approach to setting annual harvest specifications towards using survey results directly and much more real time and faster. So a survey-based approach to setting coastal pelagic species specifications. This has been, as I mentioned, recommended by the sardine assessment and Pacific mackerel assessment authors. It's also been suggested that we take a close look at this by the SSC. You'll see that in your mackerel statement from them at this meeting. So the idea would be that you do a single CPS specifications agenda item every November, immediately following that summer's surveys. And for each of the coastal pelagic species stocks, you would directly plug in each of the survey estimates that you had just gotten from that summer into a harvest control rule and immediately put into place by that January a new set of specifications. Interestingly, this concept, when I first kind of learned about it from Dr. Punt, is in terms of how the South African anchovy fishery is operated, where within 2 weeks of the surveys being completed, that survey result is actually used to update catch limits. So it's actually extremely responsive. And the basic argument for this is that even though there is uncertainty in the surveys, that uncertainty is much less actually than the uncertainties if you wait a whole year and do an assessment and put in a whole bunch of parameter estimates that are highly uncertain. And so this would both improve the accuracy of the data and the responsiveness to rapid and often unanticipated changes in abundance, both to respond to increases in abundance to create fishing opportunities, and to respond to decreases in abundance to prevent overfishing and protect the forage base. So we believe this also, by having a single specifications item, would improve efficiencies and reduce the number of times that specifications have to take up council meeting time, reduce the number of CPS agenda items. And would actually reduce the need for as frequent stock assessments by the center. So could actually decrease workload in the long run. So we request that the SSC kind of suggested looking at this as sort of a long-term change. What it really needs is essentially sort of a scoping or a proposal document where this could really be looked at, so we could evaluate this and look at the trade-offs. And we view this as a concrete way that you can actually take the science that's coming out of these centers and actually use it to have more climate ready and responsive fisheries. And just lastly, I did want to point out in the CPS advisory panel statement, there was a reiteration of the importance of looking at the southern stock of Pacific sardines. I was quite blown away by Annie Yao's discovery of the Japanese sardines. So that's a whole new wrench. And every time I feel like I somewhat understand this stuff, it's like my mind is blown yet again. But I think what we have all agreed on, including with the industry, is that this southern stock of sardines is very important, both in the ecosystem and to the industry. This would benefit the fishery, ensure sustainability, ecosystem-based management. And I think, as we heard before, we're seeing the southern stock more and more present in U.S. waters as a result of climate change and warming. So this really does fit well squarely within this idea of responding to climate change and getting ahead of that rather than not including the stock in management where it currently isn't. So anyway, I wanted to just end by sharing some of those ideas, and again commend the center for really a world-class scientific program that is informing ecosystem-based management and the ability to really respond to climate change and set a model for the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions for Jeff on his testimony? All right, thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
All right, that finishes public comment and takes us to council action, which is discussion. And we've had some already, but we'll look to anybody else. And if not, I will look to Jesse. Oh, sorry, Josh. Let's go to Josh first.
Sorry about that, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you. I just wanted to also thank Dr. Warner for coming both last night and today to provide the council these important updates, both nationally and regionally, of what's going on those fronts. And then just briefly also respond to Corey's question to Dr. Warner regarding that the interface of management and science, and that is an active conversation we're having at the region with both science centers. There was also a national IEA meeting in May where this was an active agenda topic where all the different IEA programs around the nation were discussing how best to assist in the CEFI process. So it's an ongoing conversation. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Josh. Corey?
Well, thanks, Mr. Chair. Since Josh brought that up, I think I heard you or someone say, or Cisco suggest we should talk about that more tomorrow when Jennifer Kwan's here. But we did talk about it in the budget committee a little bit and how we can plug into what Josh is talking about internally, how we can line up our thoughts. But just I think tomorrow was the time we heard to maybe have more discussion or Saturday, excuse me. I wish tomorrow was Saturday.
Hey, Corey. All right. Jesse?
Mr. Vice Chair, yes, I think you've heard the reports from the Science Center and completed your action for today.
Okay, we'll turn back to you for start us off on G2.
Yes, so agenda item G2, this is Pacific Mackerel Assessment and Biennial Management Measures Final Action. So at this meeting, you will be adopting biomass estimates for 23 and 24 and resulting management measures and harvest specifications for Pacific mackerel, including the OFL, ABC, and ACL for the next 2 fishing years, which is 2023 to 24 and 24-25. You may also choose to adopt an ACT as you have done in past years. The fishing year for mackerel begins on July 1st and ends June 30th of the following year. A stock assessment team from the Southwest Fishery Science Center produced a benchmark assessment, which you can find as attachment 1 in your briefing book materials, in accordance with COP 9, which says that we do a full benchmark every 4 years with a catch-only projection estimate in the alternating 4 years. A STAR panel reviewed the assessment in April of 2023. Which is their report is attachment 2 in your materials. The SSC considered that assessment in the STAR panel report and has a recommendation in their statement on the adoption of the assessment, biomass estimate, as well as an OFL and category designation. The CPS advisory bodies and the council should make recommendations on a P-STAR to determine the ABC, ACL, and other management measures as appropriate, and incidental catch allowances for CPS and non-CPS fisheries should also be considered. For your briefing book materials, as I mentioned, you have the assessment document as attachment 1, STAR panel report as attachment 2. You also have an SSC, CPSAS, and CPSMT report. Your council action for today is to adopt the assessment, harvest specification, and management measures for the 23-24 and 24-25 fishing seasons. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Jesse, for the overview. Questions for Jesse? Not seeing any. And with that, we'll go to the SSC report, I believe. And, Dr. Putt. Welcome, Andre.
Good afternoon.
This is the SSC statement on the Pacific Mackerel Assessment and Biennial Management Measures. This is supplemental SSC report number 1. Dr. Peter Kuriyama from the Southwest Science Center presented the results of the Pacific Mackerel Stock Assessment, and I presented a report on the STAR panel. The stats preferred assessment differs from that on which the 2019 assessment was based because it includes age composition data from the acoustic trawl survey based on age data from the survey, with updated age reading error matrix, a revised age-specific maturity OGIVE, a prior on age-dependent natural mortality, updated AT, that's acoustic trawl, survey estimates of abundance, and a prior on survey catchability, which I will refer to as Q, for 2016 to 2021. The assessment did not make use of the AT survey data for 2022, most recent year, as the SSC did not endorse that year's data for use in Pacific mackerel assessments. The SSC endorses the stat preferred assessment model as the best scientific information available for management of Pacific mackerel. The assessment is assigned to category 2D, and that is because of the high uncertainty regarding the scale of the biomass, the sensitivity to assumptions, and the fact that much of the biomass derives from recent year classes which are not informed by data. The acceptable biological catch should therefore be based on the category 2 sigma of 1.4426. We're very accurate in the SSC for the 23-24 fishing season, and 1.8852 for the 24-25 fishing seasons. The values for sigma differ from those in section 4 of agenda item G2 attachment 1, which is the assessment. In our statement, we have provided updated overfishing limit, that's the OFL, and ABC table. So those are the tables in supplemental SSC report number 1. Given that the 2022 AT survey was not used in the assessment and the high value for natural mortality, a larger proportion of the 23-24 and particularly 24-25 OFLs reflect biomass of cohorts whose sizes were inferred from the stock recruitment relationship. And that's more than the case was the case for the 2019 assessment. The SSC endorses the OFLs of 11,693 metric tons for 23-24 and 12,765 metric tons for 24-25, and the associated biomasses on 1 July 2023 and 2024, which I will not read out again. The 24-25 overfishing limit could be recalculated if the ABC for 23-24 is less than the harvest guideline. And I'll let you think about that. The final ABCs, of course, depend on your risk tolerance as reflected in your choice of P-star. A catch-only projection is scheduled for 2025 for use in setting management measures for 25-26 and 26-27. However, this means that the 2021 survey will provide the most recent information on abundance for management decision-making in 2025, even though AT survey estimates of biomass should be available for 2023 and 2024. Alternatively, to a catch-only projection, an update assessment could be scheduled. Any decision on how to set the 2025, 26, and 26, 27 management measures should consider, of course, the workload for the analysis, the magnitude of landings relative to the annual catch limit, and the estimates of biomass from the AT survey, as well as the desire to use the most recent information on abundance. In the longer term, a management system similar, such as that for northern anchovy, using survey estimates of biomass could be explored. And that ends my statement.
Okay. Questions for the SSC report? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Andre. Couple questions. I think they're related, though. Looking at, what is it, the third paragraph, last sentence, a larger proportion of the 23-24 and particularly 24-25 OFLs reflect the biomasses of cohorts whose sizes were inferred, ... Can you share a little bit more about what inferred means?
Okay, what that means is that given this is a short-lived species, much of the biomass as you project forward is coming from essentially age zeros and age ones because they're dead after that. And when you're projecting forward, the assessment estimates the numbers by age in the most recent year, which is July the 1st, 2023. But as you project forward, the 24 recruitment comes from the stock-recruit relationship. So it's a theoretical relationship between spawning biomass and recruitment. And for a species like mackerel, the longer you project out, the more recruitments are coming off that relationship rather than coming from monitoring data, for example, from the AT survey.
Thanks. I think that leads to my second question, which is the last sentence. In the longer term, a management system such as that for northern anchovy using the survey estimates of biomass could be explored. Did the SSC talk a little bit about what steps might be to get us there or what exploration might look like?
No, we didn't go into a lot of detail on that. We raised that as something that the council would need to consider. And yes, there would be both a council process as well as a number of analytical steps. And I'll note that this is very similar to what Jeff Shester just raised in his intervention. It's the same basic idea, but it would require steps, and we did not discuss that in any detail.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Andre. Good to see you in person. So is that you said could do that, or would you think the SSC saying we should think about that at some point? Do you think of this as an issue, or are you just raising that as a possibility to deal with this situation we're facing if we were worried about the conservation situation here?
We didn't discuss what you should do as a council, but we provided options that we believe the council should give serious consideration to. Obviously, that last one, as Corey mentioned, does require a fair amount of analysis before you could implement it. So we put these things on the table given where we are today. We don't have a specific recommendation.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Andre, so just to clarify that in terms of the SSC's use of longer term in that last sentence, that's not in reference to potential changes to how we would do 24-25. That's beyond that in terms of the longer term.
Yes, we refer to longer term in the sense that it will require analysis. So we didn't discuss in specific timelines, but yes, based on what we did for anchovy, obviously there's several steps in the process, and the implication being it would be extraordinarily hard to do it for 24-25.
Thank you. I guess I misspoke. That 25-26 is the reference there.
I'm also losing a couple of years every time I come here.
Thanks, Josh. Anyone else? Corey Niles.
So thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I think hopefully a quick one on that second to last paragraph. I guess you told us to think about how the harvest guideline could be lower than the ABC or vice versa. Is that a cutoff thing? And can you just explain just elaborate a little more on what seems to be warning us against, or in that second to last paragraph?
Yes, I should have this all in top of my head, but let me go to the second page, the tables. I'm going to be a professor and take you through the tables as I would hopefully do it correctly. So I'm looking at 23-24 fishing year. And you'll see, for example, that if you go to the last P star, so the column of 0.25, the lowest P star, and go to the bottom category here, you'll see that the ABC, for example, would be 4419 if you go to the bottom of that table. So category 2, so we're in that second last row, last column, that would be 4,400. And obviously you couldn't set a ACL less than the ABC. So if you chose 0.25, your ABC would constrain where you could put your ACL. And that, if you did that, obviously, then that would change how we project between 23 and 24. Essentially, that would lead to a higher OFL in 24, 25. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. What else? All right. Andre, thank you. Okay, next up will be the CPS management team.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Hillier. I'm the Washington representative on the CPS management team. And today I'm going to read to you our supplemental report 1. The management team, the CPS-AS, and the SSC received presentations from Dr. Peter Kuriyama and Dr. Andre Punt on the most recent benchmark stock assessment of Pacific mackerel. In April of 2023, a STAR panel at the Southwest Fishery Science Center in La Jolla, California, reviewed the draft benchmark assessment. The management team commends the stat on their efforts and supports the SSC's approval of the final base model as put forward by the stat for use in setting management measures for the 2023 and 2024 and 2024-25 fishing years. The stat was unable to make use of the 2022 acoustic trawl survey data. The STAR panel report noted this as a deficiency in the assessment. The management team reiterates the importance of a viable, regular survey that encompasses the full distribution of this stock, including the Mexican portion of its range. The STAR panel meeting report also noted the importance of the acoustic trawl survey for CPS assessments. The STAR panel report provided research recommendations regarding Pacific mackerel, which the management team supports pursuing. Based on the estimated biomass, OFLs endorsed by the SSC, the management team recommends the ABC and harvest guideline values as presented in tables 1 and 2 at the end of this report. These values are based on a category 2 assessment as recommended by the SSC and a P-star value of 0.45, which the management team recommends. The management team also recommends an ACL equal to the ABC and an ACT 1,000 metric tons less than the harvest guideline to allow for an incidental set aside of 1,000 metric tons each fishing year. Should the council select a P-star value other than 0.45, the harvest specifications would follow from the appropriate values presented in the table found in the supplemental SSC report 1. The management team further recommends that for each separate fishing year, should the directed fishery realize the ACT, NIMS should close the directed fishery and shift to an incidental only fishery for the remainder of the fishing season, up to 1,000 metric tons, with a 45% incidental landings allowance when Pacific mackerel are landed with other CPS, and a 3 metric ton per landing limit of Pacific mackerel when landed with non-CPS fisheries. Table 1 at the end of this report has specifications for fishing years 23 and 24, and Table 2 has specifications for 24 and 25. And that concludes our report.
Thank you, Lisa. Questions on the management team report? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. All right, next up is the CPS-AS. Welcome, Mark.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Mark Fina with the report for the CPS-AS. In the first paragraph of our report, we make reference to the presentation which you just heard about twice. So I'm going to jump past that and just say thanks to Dr. Kuriyama for his presentation. The CPS-AS notes that the SSC recommends the assessment be classified as Category 2 despite some concerns with the 22 assessment. The CPS-AS, with the exception of the conservation representative, concurs with the CPS-MT that the council should maintain a P-star of 0.45 in setting the specifications. The CPS-AS also notes that vessels and other fisheries have reported large schools of Pacific mackerel. The albacore fishery in the Pacific Northwest has seen large numbers and schools of Pacific mackerel during the last year. Also, hook and line fishermen in Southern California had consistent supplies
of Pacific mackerel year-round. These observations suggest that the biomass is not overestimated by the model and support maintaining a P-star of 0.45 without additional buffers. Fishery participants also believe that maintaining a high P-star is important for the fishery to have opportunities to increase catches should the market strengthen. Large schools close to ports are also needed for fishing, which typically only occurs when the fishery is able to support that fishing. We believe that for the fishery to remain viable, it needs opportunities within the bounds of what is scientifically supported that can be opportunistically pursued when conditions are ripe. The CPSAS, with the exception of the conservation representative, concurs with the Pacific mackerel harvest specs recommended by the CPSMT as described in their report, and they're reproduced in the tables in our report. Additionally, the CPSAS recommends the management measures described by the CPSMT, which are described in that paragraph the same as they were just described by the management team report. Lastly, the conservation representative on the CPSAS raised concerns that the best available data indicate that the Pacific mackerel stock has been steadily declining over recent years and is currently at low abundance. The 22 acoustic trawl method survey, which was not used in the 23 assessment, estimated the Pacific mackerel stock in US and Mexican waters at 7,968 metric tons. The 2023 stock assessment indicates coastwide fishing mortality exceeded EMSY 30% in 2018 through 2020 and estimates high natural mortality resulting in a large proportion of 2023 and 2024 estimates being generated fish from model predicted recruitment. For these reasons, the conservation representative recommends additional precaution in upcoming specifications. These concerns warrant decreasing the P-star value to be more risk averse, reducing the ACL and ACT below the harvest guideline, and scheduling an update to the harvest specifications based on the upcoming 23 acoustic trawl method survey estimate for Pacific mackerel as soon as it becomes available. Lastly, the CPSAS as a whole supports the SSC statement that the council consider an update assessment in 2025 rather than a catch-only projection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Questions on the AS report? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Mark, and thanks to the panel for capturing all viewpoints here. And you heard Jeff say earlier that it was constructive week for you guys, or meeting. I guess I should have asked this to Lisa as well, but what is the subpanels, if you're handicapping here, of the odds of reaching the harvest guideline in mackerel? I know we've been pretty low, but did you have any discussion about what you think the likelihood is going to be of catch getting close to our marks here?
Yes, Mr. Niles, through the chair, we did discuss that. And I think realistically, I think the group, the industry thought that we probably would not reach the harvest guideline. But I think there was pretty strong emphasis, as you can read in the report, that it's a large portion of the reason you don't reach it is market dependent. And when market opportunities are available, they think it's important to keep that opportunity around. So you don't know when the markets are going to turn. You also don't know when fishing opportunities are going to become better near ports. But if you take those opportunities away, you don't have them when they do arise. And that was generally the discussion, was that they feel that there are sufficient buffers built in that you can afford to go to a P-star of 0.45 and provide that opportunity should things turn around and the opportunity for marketing these fish come available.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Okay, that'll take us to public comment. I believe we have one individual signed up.
The lone commenter on CPS today. Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Vice Chair. Again, for the record, I'm Jeff Shester representing Oceana. I'll try to be brief as we did submit a letter in the briefing book materials, and you did hear some of the perspectives that were included in the CPS AS statement. Pacific mackerel are an important forage species in the coastal pelagic species assemblage, particularly for some of the larger highly migratory species, predators, and sharks as well. They experience rapid fluctuations. This is not, a groundfish species, so they have very high turnover and high natural mortality. And basically predicting future fish in the population that aren't yet observed is inherently problematic as a result of it's very difficult to predict, which means it's inherently risky to be basing management on stock assessments that are essentially generating biomass based on a predicted or hypothetical stock recruitment relationship rather than actually seeing those fish in a survey. The scientists and the stat team have repeatedly said that ATM surveys are the best available science for informing annual management. And the concern here, of course, that I think is unique to the current year is that the last year, 2022, acoustic trawl survey had some logistical issues where north of Cape Mendocino, they were not able to get accurate estimates of Pacific mackerel. However, they were able to get estimates south of there, all the way into Mexican waters. And in that core area, which is typically from northern Mexico up to Point Conception, the core area biomass estimate from last year's survey was among the lowest on record and shows a consistent decline. That's the one of the warning signs we were looking at. We also wanted to point out in the stock assessment, it actually shows that the coast-wide fishing mortality is largely due to high catches in Mexico. But if you combine Mexican catch with U.S. catch, the fishing mortality actually exceeded the EMSY, so exceeded maximum sustainable yield in 3 years, in three recent years from 2018 to 2020. And the population has generally been low relative to the highs we've seen if you look back several decades. There's also the survey also showed a very high relative distribution of the stock in Mexican waters versus US, raising concerns over the current assumed 70% distribution in US waters. So we're essentially proposing a twofold solution. First, we are recommending use the assessment biomass that was approved by the SSC, but add additional precautions. What this would mean is to actually have a lower P star than the 0.45 and set the ACT lower than the harvest guideline. We think that you can do this while balancing opportunities for increased catch, while adding additional precaution based on the unique concerns that are currently present. And we do note that if you look at the recent in the assessment, it shows that recent catches haven't been above 50% in any recent years for the last decade. The second piece of this is to really put a lot of emphasis and take a look at this summer's acoustic trawl method survey. Really, rather than what you're basing management off today is essentially a model prediction for what biomass might be based on predicted recruitment. We're going to actually have estimates of what's seen in the water at the end of the summer, and we really think it's important for the council to take a look at that. So we're basing our management and ensuring it's based on fish that are actually in the water rather than fish that are guesstimated to be there. And then lastly, with respect to there was a discussion in the AS statement and the SSC regarding there's a planned 2025 catch projection, and that would there was concerns raised that if that goes through, that would still be basing biomass estimates on projecting the 2021 estimates forward. Again, that would be fully guesstimated or model generated fish. If you change that to an update assessment, that could actually be a way that you could use the 2023 and 24 ATM estimates and the survey estimates to inform that, while essentially plugging and chugging with the same model that the SSC recently approved. So it wouldn't require changing the model or doing a benchmark assessment. It would really just be updating the numbers that are put into that model based on more recent survey data, not just catch. So with that, I'll stop my comment and take any questions if there are any. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions on Jeff's testimony? All right. I see any.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
You bet. All right. That concludes public comment. It takes us to council action, which will be on the screen here shortly. With that, I'll open the floor for discussion. Brianna Brady.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to Dr. Peter Kuriyama and the STAT for completing the full stock assessment for Pacific mackerel, and also to the STAR panel for reviewing the stock assessment. And I'm supportive of the CPSMT Supplemental Report 1 and can put forward a motion if you'd like one.
Thank you, Brianna. Anyone else? I'd also entertain a motion, I guess, in this late hour. Just saying.
May I please have the motion? Thank you. I move that the council approve the Pacific mackerel stock assessment for U.S. management in 2023, 2024, and 2024, 2025. Adopt tables 1 and 2 and supplemental CPSMT report 1. If the act is met, adopt a 45% incidental landing allowance when Pacific mackerel are landed with other CPS, or up to 3 metric tons of Pacific mackerel per landing could be landed in non-CPS fisheries.
Thank you, Brianna. Is the language on the screen accurate?
Yes, thank you.
Looking for a second. Second by Bob Dooley.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. We heard from the SSC that they endorsed the mackerel stock assessment as the best available scientific information for setting management measures for the next 2 seasons. And as far as using a P-star of 0.45, that was recommended by the CPS management team and is consistent with previous council action. And in terms of the management measures, providing a 45% incidental catch allowance will allow the fleet to fish other stocks if the ACT is met. And the 3 metric tons also allows non-CPS fisheries to take small amounts of mackerel if the act is reached as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Questions for the motion maker or discussion on the motion? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks for the motion, Brianna. Excuse me. Do support it. I do just want to make some quick comments about, I think there's been some good questions raised about the stock assessment, the uncertainty. And we heard from the SSC, we should at some point be strongly considering possibly a different way of approaching this, setting the harvest for the stock. I guess given the, and I think we still as a council have not really got to a coherent place with what to do with P-star. And but just given that the catch has been well below harvest guidelines, as Jeff just said, in the past decade, I don't think this is the time or there's a need to have that discussion now. If as Mark said, the market changes and we're starting to get the harvest guideline every year or the ACT every year, then then moving towards that discussion of considering the uncertainty more closely would be very supportive of that. But again, supportive and thanks, Brianna, for putting this together. And thanks to the team and the advisory subpanel, of course.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Seeing no hands, I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, very good. All right. With that, I'll turn to you, Jesse. How are we doing?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You have adopted the necessary Pacific mackerel harvest specifications and management measures for the next 2 fishing years, and we will work on getting these transmitted to NIMS. So you have completed your action for today.
Okay, good work, everyone. Thank you. With that, we're going to break now, I believe, and take up PFH tomorrow. It's been a long day, and we do have a chairman's reception here shortly. So With that, I'm going to pass the gavel back to Chair Grolnick.
All right, thank you very much. Good work by the council today, even though we didn't get it all done. We covered some difficult stuff. Let me see if Executive Director Merrick Burton has any announcements.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see, a couple of things are coming to mind. Just given that we're going to spill today's agenda over to tomorrow, if you do need to stay longer, if you were planning to leave today, I think Patricia is already looking into whether there's hotel availability, so she might be able to help you if you need to stay a little bit longer. Otherwise, we have our chair's reception. It starts at 6 right over there. And that's all I can think of at the moment, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we'll see you in a few minutes outside, and